Ishan Dev.
Well, Manik Bhattacharya, who is another TMC MLA, he has been summoned by the investigating agency, and he has been told to appear before the agency before 12 noon tomorrow. And you know that Manik Bhattacharya, who was heading the primary board in West Bengal, his name has surfaced several times in this scam, and this investigation already the investigating agencies have interrogated him, and they have summoned him several times earlier also, but now again after Partho Chatterjee, the erstwhile education minister, who is now still the industry minister of West Bengal, he has been arrested. This summon by the investigating agency to Manik Bhattacharya has a different significance, the analysts are saying so, because after the arrest of Partho Chatterjee, the scenario has changed, and all the perpetrators, so alleged perpetrators of this scam, all of them may face the same fate like Partho Chatterjee. All of them may face the same fate like Arpita Mukherjee, who have been arrested already. That's why Manik Bhattacharya's getting summoned again by the central agency attains a different significance this time.
Getting in some more breaking news. Thank you for that, Ishan Dev. We have some breaking news coming in, cutting across straight to the Rajya Sabha. The live proceedings are underway, and unruly behavior by the opposition once again. We are hearing that a piece of paper was thrown at the chair in the Rajya Sabha. The chair as of today is Venkaiah Naidu. Let me cut across to Rajya Sabha, where the opposition, we are hearing. Okay, somebody else is on the chair, but let me cut across live.
This is your house, so you should function it normally, peacefully, without any interruption. So if you do not want to do that, if you want to bring chaos, if you want to bring disorder, then it will be your responsibility. So I request again to withdraw from the house and let the house function normally. The house stands adjourned to meet at 11 hours on Wednesday, the 27th July 2022.
The Rajya Sabha has been adjourned, and the latest breaking update that we had is that even 19 MPs have been suspended, and even after that, the sloganeering and the chaos continues, and this is unprecedented, the kind of deadlock that we are seeing. We are hearing that papers were thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. Papers were thrown at the chair, that's Bhuvaneshwar Kalita, who's in the chair in the Rajya Sabha, and he tried to bring the situation under control, and yet the deadlock continues there. So let's go back to Aishwarya, who, if he's live with us, or we'll go across to Piyush as well. Piyush was also live. We'll go across to Piyush, but those were pictures that came in earlier of the details of the ruckus inside. Paper thrown at the chair. Meanwhile, 19 MPs have been suspended. Shushmita Deb of Trinamool Congress, Mausam Noot of the Trinamool Congress, Shanta Chetri of the Trinamool Congress, Dola Sen of the Trinamool Congress, Abhiranjan Biswar of the Trinamool Congress, Nadimul Haq of the Trinamool Congress, Hamamed Abdullah of the DMK, Lingaya Yadav of TRS, Rahim CPM, Ravichandra Vadiraju TRS, Kalyana Sundaram DMK, Girirajan DMK, Elango DMK, Shivadasan CPM, Shanmugam DMK, Damodar Rao Divakonda TRS, Sandosh Kumar CPI, Kannimoli DMK, and those are details coming in. We'll take a short break now. We'll come back with more details of the sloganeering, and also the Bengal scam. The black diary is out. There are explosive details. Suspended, and yet the sloganeering, the ruckus continues.
They are saying that they are ready to work anywhere except in the Kashmir Valley.
Congress in prayer, taking their MLAs to Raipur.
Opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream. With you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Getting in some breaking news now on the post that was put out by Olympic champion Lavlina Borgohain, the boxer, after her post claiming harassment and a post claiming that her coaches were blocked. Lavlina's coach has been allowed into the games village, the CWG village, and which means she now joins Lavlina for the training process. Lavlina had claimed that her coaches were blocked, and despite repeated attempts, they were not allowed to be with her. And the Boxing Federation of India has now said that the boxer's coach, that is boxer Lavlina Borgohain's coach, Sandhya Gurung, has received her accreditation and room at the Games Village in Birmingham. So that's a confirmation now coming in. Short break on Republic. The Congress drama continues. Sonia Gandhi is being questioned in the National Herald scam. The Congress party is getting edgy for some reason. And Margaret Alva, the vice presidential nominee of the opposition party, claims cyber fraud. In fact, she hasn't claimed cyber fraud, she claims snooping. But it appears she raised a false alarm over cyber fraud that was flagged off by the Delhi police. So it was cyber fraud, but she claimed it was snooping by the government. It's a big faux pas. That controversy is on Republic.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें लगते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Kargil Vijay Diwas being observed in remembrance of our brave hearts on the 1999 Kargil war. On this date in 1999, the army said that all occupied areas in Kargil of the Indian side had been liberated from Pakistani forces and intrusions. As the day marks the historic victory of the Indian Armed Forces in Operation Vijay in 1999, the Prime Minister paid tribute to brave hearts on Kargil Vijay Diwas.
Congress stalling freedom struggle for profit scam. Sonia summoned in scam. Why is Congress getting edgy? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Top headlines at 4 p.m. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerges in Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Arpita's residence. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. More trouble for the opposition. 19 Rajya Sabha MPs suspended for unruly behavior. Unprecedented chaos in the Rajya Sabha in the latest stunt. Papers were thrown at Rajya Sabha chair. Opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud. She goes on to blame the BJP. India pays tribute to its heroes on the 23rd. Kargil Vijay Diwas to honor the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Kargil War of 1999. Viewers, no more fear of missing out. You can watch the news anytime, anywhere, on any device. All you have to do is open your browser, Google Republic Livestream and tap to watch the news. We are available on most OTT platforms, and if your platform of choice does not have Republic Livestream, you can ask them to reach out to us and we will make it available for you. Well, let's have a look at the top story that we have been tracking right now, and this is what we have told you and accessed on Republic. Republic has now accessed the full list of 19 MPs who have been suspended for the unruly behavior after the staged protest in the Rajya Sabha. Yesterday, 4 MPs were suspended also for the same, and 19 more have now been suspended today. But the protests continue, and now the opposition MPs have thrown papers at the Rajya Sabha chair. Ruckus in the Rajya Sabha, papers being thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. This is in fact some of the scenes is playing out in Parliament, visuals of which you have right there on your screen, of papers being thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. In fact, this is coming just after 19 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha for misconduct. The MPs were suspended from the upper house of Parliament for remaining part of the week after they reached the well of the house, protesting, demanding discussion on issues of inflation and GST rate hike. But on your screen, you can see how papers are being thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. Ruckus playing out there in the Rajya Sabha as news comes in of these MPs also being suspended. We have got the full list of the MPs who have gone suspended. There are 19 of them from different parties: DMK, TRS, CPI, AITC as well. In fact, we also have people from the CPI as well and the CPIM as well. A huge list, including Dr. Kani Moi as well. I would like to go across to Gaurav Bhatia, who's joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhatia, what we are seeing on the screens is papers being thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. Ruckus on the floor of the House. What's your reaction coming in? Mr. Bhatia, can you hear me? All right, we're having some technical issue getting to Gaurav Bhatia. We will try to get him back here. But what you see on your screen, viewers, are papers right now being thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. Unparliamentary opposition behavior in the Rajya Sabha. At the same time, we have told you that 19 MPs have now been suspended as well. We have a full list of those MPs across party lines who have been suspended. All right, Gaurav Bhatia is joining me back. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is joining us. Mr. Bhatia, we are seeing some scenes of how the Rajya Sabha chair is being abused by the opposition. Mr. Bhatia, what is your reaction coming in?
Any unruly member of parliament who does not understand the role he has to play inside the temple of democracy, the parliament, needs to be punished as per the rules of the House. And we are seeing how the opposition, which is directionless and without any constructive issue, is creating ruckus within the parliament and has indulged in complete anarchy. It does not behove well for the member of parliaments to hurl papers at the chair. And in the previous sessions, they went to the extent of standing on the desk, manhandling the marshals. It's an utter waste of taxpayers' money, which want to see constructive deliberation and discussion on the floor of the House.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us. I'm also got a soundbite of Sushmita Dev. Let's listen in to what she said.
जो देश में सोच है, उस सोच को एक जनप्रतिनिधि होने के नाते हमें सदन के अंदर उठाने का हक है। हम 267 के अंडर में चर्चा चाह रहे थे, पूरा सदन का बिजनेस सस्पेंड करके, पर ये दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया। हम बार बार मांगते रहे और हमारी इस मांग को चेयर ने ना ही खारिज कर दिया, हमें सस्पेंड भी कर दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि देश की जनता ये समझे कि 19 सांसदों को राज्यसभा से निलंबित किया गया पूरे हफ्ते के लिए, क्योंकि हमने महंगाई और जीएसटी पे चर्चा करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन का काम ही ये होता है कि देश हित में या जनता की जो पीड़ा है उसको लेकर बोलना, उसके लिए आज हम सस्पेंड हैं। जो देश में सोच है, उस सोच को एक जनप्रतिनिधि होने के नाते हमें सदन के अंदर उठाने का हक है। हम 267 के अंडर में चर्चा चाह रहे थे, पूरा सदन का बिजनेस सस्पेंड करके, पर ये दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया। हम बार बार मांगते रहे और हमारी इस मांग को चेयर ने ना ही खारिज कर दिया, हमें सस्पेंड भी कर दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि देश की जनता ये समझे कि 19 सांसदों को राज्यसभा से निलंबित किया गया पूरे हफ्ते के लिए, क्योंकि हमने महंगाई और जीएसटी पे चर्चा करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन का काम ही ये होता है कि देश हित में या जनता की जो पीड़ा है उसको लेकर बोलना, उसके लिए आज हम सस्पेंड हैं।
All right, we just heard Sushmita Dev. She's a suspended TMC MP. I would want to go across to Manojit Mandal, TMC spokesperson, joining me on the phone line. Mr. Mandal, this is unruly behavior we're seeing right now. We can see visuals on the screen of how papers were thrown at the chair. And many of your MPs have been suspended as well. What is the reaction coming in?
What is the unruly behavior? If the government doesn't listen to us, if the government is scared to the parliament, the government is scared of the people, I mean, you are calling it unruly behavior. What is the problem of this government in discussing people's issue? Price rise, GST, and what not? What is the problem of this government? You know, the parliament, what is the role of the parliament? The role of the parliament is to represent people and people's issue. And look, this government is scared. And suspension, I think we knew that this would happen because suspension now has become a potent tool on the part of the government machinery to actually scuttle the voice of the people. They're continuously, crushing the voice of the people by suspending. If you have got the power to suspend, you cannot suspend. Who benefits by suspending the MPs, opposition MPs? It is the government. Who benefits by disrupting the parliament? It is the government. Because the government doesn't need to answer to the people. I think it is amply clear in every session of the parliament, government is trying to disrupt and to suspend the MPs so that the discussions are not held in the parliament. I think our leader in the opposition, leader of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Derek O'Brien, had an extensive press conference, a little while back on this particular issue. Government is deeply scared of the people before 2024, and now the most unfortunate part of the story is that suspension has become a kind of routine weapon for the government to crush the voice of the people and the voice of the opposition.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Manojit Mandal of the TMC. I also want to go across to Tom Vadakan, who's joining me on the phone line. Even after a circular by the Rajya Sabha said that demonstration, protest, dharnas, fast or religious ceremonies cannot be held in the presence of the Parliament House, we still are seeing some visuals on the screen. We're seeing how even we just spoke to the TMC spokesperson, said that we did protest, but they say it's a protest against inflation and GST. But we are seeing how the Rajya Sabha chair has in fact, been abused by somebody throwing a paper at the Rajya Sabha chair. Tom Vadakan, what is the reaction coming in?
First of all, this whole business of the memo or the notice that was given in Parliament was essentially during the UPA period. And this was an issue that was at that time debated. Now, when they're facing the music, it's not just music. You create ruckus in the house. You throw papers around. You tear papers, documents. You carry boards and you carry banners and create ruckus in the house. Don't let discussions happen. And while the government and the business advisory committee, you agree to everything, and then you create this ruckus. And for what? If you cannot discuss, Parliament is meant for what? Parliament is a place, a temple of democracy.
Mr. Mandal, do you want to reply to Tom Vadakan? He's he's calling it a ruckus. What you demanded, you're saying you demand answers. Tom Vadakan is calling it a ruckus. Mr. Mandal, do you want to respond to that?
You don't give the people of this country to discuss the issues which are plaguing them for now 2-3 years continuously. Rise of petrol, petroleum products, price and what not. And if someone is throwing just paper, it becomes a ruckus for you. What you did before 2014, sir, you remember? It's so unfortunate that both these honorable leaders, Sushma Swaraj and Arun Jaitley, are no more. We all remember what you did. But at that point of time, did you have this legacy of suspension? You are now thriving on this narrative of suspension by using this weapon. Why suspended MPs when they're asking for division? I mean, look at this. The government is so scared of discussion even on issues which are disturbing people for such a long period of time. What are you scared of? It's you only benefit by suspending and disrupting the parliament because you don't want to discuss the issues which are so very dear to the people and their lives.
Can I answer that?
Mr. Vadakan, yeah, would you reply to that, because Mr. Mandal is raising a point that they want to discuss. They're saying they're not being able to discuss some important issues.
Yes, we also want them to discuss about the corruption, the law and order situation in Bengal. And you saw the loads of cash. They will also come and discuss that. No, they won't. They want to discuss something which they think, we are telling them the finance minister is down with COVID. She'll be back soon. And the discussion will happen. No, they don't have that kind of time. So they create ruckus, throwing paper on the chair, tearing documents, attacking, going to the well, showing signboards. I mean, this is not acceptable in any democracy. If they say it's happening in England, it's not happening anywhere. This is the kind of culture that they have cultivated. No discussion, but just to grab the eyeballs of the media, they create this ruckus and they think that screening headlines will get them votes. That doesn't happen. People are watching you very closely. Prices are to be controlled. Discussions are to happen. GST is to be discussed. But GST is not a lone ranger. You have members in your own party who participate in these discussions. Why don't you ask them and widen your knowledge of what has happened in the GST Council? And as to the question of price rise, yes, we want
Can I reply?
Discuss, but at an appropriate level. When the finance minister is there, she's down with COVID, and they're saying, well, when she'll be back, we will discuss. Get there. And what more do you want? But no, you won't have that. You want to go to the well, create ruckus, and go forward. If you want to discuss something, talk about burning issues that are happening in Bengal too. I mean, there are issues, mounds of cash come out in the school scam. Of course, Mr. Mandal will look the other way when he's asked to respond to that.
Can I reply?
All right, Mr. Mandal, just a quick, I mean, we want to wrap it up. We're running out of time. Any quick
I just want to say one thing to my very senior friend from BJP. We are putting up GST, high rate of GST on pen, paper and pencil. You know what you're trying to do. You want to crush the voice of dissent and the freedom of expression. This government, this is so symbolic and so coincidental that only in the last meeting, without listening to the dissent by the opposition ministers, and I tell you, including some of the ministers from your own state, they're not happy. You cannot levy GST on issues like medicine, like life-saving drugs, which are saving people, and pen, paper, pencil, what not. And in the same way, you are giving reduction to diamonds and other things. People can understand. We don't want to discuss that. You want to discuss corruption? Yes, let us discuss corruption as a whole. We are ready to discuss corruption. You don't want to discuss anything in the parliament.
All right. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Tom Vadakan, BJP spokesperson. Thank you, Manojit Mandal, TMC spokesperson, for joining us here. Let's have a look at what Tiruchi Shiva also has said on the suspension of the MPs. Listen it.
MPs from DMK party are being suspended. See, the genuine demand of the opposition party was to have a debate on the price rise. Why the government is running away from that, we do not know. When the members were insisting upon their demand, instead of convincing them or the government yielding, they have used their force, their power, and have suspended 19 members, out of which 6 are from DMK.
Will you continue?
No, but we will not. They will not. First of all, they should remove the suspension. This is not the way in a parliamentary democracy, where members have every right to raise their voice. Their voices should be heard. The government should relent sometime or other. They cannot be always strong in their rigidity cannot be admitted.
Will you continue to protest in this way?
Yes, of course. First of all, their suspension has to be revoked. Then only other business.
Millions of fans faced disappointment and heartbreak as it was announced that Indian javelin champion Neeraj Chopra will not be taking part in the Commonwealth Games for 2022. A tweet from the Indian team stated that Neeraj Chopra would not be defending his title at the Commonwealth Games out of concerns for his personal fitness. The tweet further went on to wish the leader a speedy recovery. The Olympic athlete who recently won a silver for javelin at the World Athletics Championship had earlier secured a gold for the sport at the Commonwealth Games held in Australia, along with a gold at the Asian Games held in the same year in Indonesia. The athlete reportedly got injured during the World Athletics Championship in the United States and has been advised a month of rest. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Top national updates, viewers. Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu has tendered a resignation to Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann. He was appointed by the Aam Aadmi Party government after his resignation. He has given personal reasons for leaving the post. UPC and Yogi Adityanath, while speaking on the Har Ghar Tiranga program, stated that some people were invested in disrupting a call toward promoting nationalism by bringing religion and caste in between, adding that such people should be answered by showing one's nationalism via the Har Ghar Tiranga.
भारत के आन मान और शान का प्रतीक, भारत के गौरव और गरिमा का प्रतीक, भारत के शौर्य, भारत की शांति और भारत की प्रगति का प्रतीक भारत के तिरंगे को हर घर पर लहराने की एक व्यापक कार्य योजना भी बनाई गई है। और मुझे लगता है कि हर भारतवासी को चाहिए कि अपने घर पर तिरंगा लगा करके भारत के राष्ट्रीय प्रतीकों के प्रति हम सम्मान का भाव व्यक्त करें। भारत के इन प्रतीकों के प्रति सम्मान का भाव, भारत के महापुरुषों के प्रति सम्मान का भाव हम सबके मन में पैदा करें, जो हमें उन संकीर्णताओं से ऊपर उठने की प्रेरणा प्रदान कर सके।
Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has written a letter to CM Mamata Banerjee urging her to sack arrested TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee over his alleged involvement in the SSC's recruitment scam, calling the teacher recruitment scam an open secret in Bengal. He noted how it was only after the court's intervention that investigation agencies started acting on it. BJP spokesperson Samit Patra recently spoke about the BJP stand on corruption, citing the arrest made in connection with the SSC scam in West Bengal and that of Delhi's health minister, stating how the arrest acted as an example of zero tolerance towards corruption from the central government that has been in power for the last 8 years.
मुझे तो कई बार लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए ईडी का अर्थ एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी था। उनको लगता है कि उनके पास एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी मतलब हम डाका भी डालेंगे और हमसे पूछताछ भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी, ये जो मुहावरा हिंदी का है, यदि किसी बच्चे को ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी इसका अर्थ क्या होता है, तो कांग्रेस के व्यवहार को देखे कि 5,000 करोड़ रुपए गबन भी करेंगे और प्रश्नों का उत्तर भी नहीं देंगे। ये होता है चोरी ऊपर से सोना जोरी, एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी। और आज जब पूछताछ होगी तो हम जवाब नहीं देंगे।
A day before Ramnath Kovind demitted the office of President of the country, he received a letter from Prime Minister Modi, who lauded the former president for having set the highest standard of principles, probity, performance, sensitivity and service during his tenure. Former Union Minister Yashwant Sinha, who recently lost in the presidential election as an opposition candidate, said that today that he will not join any other political party and remain independent. Yashwant Sinha was the presidential candidate of the opposition party. India has hit out at Pakistan and China after both countries said that they are ready to welcome a third party to join the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. MEA Arindam Bakshi said that India firmly opposes a so-called CPEC, which is currently in Pakistan-seized Indian territory. Well, it's an EBIX cash news alert right now, viewers. Heavy rains in the high mountains around Holy Cave in Amarnath triggered floods in water body and surrounding springs at around 3 p.m. today. Immediate alert was sounded. More than 4,000 pilgrims were taken out of the area safe, and they have now been moved to a very safe area. Now the situation is under control, viewers. So 4,000 pilgrims have been evacuated so far. Severe flooding there in Amarnath. Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, take us through the situation right now.
See, the situation now is under control. We are told that at around 3 in the afternoon there were heavy rains in the upper mountains that are very near to the holy cave of Baba Barfani, which led to flood-like situation in the rivers and the nalas that are flowing, and with apprehensions of similar situation that erupted some 15 days back, the ITBP sounded an alert, and all 4,000 yatris that were in the areas that are prone to flash floods, they were taken to the safer locations, and now the situation is under control. The administration is looking into it, and hopefully in a short while from now the yatra will resume. But keep in view what has unfolded some 2 weeks earlier. Now the administration is taking nothing at chance, and now the pilgrims, they were moved to the safer locations. The control rooms, they are working in coordination with each other, and similarly when the 4,000 pilgrims, they were moved to the safer locations at the holy cave of Baba Barfani, the yatra was halted from the Baltal as well as Pahalgam. Yes.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, for joining us and getting us those details. So, like Gursimran said, that the yatra will continue, but 4,000 pilgrims have been evacuated. There were floods after a heavy downpour. Much more coming up on the other side, viewers. We continue to be live and breaking here at Republic TV, starting with unprecedented chaos in the Rajya Sabha. In the latest stunt, papers were thrown at Rajya Sabha chair. Opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud. She goes on to blame the BJP.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ
Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Arpita's residence. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. More trouble for the opposition. 19 Rajya Sabha MPs suspended for unruly behaviour. Unprecedented chaos in the Rajya Sabha. In the latest stunt, papers were thrown at Rajya Sabha chair. Opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud. She goes on to blame the BJP. India pays tribute to its heroes on the 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas to honour the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Kargil War of 1999. Viewers, it's the streaming era. You stream your favorite shows, you stream your music, and now you can stream your favorite news channel. Republic Live Stream is here. Watch the news from wherever you are, whenever you want. Just type republicworld.com and tap on the streaming icon. Keeping up with the news has never been easier, viewers. Well, let's go ahead and see the top story we have been tracking on Republic TV, and that's the questioning of Sonia Gandhi. Congress President Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by the ED office. She just entered the ED office a short while ago after a short break. She is currently being interrogated in the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. Meanwhile, the Congress has once again staged protests in multiple parts of the country over the interrogation. So right now, Sonia Gandhi has come back and her questioning has resumed. Harsha has been tracking this development very closely from the ED office. Harsha, what are the top updates right now? The first round of questioning took place and it was around 3 hours. What can we expect next now in the second round of questioning, Harsha?
Exactly. Since the post-lunch, the ED questioning started at around 3:30 p.m. with Mrs. Gandhi, and now exactly it's been almost more than 1 hour since the questioning and grilling with Ms. Gandhi is happening. She's still inside, and Priyanka Gandhi Watra is still also with her in the premises of ED. But yes, today ED is clearly not going easy on Mrs. Gandhi because they have a set of questions, they have a set of documents, they have got the reports of income tax as well, where it clearly shows how the money laundering was done in the entire National Herald case. And today questioning is clearly not happening easy. Since morning, Sonia Gandhi has not replied to many of the questions when it was the questions regarding the evidence, regarding the loan which Congress gave to AGL of 90 crore, regarding the check numbers or regarding the documentation work or any entry in the Congress register as well. None of the details were given by Mrs. Gandhi, but yes, she clearly bought 2008 documents of National Herald along with her, which she has shown to ED officials that how National Herald has gone into debt in 2008. And after that to give the salaries of the people who were working in National Herald. So these are the details which we have been tracking. But yes, almost more than 4 hours of questioning has been and grilling has been done of Mrs. Gandhi. We have yet to see that how long she still will be interrogating, the ED officials will be interrogating her, because today it's not easy for her, though she is not replying. But ED is also adamant that today some clear answers they have to get from Mrs. Gandhi, as she is a major shareholder in YIL of 38%. So nothing she can shift her onus on other office bearers as Rahul Gandhi did. So these are the questions regarding National Herald which she has to give today. I would like to show you the visuals of outside ED official also where security personnel have been deployed. We are also waiting till how long this questioning will happen, but we are expecting that 1 or 2 hours more of the ED questioning will continue with Mrs. Gandhi, because today there are set of questions like the previous first round. Previously ED officials were lenient and soft with Mrs. Gandhi, but today they are quite grilling her hard on these set of questions which they have made on National Herald money laundering case. Yes, back to the studio.
But Harsha, so while the interrogation continues, viewers, of Sonia Gandhi, we are showing you visuals on the screen of how the Congress so-called Satyagraha has in fact taken a bit of a violent turn as well. These are visuals coming in from Nagpur in Maharashtra, where you can see how a car is being burned, how a car is being vandalized. Visuals first on Republic. A lot of protests had taken place today as well, and while those protests were taking place, Rahul Gandhi was detained among with other Congress leaders as well. But as the quizzing continues, protests are continuing. There are a lot of Congress karyakartas and workers being detained. Congress quote-unquote drama, you can call it, because the questioning is something that is done as per procedure. But we are seeing that the Congress going ahead and protesting. Even Rahul Gandhi, in fact, is sitting on the middle of the road, surrounded by policemen, and he was also detained after that. All right, I was just going to go back to Harsha right now. Harsha, we're getting more visuals coming in from Nagpur, Maharashtra right now, where the Congress is continuing its protests, and Rahul Gandhi also had some time back, he had tweeted saying that this is vendetta politics. This is the stance of the Congress for a very long time. Even when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned by the ED, now with Sonia Gandhi being questioned by the ED, protests are continuing not only in the national capital but also across the country, Harsha.
Exactly. We also saw the same kind of high voltage drama when Sonia Gandhi was called on 21st of July. We saw how Congress, who was calling this Satyagraha a peaceful Satyagraha, we saw a high voltage drama from Delhi, from national capital to Nagpur, Hyderabad and Bangalore and several other states as well. And today national capital as well, we saw a march from Parliament till Rashtrapati Bhavan, and we also saw the visuals how Rahul Gandhi sat and made a sit-in protest in middle of Vijay Chowk. So these were the clearly stating that how this entire Satyagraha has turned into violent protest, where Congress, apart from answering the questions regarding money laundering in National Herald case, is clearly creating a drama and saying that this is the political vendetta of BJP, and not only political vendetta, this quite dictatorship of BJP government. They are misusing the agencies like ED and CBI, and the income tax report which has clearly been put by ED, this clearly a false report. They are continuously saying this. Ashok Gehlot also has come forward and said that nothing regarding money laundering has happened in National Herald case. A loan was given, and a loan could be given because it was to pay the salaries of the people who were working in National Herald. And these are the things which Congress have been clearly saying. But yes, if we talk about evidence, they have yet not submitted any sort of evidence which could prove that no money laundering happened, how the shell company Dotex was involved, a Kolkata-based company, and how money was transferred to Young Indian, how Young Indian could took up the assets of AGL. So these are the entire things which is being questioned. But yes, a Satyagraha high voltage drama since the time Rahul Gandhi was questioned to till the time when Sonia Gandhi is being questioned by ED, and everywhere it has been seen pushing off barricades. The Congress workers not only push barricades, they push the policemen as well. They were not listening to policemen. They were taken and detained by policemen and kept to several police stations. Rahul Gandhi is detained and is still in Kingsway police station. Along with Rahul Gandhi, many senior Congress leaders. If we talk about Mallikarjun Kharge, if we talk about KC Venugopal, if we talk about Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot, all senior high-weighted leaders have been detained and taken to different police stations because clearly a ruckus and chaos was created in Lutyens, Delhi after they already knew that Section 144 is imposed in National Capital. They couldn't do such sit-in dharnas in the center of Delhi, in the heartland of Delhi. Then also they created such a ruckus and chaos after that they were detained. So clearly the satyagraha was not a satyagraha, but it was violent satyagraha, violent drama done by Congress workers from National Capital till Nagpur. Vehicles were put on fire, the tires were burnt, the effigies were burnt. So this is what we saw today in National Capital, trying to pressurize the government through all these tactics. Yes, back to the studio.
Right, Harsha. So visuals on your screen, viewers from Nagpur, from Hyderabad coming in right now while the second round of questioning is happening in that National Herald case. ED is questioning Sonia Gandhi, second round, second time today after the lunch break. We are seeing that the protests continue. Protests also somewhat spiraling out of control, as well. On your screen, you can see those visuals on your screen. Viewers. The quizzing continues. In fact, let's have a look and listen to what Sambit Patra has also said. On the ED summons.
जहां तक सोनिया गांधी और ईडी का सवाल है, पहले राहुल गांधी जी भी कटघरे में खड़े थे, वो भी गए थे ईडी के पास प्रस्तुत होने के लिए, और आज सोनिया जी जा रही है। स्वाभाविक है, 5,000 करोड़ का गबन अगर देश में हुआ है, 5,000 करोड़ रुपए का करप्शन का अगर चार्जेस सोनिया जी और राहुल जी के ऊपर है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से पूछताछ भी उन्हीं से होगी। मुझे तो कई बार लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए ईडी का अर्थ एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी था। उनको लगता है कि उनके पास एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी मतलब हम डाका भी डालेंगे और हमसे पूछताछ भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी, ये जो मुहावरा हिंदी का है, यदि किसी बच्चे को यह समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी इसका अर्थ क्या होता है, तो कांग्रेस के व्यवहार को देखे कि 5,000 करोड़ रुपए गबन भी करेंगे और प्रश्नों का उत्तर भी नहीं देंगे। यह होता है चोरी ऊपर से सोना जोरी, एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी। और आज जब पूछताछ होगी तो हम जवाब नहीं देंगे। बंधुगण, ये जिस प्रकार का कमोशन आज कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है, देश बंद करने का प्रयास, हर जगह झड़प करने की प्रयास, ट्रैफिक रोकने की प्रयास, सत्याग्रह के नाम पे they are trying to spread all kind of commotion. Sonia ji, we don't want commotion, we want confession. Commotion की आवश्यकता नहीं, आज confession की आवश्यकता है।
Heavy rains have continued to create situations of waterlogging in many parts of the country, disrupting the lives of lakhs of people. Severe waterlogging was reported from Rajasthan's Jodhpur, a city situated within the Thar desert. A vehicle was seen being swept away by the force of the water of a flash flood-like situation witnessed in the city. Meanwhile, waterlogging was also witnessed in Hyderabad as the city experienced rains through the day with the water collected in the lower lying areas of the city. Urban, semi-urban, rural and remote areas have been witnessing varied degrees of rains throughout the country. The varied degrees of rainfall across these regions is bringing about various challenges for the people and the authorities there. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, coming up next, India pays tribute to its heroes on 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas to honor the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Kargil War of 1999. Plus, opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud. She goes on to blame the BJP.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
We continue to be live and breaking. Viewers, we're getting some more inputs coming in. Third case of student suicide in Tamil Nadu has now come to light. Class 12 girl, Sivagami, from a district has now hanged herself. She hanged herself at her house when her parents were not there at around 9 p.m. last night. Varshini is joining me live. Varshini, already we saw that Thiruvalur there in Tamil Nadu was tense after a class 12 girl had committed suicide and killed herself. Tell us the latest details of this case coming in.
Well, this particular incident took place in Kargil district in Virudhachalam municipality, and we hear that a class 12 girl called Sivagami has hanged herself to death when her parents were not at home. And apparently when her parents came back after work late in the night, they have seen their daughter hanging inside the house, and they were shocked after seeing the incident. And the family and the friends and the neighbors of the girl had immediately planned a funeral and have been conducting the last rites for the girl when the police have got to know about this incident, and they've rushed to the spot and they've retrieved the body from the family and they've sent it to the postmortem. According to the family, they say that the girl was not able to concentrate on her studies and she was depressed for the past few days. But the police are now investigating this matter, considering angles such as familial disputes or any other domestic issues that happened, because the girl has committed the suicide at her house without the parents. They're also trying to figure out if there is any kind of a suicide note that the police are able to try and find. Therefore, the investigation is right now going on in full swing. We'll have to wait for the investigation report to get more details to emerge out of this investigation about the girl.
Right. All right, Varshini, thank you for joining us. So, a third case of suicide in Tamil Nadu, coming out, viewers, in just 2 weeks. And my colleague is getting us the latest updates there. Much more coming up. Let's have a look at this report filed by our bureau next.
As Andhra Pradesh witnesses severe bouts of monsoons, leading to several districts being inundated in the state, the state's Chief Minister YSR Jagan Mohan Reddy arrived at the Konaseema district to take stock of the situation. The Chief Minister was scheduled to meet the victims of the flood and then move to oversee the relief measures in the state. Sources report that he would review the rescue operation with the officials of the Godavari region at a guest house in Rajamundari. Even as the people of the region struggle as they deal with the flooded areas, stories such as a couple getting married amid the floods have also emerged from the Konaseema B.R. Ambedkar district in coastal Andhra. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we have also accessed the full list of seizure at Arpita's residence accessed by Republic. Sensational 5 lakh envelope is out. That's coming up next. And India pays tribute to its heroes on the 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas. Stay tuned.
They are ready to work anywhere except in the Kashmir Valley.
Congress in prayer taking their MLAs to Raipur.
The opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. As a nation remembers the war heroes who laid down their lives in Kargil war, here's a special report on how the nation paid homage to the fallen heroes. Take a look.
कारगिल में विजय भारत के वीर बेटे बेटियों के अदम्य साहस की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत के संकल्पों की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत के सामर्थ्य और संयम की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत की मर्यादा और अनुशासन की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय प्रत्येक देशवासी की उम्मीदों और कर्तव्य परायणता की जीत थी।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
किया, भारत की फौज ने हासिल किया, लेकिन प्राइड और प्राउड, लीडरशिप से सोल्जर तक का जोड़ने का काम ये अगर किया है तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है, ये मैं दावे के साथ। आज का दिन पॉलिटिक्स करने का नहीं है, इसलिए मैं कोई पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन मैं ये तो जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि till 2014 Indian Armed Forces was 20 years back as far as ammunition is concerned, as far as modernization is concerned, as far as updation is concerned, as far as training is concerned. तो देश का नेतृत्व तो क्या कर रहा था 2014 तक? सोया हुआ था। आपके पास एम्यूनिशन की कमी, आपके पास अपडेटेड एम्यूनिशन की कमी, आपके पास बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट्स की कमी, आपके पास हर तरीके की कमी। और देखिए कितना फर्क पड़ता है। बिल क्लिंटन ने प्राइम मिनिस्टर को ऑन रिकॉर्ड बुलाया कि आओ, नवाज शरीफ आ चुके हैं, आप भी आ जाओ, हम आपका समझौता कराते हैं। और भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने, पहली बार आजाद भारत में कोई प्रधानमंत्री हुआ जिसने कहा हमारे देश के फौजी बॉर्डर्स पर लड़ रहे, कारगिल में लड़ रहे, जब तक मैं एक एक इंच की भूमि वापस नहीं लूंगा, मैं कोई किसी से बात करने नहीं आऊंगा और कोई बात करने नहीं। दिस इज लीडरशिप, दिस इज लीडरशिप ऑफ द विच रिप्रेजेंट्स। ऑन रिकॉर्ड है पार्लियामेंट में, एक डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने यह कहा है कि हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाइनीज बॉर्डर पर इसलिए नहीं बना रहे हैं क्योंकि चाइना नाराज हो जाएगा। इट इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड। यह भी लीडरशिप इस देश ने देखी है, यह भी इस लीडरशिप में देखी है। आई डू नॉट वांट टू टेक रिस्क, इसलिए मैं कोई स्कैम में नहीं फंसना चाहता, इसलिए मैं परचेजेस नहीं कर रहा हूं। ये डिफेंस, दिस इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड। और डिफेंस की डील का दूसरा नाम स्कैंडल और स्कैम बन गया। इज इट नॉट अ फैक्ट? हेलीकॉप्टर खरीदने जाओ अपैचे तो स्कैंडल, फलाना खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल, गन खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल, तोप खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल। यानी आर्मी की तस्वीर क्या बना दी देश में। और आज मैं दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूं और आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज लीडरशिप का अंतर क्या आया है। लीडरशिप का अंतर यह आया है कि इसी 8 साल के अंदर 36 राफेल फाइटर्स हैव बीन परचेज्ड बाय इंडियन एयर फोर्स, और आज वो बेड़ा का पार्ट बन चुका है। इसको हमको समझना चाहिए। 28 Apache attack helicopters are with India. 15 Chinook choppers are there. Air missiles from Israel is there. Now, for 145 ultra light howitzers are there. 100 KN Vajra artillery guns are there. 1.8 lakh bulletproof jackets are there. And now India is not importing but exporting jackets, bulletproof jackets. ये भी हमको समझना चाहिए. 5 lakh AK-203 assault rifles have been replaced. जो 22 years से नहीं replace हुए थे, they have been replaced. 5 squadrons of 400 surface air missile systems are in place and missile tracking ship जो है वो भी हिंदुस्तान प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है। यानी 7 साल के अंदर मैंने आपके सामने ये गिना दिए कि दीज आर द थिंग्स which has taken place। इसका मतलब लीडरशिप इज डिसाइसिव। और मैं तो देखिए फौज के अंदर रहा को अच्छी तरीके से जानता हूं, आप हमसे ज्यादा अच्छा जानते होंगे, लेकिन पहाड़ी आदमी हूं। मैं पूछता था अपने भाइयों से, भैया क्या बात होती है, पाकिस्तान गोली चला रहा होता है और आप जवाब नहीं देते। कहते क्या करें, पुंछ में, रजौरी में, विदर्भ में वहां पर गोली चलती है बॉर्डर पर, हम रिपोर्ट करते हैं नगरोटा को, नगरोटा रिपोर्ट करता है चंडी मंदिर को, चंडी मंदिर रिपोर्ट करता है वेस्टर्न कमांड को, चंडी मंदिर रिपोर्ट करता है दिल्ली को, दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर बोलता है वेट एंड वॉच, वेट एंड वॉच, तब तक नई फायरिंग हो जाती है। मैंने कहा व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? बोला डिफरेंस ये है, नीड नॉट लुक बैक, लुक इन फ्रंट एंड अटैक एंड देन रिपोर्ट टू अस। ये फर्क आ चुका है। आज आपको चंडी मंदिर और नगरोटा को रिपोर्ट नहीं करना पड़ता है। पुंछ में अगर फायरिंग हुई है तो जवाब दो, और जवाब का मैं क्या हासिल किया ये रिपोर्ट हमको करो। ये फर्क आ गया है। इस फर्क को हमको समझना पड़ेगा। लीडरशिप की ताकत देखिए आप। उरी की घटना घटी, उरी की घटना के बाद हमारा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस था, और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी राष्ट्रीय एग्जीक्यूटिव मीटिंग थी कैलीकट में, केरल में कैलीकट में। और कैलीकट के समुद्र के किनारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उसकी जिक्र किया, और उन्होंने जिक्र करते हुए किया कि आपने गलती जो की है, भारत चुप नहीं बैठेगा। ये उन्होंने, ये वाक्य है उनके कि भारत चुप नहीं बैठेगा, समय का इंतजार करो। उस समय भी हमारे विरोधियों ने कहा था समय का कितना इंतजार करेंगे। और आपको मालूम है कि वो दिल्ली लौटे थे और उसके कुछ दिन बाद सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई, और पहली बार पाकिस्तान को पाकिस्तान की भाषा में समझा दिया गया। इसको हमको समझना चाहिए। ये घटना घटी है, और ये भी आपको याद करना चाहिए कि आप जैसे वीर जिन लोगों ने देश की सेवा के लिए किया, उससे सर्टिफिकेट मांगने का काम हमारे विपक्ष ने किया। हमको सर्टिफिकेट दो कि तुमने मारा कि नहीं मारा, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की कि नहीं की। देश के आर्मी के मोराल को प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने नहीं ली थी, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को मोदी जी ने नहीं ली थी, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस उस समय के आर्मी के जनरल ने ली थी। एंड ही सेड दैट एट दिस आवर we attacked, there was a surgical attack, और ये हुआ है। लेकिन लीडरशिप का चेंज का अंतर हमको समझना चाहिए। पुलवामा की घटना घटी, आप पुलवामा की घटना के बाद आप YouTube पर जाकर के आज भी आप देखिए प्रधानमंत्री जी का फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा तुमने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी है। सी दी क्लैरिटी ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री देश की तरफ से पाकिस्तान को स्पष्ट बता रहा है तुमने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी है, इसका खमियाजा तुमको भुगतना पड़ेगा, इंतजार करो। और आपको मालूम है फिर एयर स्ट्राइक हुई, और उस एयर स्ट्राइक में और हमारे नेता फिर से सर्टिफिकेट मांगते फिरे। ये डिसाइसिव लीडरशिप का जो हम लोगों ने तरीका देखा है, उसको भी हम जरूर ये कहना चाहेंगे कि हमें समझना चाहिए। बहुत सी बातें मैं इस बारे में चर्चा कर सकता हूं। आप देखिए, अब ये जो नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बनने की बात थी, कॉन्सेप्ट वाज इन 1960, 1960 का कॉन्सेप्ट था। 2006 में यूपीए मेड ए कमिटी, यूनाइटेड हमारी जो यूपीए की सरकार है उसने इसके लिए कमिटी बनाई। 2000 से 2000 के बीच में ये इस कमिटी के द्वारा डिजाइन ही नहीं बना पाए 2014 तक। और 2014 में मोदी जी जब आए तो उन्होंने इसके लिए फिर से काम शुरू किया, मेमोरियल का काम शुरू हुआ। कैबिनेट ने इसको 2015 में अप्रूव किया, 500 करोड़ रुपीस का मेमोरियल बनने का। 2017 में डिजाइन अनाउंस हुआ, और 2019 में दिल्ली में नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बना करके दिया। दिस इज कमिटमेंट, दिस इज कमिटमेंट। 1960, 2006 कमेटी बना रहे हो, कमेटी पे कमेटी बना रहे हो। इसलिए मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूं, फौज भी भारत की रहेगी, परिस्थितियां भी आती रहेंगी, लड़ाइयां भी लड़ने के लिए हम तैयार रहेंगे, लेकिन देश की लीडरशिप की तरफ से हम एश्योर कर सकते हैं कि अगर हमारा जवान वहां खड़ा है, आज तक कोई प्रधानमंत्री रहा जिसने दिवाली और होली कभी बॉर्डर पर मनाई हो? हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने हर खुशी उनके साथ शेयर की है। सिर्फ देश में संदेश गया कि दिवाली जो हम घर पे आज मना रहे हैं, ये इसलिए मना रहे हैं कि हमारे लाखों फौजी बॉर्डर पर खड़े हैं और वो हमारी रक्षा कर रहे हैं, इस कारण से हम मनाते हैं। तो ये संदेश को हमको समझना चाहिए, इसको हमको ध्यान में रख करके चलना चाहिए और आगे की जिस तरीके की परिस्थिति बनती है उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से मैं आपको जरूर इस बात को कमिट करना चाहूँगा कि आपकी जो ताकत है उसको हम संजो करके देश की रक्षा के लिए कटिबद्ध रहेंगे, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के में हम प्रयासरत रहेंगे। और आज जब हम उन शहीदों को याद करते हैं जिन्होंने शहादत दी और जिन्होंने, अब उनकी भी एक एक कहानी अगर आप सुने तो कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है जो कहीं जिसकी शहादत बाय मिस्टेक हो गई है। वो शौर्यता के साथ लड़ता हुआ उसने देश के लिए अपने आप को आहूत किया है। ये उनकी शौर्यता को हमको समझना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं आज जहां उन लोगों को आप सब की ओर से, अपनी ओर से, अपने पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से उनको नमन करता हूं, उनको याद करता हूं, वहीं इस बात का भी आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी भारत के रक्षकों के प्रति हमेशा कटिबद्ध रहेगी, समर्पित रहेगी और भारत की रक्षा के लिए दिन रात काम करने वाले हमारे जो फौजी भाई हैं उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके हम इस कार्य को आगे बढ़ाने में कभी भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे, कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और भारत
All right, that was BJP chief JP Nadda speaking in Delhi on the difference between the present government and the earlier ones when it comes to defense modernization. He was speaking obviously on the occasion of Kargil Vijay Diwas, which is being marked all across the country from the heights of Dras and Kargil in Kashmir and Ladakh to, of course, the national capital, where at the National War Memorial we had the three service chiefs and, of course, the defense minister of the country paying respects to the martyrs and the braves on behalf of a nation in gratitude. Let's move on and to our Bengal story. In a key development in the SSC recruitment case probe, the Enforcement Directorate has accessed an explosive black diary from the West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee, her residence in fact, which has laid bare sensational details pertaining to the scam. We have learned that this diary has information pertaining to the names of illegal recruits who need to be included in the merit list, as well as how much money would be passed from what location. Also, TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been summoned now by the ED and has been asked to appear tomorrow at 12 noon. This is the first summon after the arrest of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Let's go to Kolkata, where my colleague Priyanka Sharma is reporting from the ground on all the developments connected with the scam and the investigation. Priyanka, another TMC leader now summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, even as questioning of Partha Chatterjee continues in custody. Please tell us updates on what all has come out of the questioning and why has Manik been in fact asked to come and present himself before the ED tomorrow.
Well, that's right, Abhishek. We had been talking about this yesterday as well, that there were more and more names that were expected to come out. In fact, this had been stated by the Enforcement Directorate before the court as well, when they were seeking remand for Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. And now, of course, in the latest development, that Manik Bhattacharya has also been summoned to the Enforcement Directorate. He, in fact, is the TMC MLA and the West Bengal Board of Primary Education ex-president as well. So now that can be also a very
very telling sign as to where the investigation is going now, Abhishek, because since it has just been one day that both the accused are in the custody of Enforcement Directorate, the earlier days notwithstanding, since he had been, Partha had been taken for medical tests and all of that, so the time had not been given to the Enforcement Directorate for that questioning, proper questioning of these two accused to take place. But one day, within one day of this questioning, of this interrogation, and now we are seeing the Enforcement Directorate already has those links linking Partha Chatterjee to other TMC MLAs, other TMC leaders as well. And Manik Bhattacharya's name, in fact, had already come out earlier as well, since the CBI had been carrying out the investigation. He had earlier been summoned by the CBI and he had been questioned with respect to the SSC scandal that had come to light. But now, what is interesting to note is, Abhishek, that Enforcement Directorate is looking into the money laundering bit of it. They are following the money trail of it, and that is why it is important to note that Manik Bhattacharya is being summoned in that particular matter. So the link between the kind of money that had been found in the residences of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee might be somewhere linked with the SSC scandal as well. So those are the kind of updates that we're picking up here on the ground. And as far as the interrogation is concerned, we had been learning since morning that Partha Chatterjee had still not been cooperating with the officials of the Enforcement Directorate. Arpita Mukherjee, on the other hand, had been giving the answers that the ED officials had been asking her. Earlier, they had been kept completely separately so that their statements can be recorded. But we are learning that they are expected to be interrogated jointly as well, so that they can be confronted with each other. They can be confronted with each other's statements, so that any discrepancies, if there are any, can also be pointed out and they can be asked questions on that as well.
Right, Priyanka, thank you so much for giving us all the updates on the investigation in the recruitment scam that's rocked Bengal and the Bengal government. Obviously, the questioning of the minister, Partha Chatterjee, continuing, and Partho to be questioned along with his aide Arpita as well. Priyanka there joining us from Kolkata. Let's move on to 1 minute reports, one on Kanwar Yatra and the other on the Gujarat hooch tragedy.
More than 3 crore devotees were reported to have taken waters from the Ganges in Haridwar back to their homes as part of the Kanwar Yatra this year. As the devotees returned to their homes, the Uttar Pradesh government encouraged the devotees along their journey, showering petals from helicopters in the state. The Yatra, however, witnessed some challenges this year as an incident of vandalization of graveyards by people donning saffron clothes was reported from UP's Bijnor.
2 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया। ये दोनों व्यक्ति, जिनका नाम कमाल और आदिल हैं, ये सगे भाई हैं। इन लोगों ने गेरुए रंग का पट्टा सर पे बांध रखा था तथा इनके द्वारा ये घटना कारित की गई थी।
The devotees are now expected to make their way home, often taking waters back home with them from the Ganges as they are helped by people along the way on their journey as the Yatra officially comes to an end. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, so let's go back to Priyanka. She's reporting live from... Okay, let's go to Priyanka for the Gujarat hooch tragedy, which she covers closely. Gujarat Chief Minister is to chair a high-level meeting today. In fact, after the tragedy really panned out and has taken a toll of 31 across Gujarat, particularly in Ahmedabad. Priyanka, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel calling a meeting, but the toll continues to rise. And there are, I believe, 50 plus more who are admitted to various hospitals. You think these numbers could be rising, Priyanka? And what all options before the Gujarat administration now?
Unfortunately, yes, Abhishek, because we have been tracking this story since the very beginning, since yesterday as well, when this story broke, that there were at least 18 people who had lost their life. And of course, since yesterday night, we have seen, unfortunately, that death toll number, in fact, increasing. Today morning, it had been around 28 people, but now we're learning, unfortunately, 31 people have lost their life in this very tragic hooch tragedy that has now come out of illicit liquor being supplied to several people. Now we are learning that 600 liters of this was actually being supplied, and it was already in the system, and that is why the number is increasing by the hour. We are seeing that this number is increasing, and as you very rightly pointed out, that there are more people who have been admitted into hospitals across, that is in Botad, in Bhavnagar, and also in Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, where these people had been shifted so that they can be given better medical treatments as well. And out of those, we are learning that at least 16 of them are more extremely critical right now, undergoing treatments both in Bhavnagar and in Ahmedabad. Now that being said, we are seeing the kind of actions being taken by the government machinery, including Harsh Sanghvi, who had chaired a very high-level meeting along with the DGP, Ashish Bhatia, and several other officials as well, senior IPS officers, and they had a video conference with the Commissioner of Police there as well in Bhavnagar, and there they had discussed about the investigation going forward. And we already know that the SIT has been formed by the Home Ministry, in fact, which is being headed by the IPS officer Subhash Trivedi, in fact, and he is going to Botad and he is taking stock of the situation right now. But they are telling us that they will be looking into this entire nexus of bootleggers who had been supplying this illicit liquor that has led to this kind of death toll that is even increasing by the hour. And the investigation is also being carried out with respect to who else had been involved in this supplying of liquor and who really had been in, because this is not just in the urban parts, Abhishek, this is in the remote villages from where these kind of incidents are coming to light, and that is why they had to be shifted from Botad, from the villages there to Bhavnagar and then to Ahmedabad subsequently as well. But the investigation is going on, and we are seeing that the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel also going to be chairing a very high-level meeting in the evening today, a little late in the evening, so that he can take stock of the situation, get updates on the situation of the patients, the medical conditions of the patients, and also how the investigation by the IPS officers is going as far as the bootleggers are also concerned.
Right, Priyanka, thank you so much. In fact, on that note, we will take a short break. But on the other side, more trouble for the opposition as 19 Rajya Sabha MPs suspended for unruly behavior. Also, opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud, but she goes on to blame the BJP.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान, लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते। उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
A day before he relinquished his post as the country's president, former President Ramnath Kovind was given a letter by the Prime Minister thanking him for his term as the country's first citizen. The Prime Minister stated that former President Kovind had set the highest standards of principles, probity, performance, sensitivity, and service during his tenure. In the letter, he later stated that as his term drew to an end, he and the entire nation saluted him and extended their deepest gratitude for their outstanding service as the President of the Republic. Former President Kovind reacted to the letter via a Twitter post stating that the Prime Minister's words had deeply touched him. He added that he took his kind and heartfelt words as a reflection of the love and respect fellow citizens had showered on him. The Prime Minister went on to laud his numerous actions, interventions, and speeches that represented and carried the beat of India to all corners of our country and the world. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
whenever you want. Republic Live Stream, with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Arpita's residence. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. More trouble for the opposition. 19 Rajya Sabha MP suspended for unruly behavior. Unprecedented chaos in the Rajya Sabha in the latest stunt. Papers were thrown at Rajya Sabha chair. Opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud. She goes on to blame the BJP. India pays tribute to its heroes. On the 23rd Kargil, Vijay Diwas to honor the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Kargil War of 1999. Republic Livestream matches the experience you get on TV. Republic Livestream lets you keep up with the news on the move. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream is with you everywhere. Log on to republicworld.com or simply sign in to your favorite OTT platform for more. All right, let's have a look at the big breaking coming in at this point of time. In a big boost for the armed forces, Indian Army to set up 4G and 5G based mobile cellular network of its own to be used in mountainous terrain at altitudes of up to 18,000 feet. And joining me is Gursimran. Gursimran is joining me for more. Gursimran, take us through this big move, which is apparently to counter the Chinese 5G network in the LAC region.
Yes, this is a big step. Yes, this is a big step that has been taken by the Indian Army, and Indian Army has issued an open RFI, that is a request for information, and has sought the details of the machine and the equipment that will be installed at the higher locations up to 18,000 feet. And Indian Army plans to set up the 4G and 5G network, mobile network of its own at an altitude of up to 18,000 feet. This is a big and a massive boost to the Indian Army deployed along the line of actual control, because this move is seen as a counter move to the China's plot of installing 5G network along the line of actual control. And there has been a regular demand of mobile connectivity at the areas very near to the line of actual control. And now a request, open request has been sent by the Indian Army, wherein some details of the specifications which is to be installed has been sought from the companies, from the manufacturers that will be installing the same. So strategically, this is a very important and a bold move by the Indian side. We have seen how India has done a mirror deployment when the clashes between the Indian side and the PLA took place in Galwan, and now this move is also seen as a counter move to the China's move of installing the 5G network in the areas near to line of actual control.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us. Up this big move, Army to set up these networks there near the LAC region, a big move to counter China. And a great news coming in on Kargil, Vijay, Diwas viewers. All right, the big story today, the other work story we have been tracking the entire day is as part of the disciplinary action, 19 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha for quote-unquote a misconduct. Well, the MPs were suspended from the upper house of the Parliament for the remaining part of the week after they reached the well of the house, protesting, demanding discussions on the issues of inflation and the recent GST rate hike. Here's what Union Minister Anurag Thakur had to say and the other political reactions coming in.
रूल्स के अनुसार अगर चेयरमैन ने राज्यसभा में और स्पीकर ने लोकसभा में निर्णय लिए हैं तो निर्णय सदन के ऐसे बाकी मेंबर्स के हित में भी और सदन के हित में लिए हैं जो देश के कोने कोने से चुनकर आते हैं लोगों के और देश के हितों को उठाने के लिए। अगर कांग्रेस के पास मुद्दा नहीं है, कांग्रेस चर्चा में भाग नहीं लेना चाहती, तो वो उनका अपना पल है, लेकिन बाकियों के सदन में रुकावटें क्यों पैदा करते हैं, अवरोध क्यों पैदा करती हैं? बाकी सदन के सदस्य चर्चा करना चाहते हैं और मुझे लगता है चर्चा किसी भी विषय पर हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
जो देश में सोच है उस सोच को एक जनप्रतिनिधि होने के नाते हमें सदन के अंदर उठाने का हक है। हम 267 के अंडर में चर्चा चाह रहे थे, पूरा सदन का बिजनेस सस्पेंड करके, पर ये दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया। हम बार बार मांगते रहे और हमारी इस मांग को चेयर ने ना ही खारिज कर दिया, हमें सस्पेंड भी कर दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि देश की जनता ये समझे कि 19 सांसदों को राज्यसभा से विलंबित किया गया पूरे हफ्ते के लिए, क्योंकि हमने महंगाई और जीएसटी पे चर्चा करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन का काम ही ये होता है कि देश हित में या जनता की जो पीड़ा है उसको लेकर बोलना, उसके लिए आज हम सस्पेंड हैं।
MPs from DMK party are being suspended. See, the genuine demand of the opposition parties was to have a debate on the price rise. Why the government is running away from that, we do not know. When the members were insisting upon their demand, instead of convincing them or the government yielding, they have used their force, their power, and have suspended 19 members, out of which 6 are from DMK.
Will you continue?
No, but we will not. We will not. First of all, they should revoke the suspension. This is not the way in a parliamentary democracy, where members have every right to raise their voice. Their voices should be heard. The government should relent sometime or other. They cannot be always strong in their rigidity cannot be admitted.
Will you continue to protest in this similar fashion?
Yes, yes, of course. First of all, their suspension has to be revoked. Then only other business.
कुछ माननीय सांसदों को सदन की कार्रवाई से इस हफ्ते के लिए सस्पेंड करना पड़ा। माननीय चेयरमैन ने हमारी दरख्वास्त को हाउस के वोट के लिए रखा और हाउस ने निर्णय लिया कि जो माननीय सदस्य हाउस को चलने नहीं दे रहे हैं, सदन की कार्रवाई में बाधा डाल रहे हैं, उनको इस हफ्ते के लिए सस्पेंड किया जाए। हमने कई बार सदन में भी और सदन के बाहर भी इस बात को रखा है कि सरकार हर विषय पे चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। महंगाई पे भी सरकार अब चर्चा करना चाहती है। हम बताना चाहते हैं कैसे बड़े अहम कदम सरकार ने उठाए जिससे भारत में बाकी देशों के निस्बत महंगाई कम रही है। हम बताना चाहते हैं कैसे जीएसटी काउंसिल में आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस, केरल की कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीज, डीएमके, ये सभी पार्टीज ने, टीआरएस, ये सभी पार्टीज ने मिलके सर्वसम्मति से जो निर्णय लिए उसके ऊपर भी सदन को नहीं चलने दे रहे। और मैं समझता हूँ कि विपक्ष भाग रही है चर्चा से, क्योंकि वो समझ गई है कि उनके ऊपर जो जिम्मेदारी थी, जो कर्तव्य था, उसमें वो पूरी तरीके से फेल हुए।
Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu has resigned from the post of AG, and in fact the resignation letter has been addressed to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. In that letter, Anmol Ratan Sidhu has mentioned that due to some personal reasons he will not be able to pursue as Advocate General of Punjab, and that is the reason he is filing his resignation to Punjab Chief Minister. But on the other side, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has not accepted that resignation so far, despite having several meetings with AG, just because this resignation has been tendered on 19th of July. But so far, Punjab Chief Minister has not accepted this resignation. And in fact, from our sources, we have learned that there are some kind of issues regarding the appointment in AG office, due to which Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu has resigned from his post after making certain kind of statements. But now, after speaking to Republic TV, Anmol Ratan Sidhu quoted that he is very loyal to Aam Aadmi Party as well as to Punjab government. Whenever the party or the government require him, he will always be available.
Lots more coming up on the other side, viewers. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerges in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Arpatha's residence. And the Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. Stay tuned.
More details emerge in mega political corruption case. Cash scam diary out, but Partha still in TMC. Will the cash scam diary expose the big fish in the scam? Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
They are saying that they are ready to work anywhere except in the Kashmir Valley.
Congress in prayer taking their MLAs to Raipur.
The opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
July 26th, the Kargil Vijay Diwas is observed in remembrance of the martyred warriors from the 1999 Kargil conflict. On this date in 1999, the Indian Army said that all occupied areas in Kabul on the Indian side had been liberated from Pakistani forces and intrusion. Several events are being held across the country to mark the day. The Indian Army held a wreath-laying ceremony at the Balidan Stamp in Jammu to pay tribute to the soldiers who lost their lives in the war. As the day marks the historic victory of the Indian Armed Forces in Operation Vijay 1999, PM Modi paid tribute to brave hearts on Kargil Vijay Diwas. While paying tribute to the PM said that Vijay Diwas is a symbol of pride and glory of Ma Bharati and also salutes to all the brave sons who are serving for the country. A black diary with explosive details has now been recovered by ED in the Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee recruitment scam case. The diary contains information about collection agents and collection centers list with names of illegal recruits. A recent development in the SSC scam involves the West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee's continued refusal to cooperate with the probe. According to Republic TV, Arpita Mukherjee, a close friend of Chatterjee, and his comments is being recorded independently by the ED. The model-turned-actor is currently incarcerated. Rahul Gandhi has been detained today after he led a protest and sat on a road in the national capital while his mother Sonia Gandhi was being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Rahul Gandhi and the other Congress MPs had gathered at Vijay Chowk to march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan to draw the president's attention to the alleged misuse of agencies by the government. According to the Indian Olympic Association, star Indian javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra will not be taking part in the Commonwealth Games 2022 in the Birmingham due to an injury sustained during the finals of the World Athletics Championship in Oregon. Recently, he had won a silver medal at World Athletics Championship in Oregon. According to the sources, Delhi LG VK Saxena has ordered suspension of 6 MCD officials on graft charges for abusing official position. The sources also said that complaints of corruption against the officials of the MCD, the Delhi government and the Delhi Development Authority are being decided singularly on merit. Senior Congress leader Margaret Alva, the opposition's candidate for VP election, allegedly fell prey to cyber fraud. Even as she pinned the blame on BJP, she addressed the government-owned telecommunication company MTNL and BSNL and complained that she was unable to make or receive calls after speaking to some BJP leaders about her candidature.
Key bills to be tabled, but opposition creates chaos instead. Non-stop ruckus to distract from real issues. 19 opposition MPs suspended. Who intends to disrupt the parliament? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, as a nation remembers of war heroes who laid down their lives in Kargil war, here's a special report on how the nation paid homage to the fallen heroes. Take a look.
कारगिल में विजय भारत के वीर बेटे बेटियों के अदम्य साहस की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत के संकल्पों की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत के सामर्थ्य और संयम की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय भारत की मर्यादा और अनुशासन की जीत थी। कारगिल में विजय प्रत्येक देशवासी की उम्मीदों और कर्तव्य परायणता की जीत थी।
we are celebrating our 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas, and pictures of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh paying tributes. And right behind me, that's the very Amar Jawan Jyoti where the tributes were paid. Wreath laying ceremony took place.
Viewers, the Bengal cash scam keeps exploding. Right now, I want to go across to my colleague Shravan Sen, who will get us the day's most exclusive story. Shravan, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Shivangi. On This Is Exclusive, a story that we have been tracking right from day one with all exclusives. Once again, we're getting to you stunning details of the investigation that is underway in West Bengal. Up first, these are the headlines we're going to track. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Orpita's residence. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another Trinamool Congress MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. Vadra Congress resorts to massive drama. Rahul Gandhi detained as Sonia's quizzing underway. After 2 consecutive suicide cases, another alleged suicide case reported in Tamil Nadu's Cuddalore district. Shortly after submitting his resignation to the Punjab Chief Minister, Punjab Attorney General Anmol Ratan Sidhu speaks to Republic. Tonight on this edition of This Is Exclusive, we're getting you a story that we've been tracking very closely. Right from day one, when the searches were basically carried out in the state of West Bengal, we were the first to tell you that there were wads of cash that were found from Orpita Mukherjee, alleged close associate of former Education Minister Partho Chatterjee. We were the first to tell you that yes, there is an envelope with a Ministry of Education insignia that was recovered from Orpita's residence. Tonight, we're getting you more developments in that very case. I would say a sensational development in the Bengal cash scam case. The Enforcement Directorate has now recovered a black diary from West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee's aide, Orpita Mukherjee's residence. The diary has set to bear explosive details pertaining to the SSC recruitment scam. Republic has now learnt that this diary has information pertaining to the names of illegal recruits who need to be included in the merit list, as well as how much money would be passed from what location. In fact, we've got the entire seizure list. In that, 2 significant developments. One about that very packet that was recovered from Orpita Mukherjee's residence, which had the insignia of the Ministry of Education. We had the video, but we did not know what was inside that envelope. The document that has been accessed by Republic TV tells us that 5 lakh rupees, you've heard it right, 5 lakh rupees was recovered from that very packet that was found from Arpita Mukherjee's residence. The other big development happens to be a black diary. Last evening we told you that they had recovered. Tonight we're telling you the full details. What exactly is there in that particular black diary? We'll try and go across to my colleague Priyanka, who's been also tracking the story very closely. Priyanka, everyone wants to know what's there in that black diary. Last evening we had reported that this diary was recovered. At that point in time we did not know what was there. Tonight we have full details of what's inside that particular diary, and also the recovery that was made from Arpita's residence with regards to a packet with the Ministry of Education insignia, and the documents now indicating that 5 lakh rupees, that's the amount that was recovered. I am also joined by my colleague, a senior editor from the Republic newsroom. Moyuk is joining us, but let me come to you first, Priyanka. The details that is emerging right now in the case, and then I'll go across to Moyuk for further details.
Well, that's right, Shravan. You've pointed it out as to what's really happened with the investigation so far as well, because we have been seeing that the raids that had been conducted on the residence of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well, and the kind of seizures that had been made, the seizure list as well that we have exclusively accessed, and we have seen how the kind of questioning as well that was being done. And another telling sign of the kind of investigation that will be done going forward by the Enforcement Directorate is the summons that has also been sent to Manik Bhattacharya, who is another TMC MLA, but also importantly that he has been the ex-president of the West Bengal Education Board as well, and now we are seeing the kind of investigation and the interrogation being done by the ED with respect to the money laundering and the kind of seizures that had been made. Now we had been learning since morning that Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee's statements were being recorded separately, and then they were supposed to be jointly interrogated. They were to be confronted. They are going to be in fact confronted with each other's statements. They are going to be asked about the documents that you rightly pointed out that had the insignia of the West Bengal government, and that is why we are seeing the kind of links that the ED is finding out between Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. They had tried to create this distance. Partha Chatterjee had tried to create, the TMC in fact has also tried to create the distance between this entire scandal that has broken out. But now we are seeing more and more names of the TMC that is coming out, including Manik Bhattacharya, who has been summoned for tomorrow to the Enforcement Directorate. But apart from that, he had also been called by the CBI earlier, and he had been interrogated. He had been questioned about this entire scandal earlier as well. As far as the ED is concerned, they are looking into the money laundering probe. They're looking at the dubious financial transactions that were being carried out, and of course the kind of cash that has been recovered from Arpita's house, how it is the proceeds of crime from this entire scandal, and also how this cash was being laundered via several companies, and how Partha Chatterjee in fact with the help of Arpita Mukherjee had been amassing huge properties as well and lining his own pockets when it comes to the entire scandal that had also come out. So all of that is under the purview of the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate as of now, and of course tomorrow explosive details also might come out with respect to the SSC scandal and the link between the dubious financial transactions with respect to Manik Bhattacharya's questioning his summons in fact, and how he will be questioned about the link of this entire investigation.
Let me also bring in my colleague Moyuk, who's been tracking the story very closely. Moyuk, a lot of details now emerging. One, from the questioning of Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. I'm given to understand, Moyuk, that both of them were brought together. Questioning has actually taken place. And also one very interesting detail that's emerging, Moyuk, that is with regards to a joint property bought back in the year 2012. I'm told that Partha Chatterjee bought it, but it is in the name of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Now that's going to be a massive clincher for the Enforcement Directorate. What more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely, Shravan. The more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet. When we started this investigation, we started this entire coverage, we saw that 23 crore rupees, 22 and 50 lakh rupees were seized by the Enforcement Directorate. But then the Enforcement Directorate admitted in court that it's not about 23 crore rupees only, it's about more than 100 crore rupees. Along with that, movable and immovable properties worth crores of rupees. While doing our investigation, while sending our reporters in several places, we not just came across properties, beauty salons, homes, apartments, as well as joint properties of Arpita Mukherjee as well as Partha Chatterjee, but also properties linked to Partha Chatterjee's relatives also. That is also under the scanner of the officers, as well as Arpita Mukherjee, who has always been a very high-profile demeanor. We have seen Arpita Mukherjee joining hands, shaking hands with one of the top political personalities, the circuit in Bengal, and along with that, she used to maintain a very costly lifestyle. And all things are also coming under the radar. Partha Chatterjee and Arpita's involvement, the financial transaction, that is what the ED officers are curiously monitoring. What Priyanka said about the black diary, along with a pocket diary, that is also under monitoring, and the investigating officers are calling decoders who can decode all the cryptic writings, the text, the numericals, all these things that has been written in the diary. And most importantly, my colleague Priyanka is also investigating in this entire thing. There are certain names in Bengali that will also be under the scanner. The certain names, certain prefixes are there, which are really bringing curiosity out. And most importantly, the monetary transaction in the last 5 years. Also, a very important thing that is also that what we are getting in from our sources is that Partha Chatterjee's election affidavit of 2021 election. Partha Chatterjee is a sitting minister as well as the Trinamool Secretary General. So Partha Chatterjee's election affidavit will also be under the scanner, and that will also be tallied with the Caesar list from Partha Chatterjee's home, the Caesar list from Arpita Mukherjee's home. Arpita Mukherjee's home had a lot of files, evidence, and most importantly, the envelopes where clearly the insignia, the government insignia was seen. The logo of the education department was there. Education department's name and designations were there. So all these things is going to create trouble for Partha Chatterjee as well as other influentials who may get into the radar, because we have broken the story in Republic Bangla where Manik Bhattacharya, also one of the portfolio members of Education Department, and an MLA, the MLA from Nadia, he has also been summoned. So another TMC MLA has been summoned. Shravan, this specific case where 13 people are primarily involved, 13 people are primarily accused, this may create a huge thing for the Trinamool Congress as well as for the sitting government, because of the fact that this is not just about 23 crore rupees. This is not just about 2 people getting arrested. The main thing is going to be started in the evening. However, according to the court order, Arpita cannot be interrogated after 9 p.m. but Partha Chatterjee can. So Partha Chatterjee's prolonged interrogation is going to be some evidence clincher. And Partha Chatterjee is also naming a few people. That is also very interesting, and that is what we are getting in from our sources, is that Partha Chatterjee is naming very influential people also. So whether these people are politically connected, whether these people are also in charge of the monetary involvement, that will also be part of the investigation. Back to Shravan.
Let me also bring in Priyanka right now. Priyanka, with regards to what has basically transpired in the court so far, the Enforcement Directorate has certainly got a shot in the arm with the kind of recoveries that they have made. But it turns out that more and more number of people are now being called in for questioning. What's the latest update that you're getting?
Well, the fact of the matter is, Shravan, the kind of legal arguments that had been presented before the court by the Enforcement Directorate really told us the kind of trajectory of the investigation that is being carried out now with respect to Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. Of course, the seizures that had been made are, of course, going to be something that will be used to interrogate Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. And the documents itself that had been seized, that you have rightly pointed out, had the West Bengal government insignia. Now, that is also another very very crucial piece of evidence which is also going to be used for interrogation of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well. Now this has been mentioned in the court during the time that ED had been seeking remand for Arpita Mukherjee. Just yesterday we have seen that the Enforcement Directorate had talked about all of these points inside of the courtroom and had said that this is why they need the custody of Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee as well. And as you had been pointing out since morning as well, Shravan, that both of the accused would be also interrogated together so that they can be confronted together. And of course 9 days of custody as of now that both of the accused have been given to for Enforcement Directorate and for them to carry out this questioning. But apart from that, the investigation is also getting wider. We have seen that more names that were emerging. Now this has also been mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate inside of the courtroom, where they said that this is not just Partha Chatterjee as well. And of course we have seen that another name of the TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has also come to light, who had been the ex-president, who is in fact the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board. And that is why we see a very crucial link now that will perhaps also emerge with respect to the dubious financial transactions, the money laundering charges, but also the SSC scandal that had been investigated, that was being investigated, and the line of questioning that was done by the CBI earlier with Manik Bhattacharya and Partha Chatterjee as well. So we see a very crucial point of this investigation emerging by the Enforcement Directorate, and of course we see that the Enforcement Directorate has 8 more days, and perhaps more information will come out with respect to this entire scandal and the financial transactions that were being done by Partha Chatterjee.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanka, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. In a short while from now, we'll be coming up with our ground investigation, a story that you perhaps cannot miss. Let's move on to the other big story on This Is Exclusive. This is coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. In the last 2 weeks alone, the state of Tamil Nadu has witnessed 3 alleged suicides of students. The third case has been reported in the Kargil district, wherein a 12th standard student was found dead. A case of suspicious death registered by the police, and further investigation is on. This comes just a day after a class 12 student of a higher secondary school in Tiruvallur district was found dead at her hostel. Republic brings you the report on the consecutive death by suicides, along with the grief-stricken family in Tiruvallur suicide case.
Another incident of a school suicide has now surfaced in the state of Tamil Nadu in Kadalur district. In Virudhachalam municipality, a class 12 girl called Sivagami has hanged herself to death at her house when her parents were not there. When the parents returned to the house, they were in shock to see their child hanging. When the relatives and the neighbors rushed to the spot, the parents have immediately arranged for a funeral, which has now created suspicions. When the police got to know about the incident, they rushed to the spot, retrieved the body of the girl, and is now sent it to postmortem for further investigation. The Virudhachalam police, who are now investigating the case, say that there is suspicion in the matter, and they are trying to figure out different angles associated to this, whether it was a familial dispute or any other reasons that could have led to the girl taking such a huge, big decision of her life. And the parents at the same time say that the girl was depressed for quite some time now because she was unable to focus on her studies. But the investigation report is awaited to get to know more about what really happened. As we know that the Tiruvallur incident has definitely shook the state, the second consecutive suicide of a class 12 girl has been, creating a huge issue in the state, where you can see that the postmortem has now been completed and the body has been handed over to the family of the girl, and the family has finally, after huge arguments and discussions with the MLA, Vijay, finally have accepted to take the body of the girl, and they are apparently now going to their hometown, their native place, Tirutani, where the final rites will be performed for the deceased girl. As this is now an issue that has now been going on in the state for a while, and the Madras High Court has also asked to the CBCID to take over the investigation. The CBCID officials are also here taking over handling the investigation, and right now you can see so many police personnel, more than 100 police officers, and you can see the task force also, more than 500 personnel have have been deployed here. They're all taking care of the whole area in Tiruvallur district in the GH, in front of the GH, so that a law and order situation does not happen once again like it happened last week in Kallakurichi. To avoid such kind of law and order issues, extreme number of task force and police force have been deployed here, and now they will also be continuing the security until Tirutani, where the girl's house is, and until the final rites are performed. The police are saying that there will be complete security tightened so that the law and order is under control, and this is the situation that we are picking up from Tirutani.
என் பொண்ணு பேசல நைட்டு நாங்கள் ஃபோன் பண்ணோமே 9 மணிக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணோம். எங்கள் மருமக ஃபோன் பண்ணா பேசினால பேச்சு இது போல் அண்ணி எனக்கு கைடு ஒன்று அண்ணின்னா சரி நான் வாங்கிட்டு வரமான்னாங்க. போன வாரம் போய் பீஸ் கட்டி வந்தாங்க. 6000 ரூபாய் திரும்ப பீஸ் கட்டி வந்தாங்க. ஆம்பளை முன்னாடி போய் இந்த வாரம் நான் வரமான்னு சொல்லிச்சு. அதுக்குள்ளே என்ன பண்ணாங்க, 2வது வாட்டி கைடு என்ன நம்பருன்னு கேட்கலான்ட்டு மறுபடியும் ஃபோன் பண்ணாங்க. மறுபடியும் ஃபோன் பண்ண சிஸ்டர் திட்டினாங்க. திட்டத்துக்கெல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணால் எங்கள் மச்சின் பொண்ணு பயந்துட்டு வச்சுட்டா போன இது போல் சிஸ்டருங்க திட்டுறாங்க. அதுக்குள்ளே ஃபோனே பேசல வச்சுட்டு ஓட்டா பயந்துன்னு என்ன பண்ணாங்களோ என்னன்னு தெரியல. அதுக்குள்ளே அந்த குழந்தை அடிச்சுட்டுக்கிறாங்கம்மா. குழந்தை உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஃபோன் வருமானு அடிச்சுக்கிறாங்க. அந்த கண்ணத்தில் பிடிச்சி அடிச்சுக்கிறாங்க. அது குழந்தை ஊந்துட்டுக்குதுமா பிடிச்சிம்மா குழந்தைக்கு. அதனால அகலே துணியை திரும்ப கட்டி அப்படி வச்சுட்டாங்க. ஓனியோட இவ்வளோ தில்லுமா குழந்தை ஓனி எடுத்து கட்டி விட்டுறாங்க. மேலே இருந்து ஊந்துச்சுன்றாங்க. மேலே இருந்து ஊந்தா குழந்தை கை கல்லனா உடையணும். எதனா ஒன்று எதுவுமே இல்லை, சின்ன கீரலோட இல்லை. மறுபடியும் பூச்சி கச்சிருச்சான்றாங்க. பூச்சி கச்சா இளம்பரம் பத்திரமா இல்லை. அப்பா அம்மாவுக்கு இளம்பரமே பத்தலை. மொத்த கலெக்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து மொத்தம் சொல்லிட்டு போலீஸ்காரங்க வந்த பிறகு தான் எங்களுக்கு தகவல்.
They say that only because she was hit on her forehead, the girl has lost her life, and they have faked the suicide. They allege that they have faked the suicide by tying her to the roof, and it is a very bad situation that the family is going on. And this is right now very exclusive to Republic that they say that the parents are the family of the girl. She is also a relative of the girl. She is her father's younger brother's wife, and she says that this is definitely murder. They are alleging that it is murder, and they want justice for the girl. They do not want any kind of government jobs or any other money or compensation or ex gratia that the government is offering. They only want justice for the girl is what the family is telling us. So we'll have to see how the CBCID investigation goes on in this, and what kind of reports that they come out with. Will this little girl who's lost her life get justice or not is the biggest question here. Vashni Ramu along with camera person Dilip for Republic from Chennai.
மாணவியருக்கு பால்வியல் ரீதியாகவோ மன ரீதியாகவோ உடல் ரீதியாகவோ தொல்லை தரக்கூடிய எத்தகைய இழி செயல் நடந்தாலும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு நிச்சயமாக சொல்கிறேன் வேடிக்கை பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உறுதியான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும். குற்றவாளிகளை சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தி உடனடியாக அதற்குரிய தண்டனையை பெற்றுத்தரும். எந்த சூழலிலும் தற்கொலை எண்ணத்துக்கு மாணவிகள் தள்ளப்படக்கூடாது. இந்த இடத்துக்கு நீங்கள் வந்திருக்கிறீர்கள் என்று சொன்னால் எத்தனையோ சோதனைகளை கடந்துதான் இங்கே நீங்கள் வந்திருக்கிறீங்க. சோதனைகளை சாதனைகளாக்கி வளர்ந்தாகும்.
On the other side, the outgoing Punjab Attorney General spoke to Republic TV soon after the resignation.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu, who was appointed by the Aam Aadmi Party government in March, tendered his resignation today. In his resignation letter sent to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, Anmol Ratan Sidhu cited personal reasons as the cause. But Republic held an exclusive conversation with him regarding the same. Listen into what he had to say.
2 लाइनों में दिया मैंने रेजिग्नेशन सारा कि मैं पर्सनल रीजन से कारण आई कैन नॉट कंटिन्यू विद द पोस्ट एंड इट इज़ हम्बली रिक्वेस्टेड टू द ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर टू एक्सेप्ट दिस। ये 19 तारीख से ये सारी बात चल रही थी, तो आज भी कल भी जैसे भी है, तो फिर मैंने कहा भी चलो इट इज़ दिया हुआ है, तो मैंने कहा कि मैं अपील भी कर दूं पब्लिकली, है ना, प्रेस के थ्रू कि मेरा रेजिग्नेशन एक्सेप्ट कर लो और मेरे को छुट्टी दो। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि छुट्टी टोटल दो, तो बाकी मैं कोई और कामों के लिए मेरी जहाँ ज़रूरत हुई तो मैं वहाँ करूँगा। कोई ऐसी
19 तारीख को आपने रेजिग्नेशन फाइल कर दिया था, उसके बाद चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ कोई मीटिंग हुई किसी ब्यूरोक्रेट किसी पॉलिटिशियन के साथ?
मेरी होती डेली होती है, इवन नाउ आल्सो मैं चलता रहता है, बातें तो होती रहती है।
रेजिग्नेशन के बारे में भी चर्चा हुई, उन्होंने रोका, कुछ हुआ ऐसा?
नहीं, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं हुई। वो कहा मेरे को नहीं तो फिर मैंने कहा जब मेरे रीजंस ही पर्सनल है तो फिर आदमी थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस के साथ कह सकता है कि ये एक्सेप्ट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, live and breaking with my colleague, our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor.
Thank you, Shawan, and let's hit the ground running with the headlines. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Arpita's residence. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has now been summoned. More trouble for the opposition. 19 Rajya Sabha MPs suspended for unruly behavior in Parliament. Unprecedented chaos in the Rajya Sabha. In the latest stunt, papers were thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair. Opposition Vice President candidate Margaret Alva duped in cyber fraud, but she goes on to blame the BJP. India pays tribute to its heroes on 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas to honor the soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the Kargil War of 1999. All right, breaking news development coming in connection with our defense forces. It's a big Modi government push to enhance India's defense capabilities to minimize the casualties of forces on the LAC and along the LOC. And during close combat, during counter-terrorism operations, the Modi government has accorded acceptance of necessity of acquisition to bulletproof jackets with Indian standard BS6 level of protection. To combat the current complex paradigms of conventional and hybrid warfare at LAC and eastern border, the government has given approval for induction of 4 lakh close quarter battle carbines, among other stuff. Let's go to Gursimran, who's reporting live from Jammu on the development. Gursimran, very important decisions being taken there on the 23rd anniversary of the Kargil War, when India is paying homage to its soldiers on the Kargil Vijay Diwas. Important development there. Please tell us details of what the decision is and how it's going to impact defense preparedness of our forces along our borders.
Important decisions that have been taken by the Modi government and the acceptance of necessity that has been given by the Modi government. This pertains to, first is the acquisition of the bulletproof jackets of the BIS 6 standard, that is the Indian standard for the bulletproof jackets, for the safety of the Jawans that have been deployed along the line of control and line of actual control. Apart from that, the acceptance has already been, accord has been sanctioned for the procurement of 4 lakh close quarter battle carbines for the Indian Army and the defense forces that have been deployed along the line of actual control and the line of control with Pakistan. The third decision that has been taken by the government is according the acceptance for the drones, that is swarm drones for the Indian Army. This is to enhance the capabilities of the Indian Army deployed in the LOC as well as the line of actual control. And all three decisions are very important, keeping in view the tactical challenges that the Indian Army is facing when it comes to the line of control with the Pakistan and line of actual control, the prevailing situation with the China, because we have seen that since Galwan clashes, India has been into improving its defense capabilities, and this move by the Indian side, a major push by the Modi government, is seen in that direction only, that the Indian government wants to empower the security forces, the Indian Army on ground, so that any nefarious design of the enemy can be foiled. Yes, Abhishek.
Joining us on this special broadcast is senior leader of the Trinamool Congress, Shushmita Dev. She's now in the eye of the storm. Ms. Shushmita Dev, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. You're joining us on a day where we've seen a massive ruckus taking place inside the parliament. I want to start by asking you, what exactly happened inside the parliament today? If the issue was essentially about price rise, how did it end up with suspension on 19 MPs?
You see, we have been moving a notice, which is the appropriate procedure in Parliament, to say that let us debate and discuss and hear the government on price rise, which is a burning issue. And of course, the way the GST has been implemented on many essential basic commodities, consumables that a common man uses through packaged goods. Now, repeatedly, that request is being denied. And there is no plausible reason why. First, we were told that no, it is a discretion of the chair. Then they said the finance minister is not well. She has COVID. We agreed that it's not fair to expect her to come. But any other minister can hear the debate and reply to it. For instance, the commerce minister or any other senior minister could reply. But repeatedly to deny a burning issue that is impacting the nation in Parliament goes against the basic tenets of democracy. And for us to stand back and allow that is dereliction of our duty as leaders of the opposition. That's the reason we raised our voices, and the order came from the chair saying, why are you all protesting? But we stand strongly firm that it is our right to debate and discuss in Parliament the burning issues, and we will not move away from that. And let me tell you that most of the opposition parties had a similar demand. So I don't think that it is ruckus like you're showing on your scroll. It is a democratic right to demand a discussion, which we have been continuously demanding. It makes a mockery of the parliamentary system, which is repeatedly happening in this parliament since BJP came to power.
You know, Ms. Sushmita Dev, there are visuals of the Rajya Sabha clearly showing that the MPs were not just creating a ruckus. Now, you're taking umbrage because I'm calling it a ruckus because I'm qualifying it. Hear me out. When you are essentially seeing papers being thrown at, but seated themselves on the steps of the well in the Rajya Sabha house. Now, I need to ask you this. Is this how discussions are essentially to be held? Do you really think that the outrage is essentially legitimate when the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Harivansh, has only enforced Rule 256, which says that the Chairman, if he deems it necessary, name a member who disregards the authority of the Chair, following which a motion can be passed in the House to suspend a member?
You see, it is one thing to say that it's the authority of the chair, but every authority comes with a duty, Mr. Sen, and that duty is to let the parliamentarians discuss and debate what is ailing the nation. If it is repeatedly denied, if those rights are repeatedly denied, what is it you expect us to do? On the one hand, people say, where is the opposition? Why are they not raising their voice? You know, the Modi government is getting away scot-free with price rise, with diesel and petrol prices going to the rooftop, LPG gas cylinder prices going to the rooftop. Now, what could be a plausible reason? I ask you, if you were inside the parliament and you are asking for a debate on price rise, don't you think that the way the discretion of the chair is being used is unfair to the opposition? No, it is our right. It is our right. It is an age-old principle in Parliament that the opposition must have its say, and of course the Treasury bench always has its say because of the sheer numbers. That's democracy. If you repeatedly, session after session, you deny us our right, what happens? Let me give you one example. You saw the kind of protests that happened between when the farm laws were being introduced, debate and bulldozed. Ultimately, what happened? The opposition was proved right. Prime Minister had to take back those laws. If he had listened to the opposition and acceded to our demand of what we were saying, then the Prime Minister wouldn't have faced the embarrassment that he did nationally. That speaks volumes about the way the Parliament is functioning.
Ms. Dev, you are certainly regarded as a very sincere politician, someone who sticks to the rule book. I want to ask you this question because what you really hear from the BJP is that they say that where was democracy when the 7 parliamentarians from the Rajya Sabha were suspended back in March 2010 when they protested against Hamid Ansari for tabling a women's reservation bill. So the question is, in the manner in which you raise the question. Once again, let me tell you this. I'm not saying that the opposition should not. Of course, the opposition should be raising questions. But the question is the manner in which it is done. Are you disrespecting the chair?
See, the greatest disrespect to the parliamentary system is to suspend democracy. You have suspended parliamentary democracy, and it's happening repeatedly. If you want to compare it to some instance where 7 BJP members were suspended when a bill was tabled, then I rest my case that they too believed in that kind of protest. So at least they should not be the ones criticizing us. See, in parliamentary democracy, you cannot speak against the chair. So I would not like to speak against the chair on a TV debate. But please believe me, Mr. Sen, when I say this has become a pattern. They have almost turned the parliamentary procedure it's almost defunct. Repeatedly we are denied. Repeatedly denied our space, denied our right. And for us to sit there as mute spectators is a greater disservice to democracy, and that's what we think. At least the people who are watching us today should know that price rise, which is breaking the backbone of the common man, is the issue we are fighting for inside, and we are not fighting for some personal issue. This is the duty of the opposition, and I stand strong and I stand tall in saying that demand stands. There should be an immediate discussion on price rise. And why is the government fearful? They have the numbers in parliament. Tell us, give us an explanation. And if they speak, the nation also finds out that what is the reason they can't control prices. The same government that said, "Bahut hui mehengai ki maar, ab ki baar Modi sarkar," they should have the courage to reply to price rise. What are they avoiding? What are they scared of?
One final question, Ms. Dev, I would like to ask you is with regards to the productivity. The Rajya Sabha has essentially seen just 25% of the productivity this session, and you say that this is unfair to suspend 19 parliamentarians for raising questions in the Parliament. You say that we will protest inside and outside the Parliament. Do you really think that this is perhaps in the best interest of the tax-paying citizens? Because at the end of the day, for the tax-paying citizens, they are going to see the visuals that you see right now on the screens, which are essentially going to raise this question. Irrespective of the political parties, Ms. Dev, at the end of the day, for any citizen like us, we are going to look at our parliamentarians who are representing us, who are inside the well, those placards, those dharnas that are basically taking place. I just want you to respond to the tax-paying citizens that do you really think that this was the justified form of protest?
See, Mr. Sen, what is a greater disservice to a country, with a democratic country, which is government of the people, for the people, by the people? I want to tell those people, do you want us to sit in the parliament as mute spectators while they bulldoze us and don't let us speak? You're talking about wasting public money. Those of you who watch parliamentary procedure, they have brought a bill, weapons of mass destruction, prohibition of unlawful activities 2005, which is a 2-line bill, and they're debating it for three days because there is nothing productive that the government is doing. Would the government not be doing a greater service to this nation by debating price rise and discussing how and why that this country is being put through that dilemma? Well, why? I think that would be more productive. So what is productive is also subjective, and it must be out there. The jury is out there to say what is productive. We think it is far more productive to debate a burning issue than a bill which can be easily debated and passed over 2 hours is being dragged in parliament for three days. They have no government business because they're avoiding it, they're dragging it only to avoid the debate on price rise, and that is wrong. That is wrong, and I stand by that. So I want to tell the taxpayers that what we are fighting for is your right. The fact that you feel cornered by this government, the fact that you are suffering price rise, and the fact that the people of this country are being now subjected to GST from the back door on very basic commodities. This is what's ailing the nation, and this is what we are fighting for.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Shushmita Dev, for putting this into perspective. It's always a pleasure having you on our show.
Thank you.
For almost 6 hours till now, so she will leave from ED office shortly. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for more updates on the interim president interrogation.
Polls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days. A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो
All right, pictures coming in of Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi leaving the Office of Enforcement Directorate in Delhi after having been questioned for almost 4 hours now. Let's go to Harsha. She is reporting live from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Harsha, almost 6 hours of questioning. Any details that you could share with viewers as to what all was asked of Sonia Gandhi and what all Enforcement Directorate wants to verify in the National Herald's case?
Exactly. Today the interrogation and the questioning and grilling which happened with Mrs. Gandhi was clearly different from the last one. The last time when she was called on 21st July. Today the set of questions which were prepared for Sonia Gandhi were regarding the Dotex company, the shell company of Kolkata, and also the loan and the check and documentation evidence if Sonia Gandhi or the Congress anyways have of the loan which they have given to AJ. But today also she was clearly not answering well and she was not feeling well also. She was given a 1 hour break today, but also after that today 6 hours questioning has happened. Though she has submitted some documents with ED giving the documentation of the National Herald, which in 2008 told that because it's in debt, therefore the newspaper couldn't be published by AJL. So all those documents were bought by Sonia Gandhi, which she has given to ED official. But today the grilling happened for 6 hours and it was different clearly as told by our ED officers, ED sources by the last time. Today she was grilled extensively and today intensively she was again and again being answered about the connection between AGL and YIL Young India Limited and how being the 38% share partner she didn't know anything about the takeover of assets of AGL by Young India. So these were the questions which were asked today. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was also today till 6 hours in the premises of ED office along with her lawyer also. So today after 6 hours of questioning today the day has ended for Mrs. Gandhi, but today overall she was in a tough spot. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us. Sonia Gandhi questioned for almost 6 hours today in 2 rounds by the officers of the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. We would know details in a bit, but it seems the questioning is all set to continue, awaiting a statement from the ED. Moving on, a short break.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
whenever you want. Republic Live Stream, with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. In a few minutes from now, Republic TV investigating the Bengal scam and the link to a school, getting you a story that no other channel has a whiff of tonight. The biggest investigation on the biggest story tonight on the Bengal cash scam. It's mind-boggling. Bengal storm over a black diary which the ED says was recovered from Arpita has details of the ministers who allegedly got the money, they say, and also details of the candidates who were illegally recruited. "23 parliamentarians suspended as chaos breaks out. 4 yesterday, 19 today, and they're all defending the ruckus, the chaos. Papers were flung at the chair today. Sonia Gandhi has been quizzed for a second time in a few days. The Congress is on the streets. Are they getting edgy about something? And moral policing at a pub, once again in Mangaluru, once again the Bajrang Dal, and once again the Bajrang Dal is defending it. And on Kargil, Vijay, Diwas, our nation coming together to salute the brave hearts of Kargil, the men, women, the heroes who ensured we won the war in 1999. Starting with the big breaking story, all of this morning you've had the Congress party, its workers, its supporters, parliamentarians who are left of the Congress party in parliament on the streets of the national capital and a few other cities where they are mostly having a decent bench strength, came out on the streets protesting against Sonia Gandhi being questioned, and she's been called again by the Enforcement Directorate, we are being told, tomorrow. So you can expect that drama to continue tomorrow as well. Sonia Gandhi has been summoned once again by the Enforcement Directorate. These are tough questions that perhaps the Congress party will have to answer. My colleague Shavan, my colleague Abhishek, and my colleague Priyanka have been tracking the story. Abhishek, Shavan, I will go across to them. Shavan has details of what Sonia Gandhi was asked. And Abhishek, I'll go across to Abhishek as well.
and we're getting in details of the questions that were asked to Sonia Gandhi in the National Health case. It is a freedom struggle for profit scam. How an organization that was set up for freedom struggle was used to make large amounts of profits. And Sonia Gandhi has been summoned once again by the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. The Congress party has been protesting through the day today, and let me go across to Harsha. I'll quickly get a word from Harsha, and I'll go across to Abhishek and Shavan joining us as well. Those were pictures of Sonia Gandhi. Let's show the pictures of Sonia Gandhi leaving today. Dramatic pictures of her leaving and the kind of protests that have also been seen on the streets of the national capital and other parts of the country as well. Harsha, we are hearing that she's been called again tomorrow.
Exactly, we are getting to know through our ED sources that today, after being grilled and questioned for 6 hours, tomorrow again she has been called at 11 a.m. in the morning. And the continuation, we have seen the kind of continuation while at the time when Rahul Gandhi was also being questioned. Such things will be seen as well in the case of Mrs. Gandhi as well, because today also the Satyagraha, which Congress protesters were calling Satyagraha, while violent protests were seen today in the streets of National Delhi and in other states as well. And today and tomorrow also we are expecting the Congress leaders to be in the same way on the roads, disrupting the traffic and the safe movement in the Detained Delhi. Because today also we saw the parliamentarians march from Parliament till the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and the kind of chaos and ruckus which was created by Congress parliamentarians today in the streets of New Delhi. And tomorrow again she has been called at 11 a.m. Today post lunch and after post lunch and before lunch, 3 hours of grilling with Mrs. Gandhi was done. But our ED sources also tell us that she was quite weak, and in starting she was unable to answer a set of questions which were given to her last time in the first round of questioning as well. The loan which was given by Congress to the AGL 90 crore, how it was given.
हमारी से उठी हैं, उनको इस प्रकार का जो प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, ये मानवता कहीं परिलक्षित नहीं हो रही है. ये घोर अन्याय है, अनैतिक है. आपको जो भी पूछना है आप प्रश्न बना लीजिए, प्रश्न बना के वो लिखित उत्तर भेज देंगी. ईडी अब दफ्तर में बुला के क्यों करा जा रहा है? ऐसे अनेक बार है. इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के ऐसे उदाहरण है जब ऐसे व्यक्तियों की जिनकी की तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, बुजुर्ग हैं, उनके घर पे जाकर उनसे लिखित उत्तर मांग लिए गए. ऐसे उदाहरण है. लेकिन इनके साथ जो किया जा रहा है ये घोर अन्याय है, अत्याचार है, अनैतिक है और राजनीतिक मैं कहता हूं कि एक प्रतिशोध की भावना से वे काम कर रहे हैं.
सर, आगे भी मैडम को बुलाया. आगे
मैं तो वही कह रहा हूं कि आज ये दूसरा दिन था. लगभग 10 घंटे पूरे हो चुके हैं, 10 घंटे से ज्यादा. और केस क्या है? कह रहे गबन हो गया, चोरी हो गई. अरे गबन जब होता है जबकि सरकारी पैसा निकाल ले. इसमें कोई सरकारी पैसा है नहीं. निकाला, एक धेला किसी ने निकाला नहीं है. चोरी कब होती है? जब किसी और का माल कोई दूसरा चोरी कर ले. चोरी हुई नहीं, कोई माल इधर का उधर गया नहीं. केस क्या है? ऐसे लोग जिन पर की करोड़ों रुपए.
दिखाओ. In fact, some more breaking news updates coming in. Madhurima is live. I think there's some more drama in Delhi as Sonia Gandhi has been called once again tomorrow. Let me go across to Madhurima. There's a live pictures. The detained leaders of the Congress party are trying to portray themselves as martyrs. They're not. They're covering up for the investigation into a scam. Look at them, look at them, look at them, look at them. That's those are live pictures coming in. Congress leaders almost celebrating a scam there. I mean, it's unbelievable. Okay, anyway, I'll go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, what's going on there? Exclusive pictures, please.
Leaders Niranjan, those who have been detained, have now been left out over here. Have now been sent out by the police officials here. Right behind me is the Kingsway camp where they all were detained. You can see that heavy police deployment just after Rahul Gandhi and all other leaders left. We tried to question Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, but Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who was sitting right behind him, said that they are not going to answer our questions. We time and again tried to question them around that if they wanted to comment, but once again they tried to evade our questions and they left. However, you can see that the police deployment is still there. My camera person is bringing you pictures, and these are the cars of the police officials. The heavy police deployment as the cavalcade of Congress leaders, MPs who have been detained today have left now, and all of that included Mr. Jairam Ramesh, Mallikarjun Kharge, Deependra Hooda, also Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who earlier in the day sat in front of the Parliament House on the road, asserting that he's not going to leave if he's not allowed to march towards the President House and hand over that memorandum. Niranjan, we'll try and get in some word from the Congress MP. Sir, one comment on the issue. Sir, what would you like to say about the entire interrogation, the detainment?
See, it's very clear that the government wants to somehow see the leaders of opposition are defamed. All opposition party leaders are targeted one by one. And some of those leaders are being blackmailed to join Bharatiya Janata Party. The moment they join BJP, they don't get any summons, they don't get any kinds of notices, and they are put in BJP's washing machine, and they are washed and they are clean and they are given positions there. And the only way they think that they can humiliate the opposition leader is by calling them to ED officers and giving notices.
But the BJP is questioning that it is costing the taxpayers money, the disruptions.
We are ready for discussion. We are ready for discussion. We are ready for discussion. Do you think price rise shouldn't be discussed? Do you think petrol, diesel, gas prices shouldn't be discussed? Do you think this falling rupee shouldn't be discussed? Do you think unemployment shouldn't be discussed? Do you think Agnipath shouldn't be discussed? Which concerns the army of our country? Do you think Chinese aggression and national security shouldn't be discussed? These are the issues.
All of that warrants a discussion, but sir, the central government has said that Ms. Sitaraman is not well, and a discussion can only happen
Ms.
after
Sitaraman is not always there in the parliament. There are various ministers and various leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party who can argue, who can debate. Let all of them debate. She can always give her.
Is the protest going to continue through the entire session?
See, in a parliamentary democracy, we were also in the ruling. We were also a ruling party for long time. There are bills, policies, and programs and schemes of the government which needs discussion, and we are for discussion. At the same time, issues that concern the people of the country, which are not taken up in the government agenda, will be raised by the opposition parties that have to be accommodated, and we are asking for a discussion. We are not disrupting. We say, you please discuss this. And we are asking this discussion according to the rules of the House. Once 267 in Rajya Sabha, we are given n number of notices. Please suspend the business of the day and discuss these issues. If you don't want to discuss these issues, then what else will you discuss?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Madhurima. Okay, she's live there. Sonia Gandhi has been summoned again. That's the breaking news story. Let's move on and get you the investigation that we promised to bring to our viewers. We've seen mountains of cash in Bengal. We've heard details of a black diary connection. We've brought you details of how many pages this black diary has and what's in that black diary. And we saw the Arpita link to a minister's aide. But now, if ED sources are to be believed, there is a connection to a school linked allegedly to the minister in Bengal. Now, an ultra-luxury private school has been raided by the ED. It's clear there is more to this case than meets the eye, and we at Republic TV reached ground zero to investigate the school link ourselves. Here's the investigative report. Take a look.
In a mega investigation, Republic accessed documents that mention BCM International School in Pingla, West Medinipur.
These school premises were then raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and these premises, of course, are also worth about 45 crores is what we are learning. And there is also a Partha Chatterjee link that is going to be now investigated by the Enforcement Directorate.
So we at Republic TV reached ground zero.
Behind me, there is a school called BCM International School. The abbreviation BCM stands for Babli Chatterjee Memorial International School. And who is Babli Chatterjee? Babli Chatterjee is or was Partha Chatterjee, West Bengal's ex-education minister's wife.
Right from the entrance, it is clear that this is a high-end school, modern systems, luxurious interiors. Some on the spot are unaware that this school has been named in the Bengal cash scam case.
আমি একটু কাইন্ডলি একটু এইটুকু রিকোয়েস্ট আপনি দুটো পর্যন্ত একটু এগোন। আমরা স্যার স্টাফ, আমরা ম্যাম স্টাফ, আমরা অত কিছু জানি না।
এটা আমরা জানি না, হেড ম্যাডাম আছে, আমরা এখানে সার্ভিসে হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে আপনি যখন অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে গেলে আপনি বুঝতে পারবেন যে কী ব্যাপার। আমি এটা জানি না, কার আমি তো এখানে সিকিউরিটি ডিউটি করছি এইটুকু। আর স্কুল কত 2 বছরের মতো আগে লকডাউনের সময় থেকে এটা মানে।
But in casual conversation, local hints at Partha Chatterjee link. Hear this man in the pink shirt.
না একবার এসেছিলেন জানি, হ্যাঁ পুলিশ ছিল যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে পাস করছিলাম, হ্যাঁ এই ছিল। রাস্তায় যেতে যেতে দেখলাম যে সব পুলিশ সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে। হ্যাঁ এবারে উদ্বোধনের এই ছিল বা সম্বোধনা কি একটা ব্যাপার ছিল এরকম হঠাৎই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যাপার ছিল, অতটা ঠিক মনে নেই, তো মাস 3-4 এরকম একটা হবে আর কি।
And even this bike-born local.
সব থেকে ব্যাপার বড় যে এত বড় একটা স্কুল করেছে, স্কুল পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় করেছে, তারই জানি না শুনেছি আর কি। এত বড় একটা স্কুল হয়েছে, ছেলেকে ভর্তি করেছি, সারা বছরের ফিজও জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি, তারপরে যদি স্কুল বন্ধ হয়ে যায় খুব চিন্তার বিষয় আর কি ছিল। স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ কিছু বলছে না, স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ বলছে স্কুল চলবে, কোনো রকম কোনো সমস্যা নেই।
Finally, over call with headmistress, we are told the school is indeed named after Partha Chatterjee's late wife.
What is the full form of BCM? পুরো নামটা কি? বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মেমোরিয়াল ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আন্তর্জাতিক স্কুল। বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মানে পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির স্ত্রী। আচ্ছা, ওনারই প্রয়াত লেট।
Interestingly, the school website names Kalyan Moy Bhattacharya as the founder, the exact name of Partho's son-in-law. The BJP has been raising questions about the school since May 2022. So what secrets does the school hold in Bengal cash scam? A Republic investigation report.
So that's the story broken by Republic TV. Shawan is joining me live along with Abhishek and Priyanka as more and more links now emerge. I think the links are extremely clear. I'll start with you, Shawan. If you can take us through the school and why this school is of interest and why reports of this school haven't come out in public before. Well, in fact, this is a detailed investigation that's been carried out by Republic TV, in which we've essentially gone back to one school which had basically come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. The reason being is that they suspect that the proceeds of crime was diverted not only to buy properties. In fact, if you've seen the seizure list in which multiple deeds that were basically signed gives you an indication of how the properties were essentially bought. But there is also a large section of the money we are given to understand was utilized or funneled to come up with what he called assets. These assets that were essentially being built by Partha Chatterjee, not directly in his name, but what turns out is that his family members were essentially running it. Now, there is absolutely no doubt from the investigation that's been carried out by Republic TV that this is connected to Partha Chatterjee and his family members. You already had the principal of the school essentially indicating that this school runs in the name of Partha Chatterjee's late wife. Son-in-law is also part of the committee. It becomes abundantly clear that it is linked to the family members. In fact, the opposition leader in West Bengal, in fact, about a few months ago, also raised questions about this very school, which has now come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, primarily because they believe that the money was funneled into various such assets. This is just one such asset, but why this becomes extremely crucial? Because you're looking at the scale and also the infrastructure of this particular school and the money that was basically utilized to build this school. Now, if it's a claim of the Enforcement Directorate that this is part of the proceeds of crime, and that is the reason why perhaps in the days to come they are going to dig deeper to find out how exactly was the money funneled in. It turns out, as of now, it appears that it was funneled through multiple companies in which his family members are stakeholders. And these are aspects that the Enforcement Directorate is essentially looking at. But what we have done from our investigation is at least been able to establish the fact that yes, there is a direct connection with Parthu Chatterjee and his family members, and it's very clear also that when the searches were basically carried out, they were essentially trying to find out what's the link. Now, this report by Republic TV makes that aspect absolutely clear.
Let me get a word from Abhishek before I go across to Priyanka as well. Priyanka, Abhishek, if I can come to you, just getting a quick word. With all this kind of evidence that's now coming out, Abhishek, if you can hear me, and do you think they can really stake it out anymore? Because even yesterday, when Mamata Banerjee spoke, while saying she does not back corruption, she said he will have to fight his own battles. So, are they in a bind now?
Niranjan, Mamata Banerjee refusing to take calls of Parthu Chatterjee. Mamata Banerjee very clearly distancing herself from the ongoing investigation by saying that if anyone has done wrong, let them face music. And we were going through the seizure memo that was accessed by Shravan, and it clearly shows at least 12 properties either in the name of Arpita or in the name of a company in which Arpita is director, or jointly in the name of Arpita and Parthu Chatterjee, apart from mobile phone and envelopes with 5 lakh money in it, along with the stash of cash and other stuff. So I think the investigation is going to go deep, and it's early, and that's why even those who would want to support Parthu Chatterjee in the Bengal establishment might be a little wary of what more details might tumble out, particularly when both Parthu and Arpita are questioned together. And remember, there is a fresh summon now for another TMC MLA, and we have been bringing out this long list of about a dozen odd people who were or possibly were involved in this entire scam. If not directly involved in doing it, then perhaps later having the information, or despite having the information, trying to shield those who were involved. Remember, this has run for over 3-4 years, 5 years, and yes. Even after Parthu Chatterjee stopped being the education minister, those who came after him, both in the department and the board, clearly had inkling of what was going on, and then continued to either go along with it or shield those who were involved in it. So I think this investigation is going to go deep, and that's why there is concern within the TMC that they should not be seen to be very openly supporting all these accused till the time that ED reaches some kind of conclusion. Yeah, stay with me, Abhishek. Quickly, if I can get Priyanka as well. Priyanka, there were pictures of that envelope that Shravan accessed when the scam broke. Today, the Enforcement Directorate has gone on to say that this envelope with 5 lakh rupees was found with the insignia of the government of Bengal Higher Education Department. Now, in court, there have been explosive revelations made. In about 30 seconds, if you can sum up what the Enforcement Directorate has done today.
Well, that's right, Shravan. Niranjan, we had seen Shravan accessing those documents as well, and that really on the ground itself, we are seeing that the investigation towards that direction is also proceeding. In fact, it's speeding up just under 1 day of interrogation of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee in the ED office, where they had been, their statements had also been recorded. They had been asked questions about these documents as well. And now we are seeing the links already emerging. Of course, the DCM school, of course, is another link that we had also, investigated upon since yesterday. And the property worth about 45 crores that is now being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And in that link, we are also seeing how the money laundering had been done, the modus operandi of how this money laundering had been done via these companies that had been named under the name of Arpita and several others as well. And now we are also seeing the investigation going towards the direction of this kind of dubious financial transactions, and also, as Abhishek was pointing out, how more members of the TMC are also now under the scanner, including the TMC MLA who has been summoned tomorrow. Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Priyanka and Shravan and Abhishek, for joining us with those details of another investigation now put out by Republic TV. Only Republic is investigating the story. For some reason, other channels not really hot on this story, not pursuing the story. Quick check of the other top stories we're tracking here on Republic TV on the biggest story tonight. We'll take a short break at this point and come back with the chaos in Rajya Sabha. Paper thrown at the Rajya Sabha chair now. It's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. 23 parliamentarians have been suspended. Well, this faux pas of the vice presidential nominee of the opposition tells you how, once again, they may have got their facts so wrong. A cyber fraud, which was alerted by the Delhi police. Delhi police spoke about a cyber fraud, but then the VP candidate of the opposition is giving it a snooping spin, and it's really backfired for them. And the nation saluting its bravest on Kargil, Vijay Diwas, 23 years since we won the war in Kargil.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Getting in breaking news now that Sonia Gandhi was asked 55 questions by the Enforcement Directorate on the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. What is otherwise called the National Herald scam, the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. Same questionnaire for both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. They will be asked similar questions, same queries by the Enforcement Directorate as it investigates Sonia Gandhi like it did with Rahul Gandhi in this huge scam. And that's the quick update that we had, the inside story on the interrogation of Sonia Gandhi. And it's over to my colleague Shivangi joining us with the 50 biggest headlines of the day. Over to you, Shivangi.
Well, thank you, Niranjan. It's time for the quickest updates in Superfast 50. Let's get started now. BJP President JP Nadda addressed our program to honor the martyrs on 23rd Kargil Vijay Diwas. Taking a hint at previous government, he said that under their regime, defense developments were equivalent to scams. However, things changed after BJP government came to power.
डिफेंस की डील का दूसरा नाम स्कैंडल और स्कैम बन गया. इज इट नॉट अ फैक्ट? हेलीकॉप्टर खरीदने जाओ अपैचे तो स्कैंडल, फलाना खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल, तो गन खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल, तोप खरीदने जाओ तो स्कैंडल. यानी आर्मी की तस्वीर क्या बना दी देश में. और आज मैं दावे के साथ कहना चाहता हूं और आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज लीडरशिप का अंतर क्या आया है. लीडरशिप का अंतर यह आया है कि इसी 8 साल के अंदर 36 राफेल फाइटर्स हैव बीन परचेज्ड बाय इंडियन एयर फोर्स और आज वो बेड़ा का पार्ट बन चुका है. इसको हमको समझना चाहिए.
In recent address, JP Nadda hailed the new system within the defense system regarding reporting of the concerns and operations. He said that the system has changed and now the defense forces are free to take their own decisions. BJP President further claimed that the surgical strikes against Pakistan was an example of great leadership.
कोई प्रधानमंत्री देश की तरफ से पाकिस्तान को स्पष्ट बता रहा है, तुमने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी है, इसका खमियाजा तुमको भुगतना पड़ेगा. इंतजार करो। और आपको मालूम है फिर एयर स्ट्राइक हुई और उस एयर स्ट्राइक में और हमारे नेता फिर से सर्टिफिकेट मांगते फिर। ये डिसाइसिव लीडरशिप का।
Taking a hit at the UPA government, JP Nadda questioned the government's action during their rule. He claimed that there were no major developments noted until 2014.
Till 2014, Indian Armed Forces was lacking, was 20 years back as far as ammunition is concerned, as far as modernization is concerned, as far as updation is concerned, as far as training is concerned. तो देश का नेतृत्व तो क्या कर रहा था 2014 तक? सोया हुआ था।
A total of 19 MPs have been suspended during the monsoon session over unruly behavior during the session. The opposition staged multiple protests over GST, Agnipat and inflation. Amidst the chaos in Rajya Sabha by the opposition staging protests, parliamentarians Sanjay Singh threw a piece of paper at the Rajya Sabha chairman M. Venkaiah Naidu. Addressing the suspension of 19 MLAs from the monsoon session, Union Minister Piyush Goyal affirmed that the government is ready to conduct discussions on price rise once the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has recovered.
सदन में भी और सदन के बाहर भी इस बात को रखा है कि सरकार हर विषय पे चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। महंगाई पे भी सरकार अब चर्चा करना चाहती है। हम बताना चाहते हैं कैसे बड़े अहम कदम सरकार ने उठाए जिससे भारत में बाकी देशों के निस्बत महंगाई कम रही है।
Speaking to the media regarding the suspension of 19 MLAs, Sushil Kumar Modi from the Bharatiya Janata Party said that the opposition had been disrupting the discussions for the past 7 days.
इन लोगों ने जीरो आवर नहीं चलने दिया, क्वेश्चन आवर नहीं चलने दिया। लोकतंत्र में क्वेश्चन आवर जीरो आवर का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है और ये तो जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं उन्हीं का जीरो आवर होता है, अधिक से अधिक उन्हीं का क्वेश्चन रहता है। आज 7 दिन हो गया लगातार सदन की कार्रवाई को बाधित कर रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि जीरो आवर पर इन्फ्लेशन पर जो इनका सवाल था उसको भी इन लोगों ने नहीं उठाया और वेल में जाकर हल्ला कर रहे हैं और सरकार ने कहा है कि महंगाई पर हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं।
Speaking to the media, V. Sivadasan from CPIM criticized the suspension. He informed that they were raising the issues of price rise, but the chair did not let them discuss the issue.
Next, we will, inside the parliament, our colleagues will raise the issue. The same issue our colleagues will raise inside the parliament.
Criticizing the suspension of MPs, P. Santosh Kumar, who has also been suspended for the monsoon session, alleged that the government was not willing to continue within the parliamentary system. He claimed that it's the duty of opposition to raise questions.
Fortunately, this government is not allowing and we are suspended and that way we are happy also because we will raise this issue more strongly, more vigorously among the people.
Tiruchi Siva from DMK addressed the suspension of the MPs. He alleged that the government was misusing their powers.
The members were insisting upon their demand. Instead of convincing them or the government yielding, they have used their force, their power and have suspended 19 members, out of which 6 are from DMK.
Will you continue?
No, but we will not. First of all, they should revoke the suspension. This is not the way in a parliamentary democracy.
Amidst the ongoing monsoon session in the parliament, both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha were adjourned twice for a short while. But today, amidst the protests by opposition parliamentarians over GST and price rise, opposition continued sloganeering and held placards. Speaker Om Birla urged members to await the due time to discuss these issues. On the 7th day of the monsoon session, the Rajya Sabha is scheduled to take up the Weapons of Mass Destruction and the Delivery Systems Amendment Bill, along with the lines of prohibition of unlawful activities for consideration and passage. The Lok Sabha is scheduled to discuss the Family Court Bill Amendment as well. A total of 30 people have died and 51 have been admitted to hospital following the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botad district. The matter came to light on Monday morning when people of Rojid and neighbouring places were admitted to the hospital after developing health issues. Opposition wrote a letter to President Draupadi Murmu pointing out that alleged stubborn refusal of the government to allow an urgent debate on price rise and GST. The letter to the president further claimed continuous and intensifying misuse of investigative agencies with the centre against political opponents. Opposition's Vice President candidate Margaret Alva allegedly fell prey to cyber fraud even as she pinned the blame on the BJP. She addressed government-owned telecommunication companies MTNL and BSNL and complained that she was unable to make or receive calls after speaking to some BJP leaders about her candidature. Joint opposition candidate Margaret Alva alleged that her calls to her mobile were being diverted after she spoke to BJP leaders. Reacting to her statements, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi dubbed it as childish allegations.
I feel really surprised. Why anybody should tap her phone? It is really surprising. And let her call anybody. And we are quite confident and result what will be result is everybody is well known of that. Why we should do it? These are all the, I can say, childish allegations.
In the recent development in the Parth Chatterjee and Arpita Chatterjee recruitment scam, the ED has recovered a black diary with explosive details. The diary contains information about collection agents and collection centers list with the names of illegal recruits. The ED has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya amidst the SSC scam case. He has been asked to appear tomorrow at 12 noon. This is the first summon after the arrest of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Delhi police has taken Rahul Gandhi into custody. Rahul Gandhi was staging a sit-in protest in support of Sonia Gandhi along with the workers for protesting against the Enforcement Directorate summoning of interim President Sonia Gandhi, the National Herald case. The new police has arrested 3 more accused in the murder of DSP Surendra Singh. Until now, a total of 9 accused have been arrested in the case so far. A class 12 girl allegedly died by suicide when she was found hanging at a residential area. While the parents tried to perform her last rites, the police intervened and took her body for post-mortem. Parents have claimed that the girl was depressed. However, the police is investigating the matter. The crime branch CID team that has begun investigation into the death of a class 12 student is awaiting the findings of the post-mortem even as it examines the various other aspects related to the case. The autopsy is underway and its proceedings are being recorded. Ahead of the assembly polls in Gujarat, the Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the BJP in Gujarat. Addressing the citizens, the leader claimed that they ended corruption and raids on traders in Delhi.
इसलिए बढ़ाया हमने 5-7 साल में रेड बंद कर दी हमने अपने व्यापारियों के ऊपर भरोसा किया और हम लोगों ने इतनी सारी चीजें फ्री कर दी वहां पे बिजली फ्री कर दी पानी फ्री कर दिया शिक्षा इतनी अच्छी इतने स्कूल खोल दिए दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग हैं 2 करोड़ लोगों का हर आदमी का इलाज पूरा मुफ्त कर दिया हम लोगों ने
After Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu resigned from his post, the Congress leader and LOP Pratap Singh Bajwa attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government, calling it an unstable government, which is the reason officers are resigning.
Nothing is very much stable in this government. It's a government run by unstable leaders. All major decisions of appointing DGPs, of appointing chief secretaries, of making ministers, giving portfolios. So this decision also seems to have occurred in Delhi. The incident, the spot should be Delhi, the reason should be Delhi, but the resignation has been basically taken in Chandigarh. There could be some bigger reason.
PM Modi met President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan for the first time after her assumption of the office a day ago. Murmu, a former governor of Jharkhand, was sworn in as the 15th president of the country on Monday. TMC MP protested near the Parliament demanding the inclusion of Garo and Khasi language in the 8th schedule of the Constitution. The MPs were seen holding placards and raising slogans for the inclusion of the two languages. In a massive crackdown on corruption, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Vinay Kumar Saxena, has suspended 6 MCD officials. Sources in the know have informed that the move was in line with the LG's resolve of zero tolerance for corruption and probity in the administration. The ED has filed a supplementary prosecution complaint against the National Conference President Farooq Abdullah and others in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association fund scam. The special PMLA court in Srinagar court has taken cognizance of the complaint and issued a notice to Farooq Abdullah and others for an appearance on August 27th. The ED probing a money laundering case against Aam Aadmi Party leader and Minister Satyendra Jain has moved the Delhi High Court seeking his medical evaluation from an independent hospital instead of the LNJP hospital, which is directly under the control of Delhi government, alleging a likelihood of biased medical report. Tokyo Olympics 2020 javelin throw champion Neeraj Chopra, who scripted history on Sunday by winning a medal at the World Championship, is set to miss the Commonwealth Games. Neeraj was injured at the World Athletics Championship in Oregon and it has ruled him out of the CWG. Heavy rain in the high mountain around Holy Cave in Amarnath triggered floods in water bodies and surrounding springs at around 3 p.m. today. Immediate alert was sounded. More than 4,000 pilgrims were taken out of the area to safety till now. Situation is under control. The Allahabad High Court denied bail to Ashish Mishra, the son of Union Minister Ajay Mishra, in connection with the Lakhimpur Kheri violence case. The Lucknow bench of Allahabad High Court rejected the bail petition of the main accused, Ashish Mishra. Supreme Court agreed to hear a fresh plea by Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray faction against Election Commission proceedings on a petition by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde led group for recognition as a real Shiv Sena on August 1st. PM Modi will visit Gujarat and Tamil Nadu on July 28th and 29th to attend the various events. PM Modi will launch multiple projects of Sabar Dairy at Sabarkantha in Gujarat and will then travel to Chennai to declare open the 44th Chess Olympiad at the JLN Indoor Stadium. The World Bank appointed an Indian national, Indermeet Gill, as the Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics at the Multilateral Development Bank. His appointment will be effective from September 1st this year. Amid the ongoing heavy rain across several regions in Andhra Pradesh, Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy visited flood-affected areas in P.R. Ambedkar, Konaseema district and interacted with flood victims. The CM will be touring the cities and will also interact with the victims. Taiwan's military conducted an annual naval exercise to test its joint defense capabilities against an invasion from the sea. During the exercise, the president boarded a warship to watch the drill, which involved 20 naval vessels and different fighter jets in waters of the Sua naval base. Firefighters from several countries have joined forces to battle a fire in the national park in northern Czech Republic and also spread to neighboring Germany. The fire in the Bohemian Switzerland Park broke and was mostly contained before windy weather contributed to its spreading Monday afternoon and overnight. Serbia's police broke up a people smuggling gang near the border with Hungary early and found various weapons and hundreds of passports and other documents taken from migrants trying to reach Western Europe. Officers also discovered 120 migrants, including women and children, during the operation. Myanmar's military government rejected widespread criticism and condemnation that has followed the execution of 4 political prisoners. A spokesperson said that the executions were carried out in line with the country's law and not for personal reasons. South Korea condemned the Myanmar's execution of 4 pro-democracy activists. Foreign Ministry spokesperson called it an act of violence that ignores human rights and the rule of law. A bridge connecting the southmost parts of Croatia and the country's mainland will open with an official ceremony attended by the country's president and prime minister. The 2.4-kilometer long bridge, along with 20 kilometers of access roads, will also open to traffic. The Israeli military has demolished the homes of 2 Palestinians suspected of killing an Israeli security guard in a West Bank settlement in April. The Israeli military later apprehended 2 Palestinians suspected of carrying out the attack. A grass fire apparently sparked a moa, swept about 274 meters across a tinder-dry open field to a suburban Dallas subdivision, burning through wooden fences and torching as many as 20 homes. Algeria's foreign minister decried Syria's decade-long suspension from the Arab League during a visit to the Damascus, indicating support for the war-torn country's return to the organization under President Bashar Assad. Widespread destruction was seen in Odessa after a missile in Ukraine's seaside community of Zatoka. Ukrainians in various parts of the country were awakened by Russian shelling. Mykolaiv and Odessa regions in the southwest were particularly affected, as well as outskirts of Kharkiv in the northeast. Lebanon's Environment and Health Ministries have warned residents in neighborhood near Beirut port to wear masks and stay indoors, as one of the mammoth silos may partially collapse. A fire in the silo's north block has been smoldering for the past 2 weeks due to 800 tons of grain fermenting in hot weather. Hundreds of Tunisians took to the streets of central Tunis to celebrate the predicted result of the referendum vote after an initial exit survey suggested the majority of voters had voted in favor of changing the country's constitution. England head coach Serena Wigman and defender Millie Bright look ahead to their side's Euro semi-final against Sweden in Sheffield. England have twice finished as runners-up in the Euros, losing to Sweden in the inaugural final over 2 legs in 1984, and they have yet to win the tournament. And Paul Pogba will miss the next leg of Juventus pre-season tour of United States after suffering a knee injury. France international Pogba rejoined Serie A giants on a free transfer after his Manchester United contract expired, started the 2-0 friendly with over Guadalajara in Nevada.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The Bengal Black Diary. Stunning details out. Can TMC back Partho now? Watch The Burning Question at 8 p.m.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं।
Viewers, we go to the fastest updates on Superfast 50. Now I want to go across to Shravan Sen in our Mumbai studio, who will get us tonight's burning question. Shravan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shivagi. Have you wondered, 21 crore, that's the amount that has been recovered from former Education Partha Chatterjee's close aides residence. Where did the money go? A ground investigation and the burning question.
Burning question, powered by Century Ply, GeoMart and Sharda University.
It's a Republic TV mega investigation on the Bengal cash scam. Sensational details on the show tonight. Most explosive investigation in the Bengal cash scam case. Republic tracks down the school raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Orpita's residence. Mountains of cash, then an explosive diary. Now questions emerge over Partho's link to the school raided by the Enforcement Directorate. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another Trinamool Congress MLA Manik Bhattacharya has now been summoned. One Trinamool Congress minister in ED custody, another now summoned by the agency. How big is the scam? That's the burning question tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen mountains of cash. We've seen a black diary connection. We also saw the Orpita link. But now, if so, ED sources are to be believed, there is a school connection. An ultra-luxury private school that has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. It is clear there is more to the case than what meets the eye. So we at Republic reached the ground zero to investigate ourselves. Take a look at this investigative report and then the burning question.
In a mega investigation, Republic accessed documents that mention BCM International School in Pingla, West Medinipur.
These school premises were then raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and these premises, of course, are also worth about 45 crores is what we are learning. And there is also a Partha Chatterjee link that is going to be now investigated by the Enforcement Directorate.
So we at Republic TV reached ground zero.
Behind me, there is a school called BCM International School. The abbreviation BCM stands for Babli Chatterjee Memorial International School. And who is Babli Chatterjee? Babli Chatterjee is or was Partha Chatterjee, West Bengal's ex-education minister's wife.
Right from the entrance, it is clear that this is a high-end school, modern systems, luxurious interiors. Some on the spot are unaware that this school has been named in the Bengal cash scam case.
আমি একটু কাইন্ডলি একটু এইটুকু রিকোয়েস্ট আপনি দুটো পর্যন্ত একটু করুন আমরা স্যার স্টাফ আমরা ম্যাম স্টাফ আমরা অত কিছু জানি না
এটা আমরা জানি না হেড ম্যাডাম আছে আমরা এখানে সার্ভিসে হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে আপনি যখন অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে গেলে আপনি বুঝতে পারবেন যে কি ব্যাপার আমি এটা জানি না কার আমি তো এখানে স্কুল ডিউটি করছি এইটুকু আর স্কুল কত 2 বছরের মতো আগে লকডাউনের সময় থেকে এটা মানে
But in casual conversation, local hints at Partha Chatterjee link. Hear this man in the pink shirt.
না একবার এসেছিলেন জানি হ্যাঁ পুলিশ ছিল যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে পাস করছিলাম হ্যাঁ এই ছিল রাস্তায় যেতে যেতে দেখলাম যে সব পুলিশ সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে হ্যাঁ এবারে উদ্বোধনের এই ছিল বা সম্বোধনা কি একটা ব্যাপার ছিল এরকম হঠাৎই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যাপার ছিল অতটা ঠিক মনে নেই তো মাস 3-4 এরকম একটা হবে আর
And even this bike-born local.
সবথেকে ব্যাপার বড় যে এত বড় একটা স্কুল করেছে স্কুল পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় করেছে তারই জানি না শুনেছি আর কি এত বড় একটা স্কুল হয়েছে ছেলেকে ভর্তি করেছি সারা বছরের ফিজও জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি তারপরে যদি স্কুল বন্ধ হয়ে যায় খুব চিন্তার বিষয় আর কি ছেলে স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ কিছু বলছে না স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ বলছে স্কুল চলবে কোনো রকম কোনো সমস্যা নেই
Finally, over call with headmistress, we are told the school is indeed named after Partha Chatterjee's late wife.
What is the full form of BCM? পুরো নামটা কি? বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মেমোরিয়াল ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আন্তর্জাতিক স্কুল। বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মানে পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির স্ত্রী। আচ্ছা। ওনারই প্রয়াত
Interestingly, the school website names Kalyan Moy Bhattacharya as the founder, the exact name of Partha's son-in-law. The BJP has been raising questions about the school since May 2022. So what secrets does the school hold in Bengal cash scam? A Republic investigation report.
On the burning question tonight, joining us is Shatarupa, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Karan Verma, author and political analyst, Deshratam Nigam, advocate and political analyst, Tausif Ahmed Khan, political analyst, Professor D.K. Girik, political commentator, and Vijay Krishna, political analyst. Let me straight away begin by asking you, Tausif Ahmed Khan and Shatarupa, we're going to open the burning question. The big question that we are asking tonight is that 21 crore rupees that was recovered from an associate of Partha Chatterjee. Tausif, we've done a ground report. Take a look at this uber luxurious school that was made. Now, everyone would love to believe that this was for the cause of education. It turns out that the Enforcement Directorate basically suspected the proceeds of crime has been diverted, funneled into this particular school, which has now been investigated by Republic TV.
Mamata Banerjee has herself said yesterday that she will not support anyone who is involved in any kind of offence, be it one of her minister, and has also requested that the investigation should proceed in a time-bound manner, and
Tausif, if that's the case, there is mounting evidence. Shatarupa, there is mounting evidence against Partho Chatterjee. What stops the party from taking punitive action against him? Why keep him in the party?
You know, I'll tell you.
What is the evidence?
I'll tell you. Just give me a moment, because poor Tausif used to come and represent your the party officially, but now apparently he's come as a political analyst of sorts. But you see, I have been observing for the last few days a very peculiar syndrome in Trinamool, which I have very aptly named the hot potato syndrome. Trinamool is right now going through, especially the Supremo and our Right Honorable Chief Minister, we call her Manoniya. She's been going through a hot potato syndrome, because she's just dropped Partho Chatterjee as if she doesn't know him. She has no idea of any of his misgivings. You tell me, Shona, is it possible for the Honorable Minister, who is possibly one of the most important ministers in the West Bengal cabinet, to amass this kind of money? It is all very well for the Honorable Chief Minister to denounce that she had no idea of the woman who has been, collecting so much of cash, 21 crores of cash in her flat. The Chief Minister has been denouncing that she doesn't know the woman. But here, congratulations to your channel, especially Renaissance, for getting out this BCM memorial and all the details. Even through over a gate. I mean, I was just looking at your fantastic report. School, which is named after the Honorable Minister's wife, wherein the son-in-law is supposed to be the founder. They're still going to denounce that they have no connection with Partho Chatterjee. This is what is happening in Bengal. They want to denounce Partho Chatterjee, but she is so scared that she does not yet want to sack Partho.
DK Giri, respond to Shatarupa. You see right now on our screens is a packet that was recovered from Orpita's residence. We were the first people to put that video out, but today we are also getting further details. 5 lakh rupees, that's the amount that was found inside that particular packet with an insignia of the ministry. Now then tell me that there is no link whatsoever.
Exactly.
No, I mean the lady is trying to link Mamata Banerjee to this. That is
no. I am asking. I'm not talking about Mamata Banerjee. I'm not DK Giri. I'm not saying anything about Mamata Banerjee right now. I am talking about. I am talking about the accused in this case. I am talking about the former education minister, and then I will come to the role that the Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee plays in terms of how she deals her party. But that's a secondary question. My straight question to you is that when you see this, there are thousands and thousands of people who have lost their jobs only because of this kind of a scam that was perpetrated for years put together, and then people have the gall to ask this question that, look here, what's the connection? Now the connection, Professor DK Giri, I'll tell you what's the connection. There is a joint property of Partho Chatterjee and Orpita. A property that was bought back in 2012. Now tell me, is there any connection or there is no connection?
Two for
you see, there is this money that has been found. It has been found in that lady's house.
So
they might have had working relationship before.
So Professor DK Giri, how does that take away the fact? How does that take away the fact that you have a former education minister? Former education. Forget about that. Let's get into the specifics of it. What about that illegal panel? That illegal panel constituted by the former education minister? What is it that the Calcutta High Court had to say about that? If everything is about politics, but the fact of the matter is, why should people suffer? Why should people suffer?
Let the probe reveal all this. Why should we cry wolf and speculate? This is a very serious and sensitive investigation. Let the investigation find out. This lady is not the investigator. I'm not jumping to
So what is the lady? No, what is the lady? What was 21 crore rupees? What was 21 crore rupees doing at her residence? Shatarupa, just hang on, Shatarupa. Let me take this on. You are talking about, let's get the facts correct here. Correct here. Professor DK Giri, I do not come inside the studio without facts. And I'm putting this out once again to you. You may have gone to other networks who have been pandering, who may not put out the facts, but I believe in putting out facts, and the facts are these. One, Arpita's and Partho Chatterjee's connection is out in the open now. Stop saying that there is no connection whatsoever. If that is the case, then why did Partho Chatterjee actually say this?
True.
Why did Partho Chatterjee not? Did Partho Chatterjee, please tell me, answer my question. Did Partho Chatterjee distance himself? Did Partho Chatterjee, Karan Verma, if that was the case, answer this question also, that if he had nothing to do, then please tell me, why is it that he did not distance himself?
The probe will find it out.
Nothing
so Partho Chatterjee has no choice.
Yes, in this.
I'm just saying that connections are not automatic.
Can you please keep quiet?
That's all I'm saying.
ED had actually raided Partho Chatterjee's house only when they found conveyance deeds which were jointly in the name of Arpita and Parthoji. That is when they raided Arpita's house. And when they raided Arpita's house, she locked a room. She locked a room and said, I don't have the keys. When the ED threatened that they'll break it down, that is when they finally got the keys and found out 21 crores cash. It is a watertight case. And after that,
but the question is,
can you please allow me to complete my point?
Connections automatic.
Okay, Professor Digiri, let's do. Tausif, Shaturupa knows this. Shaturupa also knows. Karan, let me do this. I'm going to put out some pictures. Please tell me, do you identify these two people? At least as far as even I have bad eyes, I'm myopic in terms of my vision. But Shaturupa, please help me in the sense that I'm taking the help of glasses. I'm taking the help of glasses to identify two gentlemen. My producers are going to put this out. This is a beautiful photograph. Please take a look at it. You must have seen it by now. This has been used for a very long time. Can our producers put that out? The picture of Partho Chatterjee and Arpita. We're going to put that out. Till that time, we are putting that out, and at least I can identify. Please correct me wrong if I've got it absolutely wrong, and it looks like completely someone else, and I've misidentified them, Tausif. For how long will you continue with this entire sham, Tausif? Why not simply admit that yes, at least one thing gracious about Mamata Banerjee is that at least she's saying that, look here, I'm not going to deal with any corrupt people. The question, I can ask her two other questions also, that Madam, weren't you aware of the fact that Partho Chatterjee was actually running this entire scam for all this while? Why did you actually wait for the Enforcement Directorate and the Calcutta High Court to come up with this kind of scathing remarks? Take a look at what the Calcutta High Court had said. Forget about the political tool. ED is a political tool, CBI is a political tool. I don't know which West Bengal police may be the best tool for you.
No, you see, you and I and all of our viewers must not be misled into believing that our country does not have any legal procedure, that our country does not have any legal machinery, or that our country does not follow the rule of law. The rule of law requires that the matter is under investigation. Let the investigation reach its conclusion. Let the court take the cognizance. Let the court appreciate the evidence. Unless the law remains same, just because BJP
Shaturupa, okay, Tausif, hold on. Okay, Tausif, I like the fact that you time and again challenge me with some facts. No, one second, Tausif, Shaturupa, it's okay. Let's be very clear. One second, gentlemen, hold on. Karan, hold on. Come on, 1 second. Tausif, Karan and Shaturupa, just hold on. Tausif, you said let the court take a look at it. Okay, fair enough. That's a good point. And now I want to bring in. Now, 1 second. I want to bring in Deshratan Nigam. Deshratan Nigam is an advocate. He's well respected with his thoughts on this particular subject. Deshratan Nigam, Tausif says that the courts will take a look at it. Yes, the courts will take a look at it. Deshratan Nigam, the Calcutta High Court came up with some very scathing remarks. But Deshratan Nigam, before I come to you, I want, if all my panelists can take a look at this picture. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at it. All of you, please take a look at it. And Shatarupa, please help my dear friend Tausif and Professor D.K. Giri to identify who these people are. I probably have got it completely wrong. Let's put that picture out.
This picture has already been clarified. This is from one of the puja pandal where Arpita was also playing a part, which she was doing a modeling for the puja organization. Yes, you are correct that we have the chief minister, we have the minister Partho Chatterjee, and we have another senior party functionary present in this program, which is a Durga Puja Pandal program.
Wherein the Honorable Chief Minister has very clearly stated, I know
Shatarupa, a quick response, and then I want to go across to Deshratan Nikam. Shatarupa, a quick response. Respond to that picture, because I'll come to the elementaries, the basics of this entire issue. I'll take it threadbare. Shatarupa, I just want you to respond on what Tausif says with regards to that picture, and then I'll go to the other part. The court part, I'll bring in Deshratan Nikam. First, you respond as far as this picture is concerned.
The only problem with Tausif is he has selective amnesia. Naktala Udayan Shango was being inaugurated, and this beautiful Arpita was sitting on stage adorned with a Trinamool Uttaryo. Number one. Number two, in the video, the Honorable Chief Minister very clearly states that I know her and I know of her. Do you know how to speak Uriya? I am sure you know. I also know that you've been doing excellent work with Partho, and I also know that you are very closely associated with Virat. Dare me out. Please tell me I'm wrong. Hear out the audio.
Mamata Banerjee knows half of state functionaries by name.
Half no.
Mamata Banerjee knows. Mamata Banerjee knows half of the government functionaries and party workers by name. And if there are any invitee, if there are any guests on the stage, of course, if she knows her by name,
you're going round and round. First you say, first the party that you support. First the party that you support. Okay, Shatarupa, we made the point. I'll come, Tausif. Shatarupa, he's made the point. You know, Tausif, I'll ask this question to you again. One second, hold on. Deshratan Nikam. Tausif, you wanted an answer also, right? Tausif, I'm doing a favor to you. You wanted an answer about... Okay, Shatarupa, you made your point. I want Deshratan Nikam coming in. Deshratan Nikam, Shatarupa, you made your point. I'll come back to you. Just hold on. Deshratan Nikam, I want to come back to the Calcutta High Court, because what happens is that getting into the politics of it, people get that edge by saying that, look here, these are tools, they are misusing it, etc., etc. And the entire thing, the issue at heart is forgotten. My biggest point here, Deshratan Nikam, is that why is it that the politicians forget? Because of one man who's making this money, there are thousands and thousands of other people who are suffering because of it. Now, what really happens in this case is that the Calcutta High Court has deemed all of that panel, etc., and all of that was being done by Mr. Partho Chatterjee as illegal. I want you to tell our good dear friend Tausif the reality. What is it the Calcutta High Court had to say? At least then I would hope that Tausif, and even for that matter Vijay Krishna, at least you will appreciate the fact that the agencies have only stepped in when the Calcutta High Court has made their remarks. Deshratan Nikam, I want you to come in.
Shravan, let me give you a politico-legal answer, because these are mixed questions of politics and law. One, the people were already writing to Mamata Banerjee about SSC scam. Nothing was taken, no action was taken. So ultimately, the ED had to do the work. And similarly, another scam is coming up. It's College Service Commission scam, which again people have written to the Mamata Banerjee government, and she's not taking any action. Therefore, that's another scam to follow. And the corruption in West Bengal works at various levels. One, at the grassroots level, which you call Tolabaji, where for every small little work, the TMC worker and office bearers have to be paid. Second, at the organized corruption taking place at the higher levels, where you see people like Partho Chatterjee, the second in command in the TMC, and the scathing comments by the Kolkata High Court about the panel and the diary which has been recovered. These are all very serious things. And prima facie, let me tell you, it has already been established, because under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under Section 24,
the burden of proof is reversed. It is the Partha Chatterjee and Arpita and anybody else who is made accused has to prove his innocence. He is guilty till proven innocent. It is the reverse burden of proof under section 24 of the PMLA. So he is guilty as of now. The only thing the ED had to do was prima facie establish the proof, which they proved it by recovery of money, the diary that has come out and various other factors. So they have established their case. Now the Partha Chatterjee and company will have to prove that this is not the proceeds of crime, that they have money laundered. So burden of proof has already shifted in this case as per the PMLA. Now, if you also look at the various aspects of the law out here, courts have been very stringent about PMLA because they say the public and the society gets affected at large. Therefore, the burden of proof has been shifted to accused. And things are very, very serious, and you have to realize when the government of the day, the chief minister does not take action despite huge cry by the public, then you can understand the connections where it goes and how the money is being shared. I am saying because Mamata Banerjee did not take any action. Even College Service Commission is coming up. People are raising, they have written to Mamata Banerjee. No action has been taken. So things are quite clear that the rot is quite deep. As you are showing in your on the screen, it has to be unearthed, and many pillars will fall in West Bengal, because things may not be as simple that you just have unearthed the first layer. There are various layers to it, and the organized corruption has the sanction of the government at the highest level. So just to wash off hands that I don't know this person, the person should be given life imprisonment also without suspending. The person is not being suspended. Under the law, he is guilty till proven innocent. That Mamata Banerjee, I am sure her legal team knows about it. Under the PMLA, a person is guilty till proven innocent. And that's the first step which should be taken, that the person...
Burden of proof,
yes,
with regard to source of money remains with Arpita only, because the money was recovered from her house and
see,
not
let
from
me tell you, it was recovered
house,
as Karan said, it was recovered on account of the evidence recovered at Partha Chatterjee's house. It was recovered on the basis of evidence recovered at Partha Chatterjee's house.
That lady,
it is not an independent recovery. It is not an independent recovery. Tausif, as a lawyer, you should know it is not an independent recovery. It is based on the evidence collected at Partha Chatterjee's house.
The connection between the money, the cash, and the scam, the alleged recruitment scam, is yet to be established. For an example,
totally established.
What you're saying is correct.
Prima facie, it has already been established. It has already been established.
And year before, and after that,
totally been established.
Took place. So if I go by your logic, that these are the money collected in lieu of recruitment scam, then these money ought to be the post pre-demonetization money, which they are not.
This money was
accused has to prove. Now accused has to prove that it is not the proceeds of crime.
Is with the only burden.
1 second. Karan and Vijay Krishna. The other issue, Tausif, we've addressed the issue. We have addressed the issue of the court. You've already heard what Deshratan Nigam had to say about the court. The Calcutta High Court, as far as the teacher recruitment scam is concerned. Now, it actually raises even more scathing questions, I would say. That is, one, what was the Chief Minister really doing? Wasn't she really aware that this was actually happening? And why was no action really taken? Because the kind of muted response that came in, Karan Verma and Vijay Krishna, I want to ask you this question. Why should the opposition really cry hoarse by saying that, look here, we are being targeted? When the court basically intervenes, and then you have the same age-old argument that, look here, this is only targeting the opposition leaders. What would you say when the court makes that kind of an observation? Or it's the court's order based on which the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate has carried out their investigation?
Not only that, Shravan, what is so surprising is that
is it my opportunity to speak?
Let Karan make that point.
Please give me an opportunity to speak, please.
Vijay Krishna, I'll give you the opportunity.
Right
don't
now.
worry.
Yeah. So, Shravan, not only that, it's coming from the court. When the agency raids and they find hard cash, and not only do they find hard cash, much of it, as you're showing on your screen, is in the envelopes of the ministry, which has the original insignia. Plus, it has conveyance deeds which are jointly in their name. If after that one has to cry horse and one has to say politics of vendetta, then they are kidding themselves, and the public today is intelligent enough to understand that. And this has been a pattern of the opposition, be it the National Herald case, be it the liquor scam which is being unearthed in Delhi, or the cash scam diary today in Kolkata. So this doesn't work. You can cry all you want, political vendetta, but if the hard facts, clinching facts are right there in front of you, then the public is going to judge you for that. And legally, politically, both aspects wise, it doesn't make sense crying political vendetta. They should course correct and suspend people like Partho Chatterjee. They should be suspended with immediate effect, as it will have legal as well as political ramifications. And I can tell you this is the Waterloo moment of TMC. Note it down. There is clinching evidence and it goes right up to the top. It is their Waterloo moment, and it will bring down their entire government. It has the potential to do that.
Vijay Krishna, why do you really have a problem?
Shravan Sen, namaste. I would like to tell you, last year, the same Supreme Court, when ED presented the number of cases pending against the sitting MLAs, sitting MPs, and ex-legislators, it was totaling around 122 ex-MPs or MLAs. Then the same Supreme Court asked the ED to expedite the cases against these people. So I honor what Kolkata court opined about taking action against corruption accused people, but I would like to differ with one expert who says that once ED files a case against anybody, that it means that they are guilty, that they are supposed to prove themselves innocent. It is wrong, because we are all the citizens of this country. Until proven guilty, we are only accused. But I would like to say there are many BJP MPs, and there are Shravan Sen, there are many BJP MPs, many BJP MPs who also face the ED charges, like ex-Chief Minister Yediyurappa ji and Midunda Chakraborty. He was once upon a time a Naxal, then he went to Bollywood, and he came up in life. He also bought a 5-star hotel in Tamil Nadu, Chakamandalam.
What are you trying to say, Vijay Krishna? Vijay Krishna, what are you trying to say? Now, are we talking, is the debate about Mithun Chakraborty?
He also faces ED case.
No, 1 second. I'll answer that. Problem is that I don't like this rhetoric business, but Shatarupa, since I'll allow Shatarupa to respond, because Vijay Krishna, you seem to be having a problem with the Bharatiya Janata Party, so let the Bharatiya Janata Party respond to it.
जब मैं राहुल गांधी जी को देखता हूँ रोड पे वो बैठे हुए, आप नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी माँ है.
Vijay Krishna, you made a point. You want to hear a response to you want to hear a response. You say, okay, hold on, Vijay Krishna. Once you started, you don't want to end. 1 second, Shatarupa, 1 minute. Let me stop Vijay Krishna first of all. Vijay Krishna, no, Shatarupa, just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Suspend किया है.
No, Vijay Krishna, नहीं Vijay Krishna, आपको do you know what has happened? No, you seem to be. I'll just help you out a little bit, because the problem is you have come unprepared. I'll help you out because I've come with facts. I'll help you out. I'll help you ask a question to Shatarupa also. I can help you. Hold on. Why don't you ask her this question? No, Shatarupa. No, ask one second. Shatarupa, hold on. Shatarupa, 1 minute. Shatarupa, please be kind to Vijay Krishna. Please be kind to Vijay Krishna. 1 second. 1 second. Shatarupa and others, please be kind to Vijay Krishna. He's come to the debate very unprepared. He's come to the debate unprepared, and it's my job as the moderator to help him out. Sometimes you have certain students who need a little bit of help, especially the backbenchers. Especially the backbenchers who are not very used to getting the facts correct. So I'll help you, Vijay Krishna. I'll help you. The question that you should have been actually asked, Shatarupa, is as to whether at all, as your party, your esteemed leaders have essentially time and again spoken about it, that if any leader goes to the BJP, it's like a washing machine, everyone gets clean. But the fact of the matter is that in the Sharoda case also, look at the proceedings that have taken place in the court. None of the cases have been dropped as yet, Vijay Krishna. None of the cases have been dropped. So if you are under the impression that, okay, it has been shut, People have been given the clean chit. I don't know, probably as a reporter I have missed out the story. Why don't you help me out, Vijay Krishna? But the question that you should have been asking, Shatarupa, I want you to respond.
Sure. I'll enlighten you, all of you. You see, you're very right, Shravan.
Shatrupa ji,
Vijay Krishna, hold on. Don't. Vijay Krishna, I have helped you. Vijay Krishna, I have done your job. Vijay Krishna, मैंने आपके लिए काम कर दिया है. Come on, Vijay Krishna, you should thank me. No, Vijay Krishna, you should. No, one second. Vijay Krishna. Shatarupa, 1 minute. One last point I'll make this. One last point I would like to make. Vijay Krishna, my dear friend. Vijay Krishna, you should actually thank me. I am the one who's raising the question and asking Shatarupa on your behalf. You should have done that. I am doing it on your behalf. Shatarupa, please answer. Now, okay, Vijay Krishna done. Vijay Krishna, it's done. Vijay Krishna, it's done. I've asked the question. Let me get a proper response from Shatarupa. Shatarupa, please answer.
Yes. You see, you are very right. Many people who have been accused in several cases are there. Part of BJP right now, but the Honourable Home Minister has very clearly stated in Parliament that nobody has been given a clean chit. The opposition keeps on crying themselves hoarse, saying that BJP is like a huge washing machine. Let me assure you, BJP is by no means a washing machine. Yes, people are out on bail. Yes, there have been inquiries. Yes, they have a track record. But we are very hopeful that they might change with the BJP ideology. Well, if they don't, then the law will take its own course. The Honourable Home Minister has been put on record in Parliament saying that no case has been dropped. What the anchor is saying for everybody's benefit is very clear. People are there, people are out on bail, but no case has been dropped. And I also want to remind the honourable panelists here that
Shatrupaji, the cases against BJP members has been put in hibernation. They will never come to conclusion. We'll be conducting debates even after 20 years. But ED will not take any action against these people. Like Sujna Chowdhury and another ex-TDP member who joined BJP. They cheated banks to the tune of 369 crores. Not a single whisper about this corruption. And you have decided only Ambanis and Adanis will make money. If a common woman like Arpita Mukherjee, who has been working hard in film industry and modeling industry, makes money, and who does not believe in depositing money in any banks and keeps it at a residence, and that becomes money, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and it's a crime.
I want my horoscope checked.
If
Vijay Krishna, hold on. Vijay Krishna, enough. No, this talking over each other is not going to really help. Vijay Krishna, this talking over each other does not really help. Let Shatarupa, I'll give her 30 seconds more. Shatarupa, why don't you respond? 30 seconds to you, and then I'll also bring in DK Giri. He's been waiting for quite some time.
Yes. I was just saying that people are there, people are out on bail, people who have been accused. Yes, they are maybe still part of our organization, and they will be like it was very clearly stated by the Honourable Home Minister in Parliament that no inquiry has been dropped. It is taking time. It will take time. The law will take its own course. But BJP is not the washing machine that the opposition claims it to be. And just a reminder all over again, the Honourable Home Minister himself was in jail for 6 months in 2002. You might remember. Our most respected leader, LK Advani, was jailed in the Hawala scheme. He immediately resigned from the cabinet. Do we see such examples in Trinamool ever? No, they keep on crying themselves out. We have the Chief Minister who dances across and goes and creates havoc in front of Nizam Palace. Anytime anybody gets arrested, fortunately or unfortunately, very mysteriously, here she is treating Partha Chatterjee like a hot potato. Why? I have another very unique observation. Last time in the Dello case, it was a red diary. This time in the Partha Chatterjee's Diamond City case, it has now become the black diary. Are they now playing with colors? I am very impressed with this.
Professor Dikigiri, are we playing with colors? Shatarupa is asking you this question. A black diary.
Well, I mean, Shatarupa, a lady, I think.
Okay, Shatarupa, you made a point. Let Dikigiri respond.
The lady panelist seems a bit innocent. She's taking a very self-righteous position that BJP, no proceedings have been done, but all proceedings have been stalled. All proceedings have been stalled.
Says who,
Nobody
Dikigiri?
has been prosecuted. Please don't give us this self-righteous really harangue to us. We know it. Anybody goes to BJP, all these things are stalled. Tell me one person.
Why don't you talk about the case today?
So one person, wait a minute. I'm telling you, since 2014, tell me one person who has been prosecuted. One person since 2014. I stop. You see, you will not answer it. You will not answer it because you don't have an answer. I'm asking you since 2014. Who is BJP person?
Shatarupa, you made a point. I want Karan and DK. Karan and DK Giri. Karan. Okay, DK Giri, 1 second. Let me take this question. Karan. Hold on. DK Giri, just hold on. I'll give you the chance to respond once again. Let me bring in Karan Verma to put this into perspective. Karan Verma, the moment you start asking these questions about the opposition parties, be it the Congress, when you say that why should Sonia Gandhi be called in for questioning? Why don't you send the ED officials to Sonia Gandhi's residence? When Rahul Gandhi comes in for questioning, they said that why is Rahul Gandhi being called in for questioning? This is political vendetta. Now when cash has been recovered from people's residence, from the former education minister's close associates' residence, then you say that okay, look here, there is no connection. Evidence emerges, it turns out completely different. Now, Karan Verma, I want to ask you this question. Okay, DK Giri, allow me to put this out. DK Giri, come on. DK Giri, hold on. DK Giri, just hold on. Karan Verma, I want to ask you this question. Goes back to the same thing. Have all the cases against the ruling party really has been put under the cold storage? Now, with that argument, investigative agencies should not be looking into any other cases, because the moment you have the opposition parties which are open, because DK Giri, what is happening? I'll tell you one more thing. There's a short, interesting information that I have. Karan, I'm sorry to take this more time, but for everyone, for the benefit of all our viewers right now, and for you panelists, there's a little bit of information that I have with me right now at my disposal. In one of my shows, I had also put this information that it turns out that there was a tip-off that the Enforcement Directorate had about this money, which was parked at Orpita's residence. I am told that had the Enforcement Directorate not carried out the searches on that very day, within the next 1 or 2 days, they had made the plans for the money to be moved out.
Yes. For this information. Absolutely correct.
They could not. You found all that money.
Shravan, Mr. Giri would not want you to complete the argument because he knows he'll be exposed.
No, don't play this childish thing. I know what is the argument. I'm a professor. All my life I'm doing argument. Karan, don't try this trick on me. Don't try this trick on me. I have been arguing all my life.
Have the decency of a good argument. Hear me out.
No, don't tell me.
Professor Giri, just give Karan 30 seconds. Professor Giri, come on. If you want people to understand your arguments, Professor Giri, there's no point shouting over each other. Why don't you, Karan, why don't you respond? Karan, 30 seconds to you, and then I want Professor Giri and then Tausif to also come in. Professor Giri, just hold on. Karan, make your point.
Yeah, Shravan, when you have clinching evidence staring at you in the eye, your best defense can be either speak over the other person because you might be exposed, or point the finger in the other direction. All out shots against BJP. Say they are responsible. Say politics of vendetta. Politics of vendetta doesn't exist as per the Bhajan Lal case. Motive doesn't matter. It is only the merits of the case that matters. They have failed. People like Professor Giri have failed on the merits of the case. They will not discuss with you why 21 crores were seized. They will not discuss with you what conveyance deeds which were in joint names. What were they doing? They will not discuss with you the contents of the black diary. They will keep shouting and ranting political vendetta or say, wait for the probe to end, because they know that as per a loophole in our justice system, cases take years to complete. But the fact of the matter is, prima facie, you have clinching evidence, and on moral grounds, he should be suspended and you should not be defending the indefensible.
It comes back to the same question, Professor Giri. What sort of a message? Okay, Professor Giri, can I ask you this question and then you respond?
No, let me respond to him. Then you ask me a question. I can't play with 11 players, including the umpire. Mr. Karan, I'll tell you some basics of debate. Quote me on something what I've said. I've never said political vendetta. In all my channels in last 3 years, I never said. I'm only point I'm making is the law should apply to everybody. When did I say political vendetta? If you know how to debate,
so let's talk about this
on what I said.
today.
I never said it. I never said it.
Is this debate about other cases or this debate is about the Partho Chatterjee case?
Listen to me. Why are you interrupting now?
Did you listen to me when I was speaking?
Why are you interrupting now?
Karan, hold on. Let Professor Giri. Karan, just hold on. Let Professor Giri respond.
No,
Karan, hold on. You made your point. Karan, you made your point. Karan, you made your point. Let Professor Giri to Professor Giri. Professor Giri respond.
One sentence. I never said political vendetta, Mr. Karan. Even once. I never said it. I said I never questioned Rahul or Sonia being called to ED. Never. I am only saying the law should apply to everybody universally across the party. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? You have to agree. Everybody will agree.
We all agree
that is
on
what
that.
current
We
debate
all
about.
agree on
Don't
that.
tell me things
That has nothing to do with the merits of the Partho Chatterjee case. You must debate the Partho Chatterjee case and have the morality to say there is clinching evidence and he should be suspended.
Oh my
have
God!
the moral
Hold on
courage
to your
to say that today.
evidence. You are not the judge, man. It is a political
You
debate.
can see
We are
that.
not running a court
You
here.
can see that. When 21 crores are seized,
Deshwatan Nigam and Tausif. Okay, both of you made your points. I'm running short of time now. Deshwatan Nigam and Tausif. We come back to square one. We raise the same very question time and again that look here, let the court decide. So till that time, when even there is mounting evidence about the role that has been played by a public representative, we are coming back to the same issue. That is, if you go by what Mamata Banerjee had to say, it is almost like, okay, one mistake, it happens. If you remember what Mamata Banerjee said yesterday, I was completely baffled. What was the point that the Chief Minister was trying to make? That when I'm recruiting 100 people, one person acceptable, it can happen. Now it comes back to the same question. The political part of it is that, are you trying to actually give that long rope to public representatives that look here, do whatever you want to do till the time the court does not come to any conclusion, no matter what sort of an evidence comes out in public domain, I'm not going to take any action against you.
No, you see, there are two factors. One, that is court, and court is the last word. But unless court declares anyone's guilty, one enjoys the presumption of innocence. And then the other factor, that is BJP as a washing machine. Let's take an example. Himanta Biswa Sarma, corruption charges against him, being hounded by central agencies. He joins BJP, all the investigations against him stops, and he has come out as a clean person after being washed in the BJP washing machine and made a chief minister. If this is the approach, then the BJP ruling dispensation of the central government is lying to the people, is playing politics with the people, is not truthful in their fight against corruption. Everyone, each and every member of public wants that the corrupt should be removed from power. But what we see is that BJP intimidates them, this shows them the fear of central agencies, and once the corrupt person joins the camp, as it is in the case of Mr. Sarma,
one last word to Deshwatan Nigam, and I'm running out of time. One last word to Deshwatan Nigam. Respond to what Tausif said.
Shravan, one thing, the scam pertains to the department of which Mr. Partha is the minister. The basic principle is that he should be removed till the investigation is going on. Whether he's guilty or not guilty, finally the court will decide. But the basic principle is that he should be removed from the department of which the scam is related. That's the basic principle. Now, secondly, people every time talk about washing machine. Once the case is registered, it is under the control of the court. No prosecuting agency, whether it is ED or CBI, can wash it. It has to be done with the consent of the court. Any name has to be dropped. It has to be dropped with the consent of the court. Applications have to be filed. So investigation is also monitored by the court. So nobody can interfere with the process of court unless and until people out here are trying to raise fingers towards the court. Once it goes to the court, once an FIR is registered or the ED registers a case or a CBI registers a case, then the court takes over. So even if any party tries to, tries to wishy-washy things, they cannot do it because it is monitored and controlled by the court.
Well, thank you very much. Shatrupa, I'm really running out of time. Okay, just 20 seconds. Shatrupa, I just don't have much time left now. Shatrupa, just 20 seconds.
That will do. All I want to convey to West Bengal and the rest of the country through your channel is that Dharmer call Bata Shenore. And this is what you very well understand as a Bengali. These people have made millions cry on the road for SSC, for the tax scam. People are qualified and they had to cry and beg on the road for jobs. Why? Because these people were amassing 21 crores, which is just
okay, Shatrupa, you made your point. In fact, all that I can say that we here at the Republic Media Network, like what we did today, go to ground zero, get the story for you to see.
Kudos to you.
That investigation will still continue. Thank you very much, Shatrupa Karanvarma, Deshratan Nigam, Tausif Ahmed Khan, Professor Giri and Vijay Krishna for joining us on The Burning Question.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere.
Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream.
It's a Republic TV mega investigation on the Bengal cash scam. Sensational details on the show tonight. Most explosive investigation in the Bengal cash scam case. Republic tracks down the school raided by ED. Stunning black diary with explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Black diary recovered from Orpita's residence. Mountains of cash, then an explosive diary. Now questions emerge over Partho's link to the school raided by the Enforcement Directorate. The Bengal cash scam is only getting bigger. Another Trinamool Congress MLA Manik Bhattacharya has now been summoned. One Trinamool Congress minister in Enforcement Directorate custody, another now summoned by the agency. How big is the scam?
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream. With you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
आज 26 जुलाई है और आज का दिन बहुत खास है। आज के ही दिन कारगिल के युद्ध में हमारी सेना ने भारत की जीत का झंडा फहराया था। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, ऊंचे पहाड़ों पर बैठा हुआ दुश्मन और नीचे से लड़ रही हमारी सेना, हमारे वीर जवान। लेकिन जीत पहाड़ की ऊंचाई की नहीं, भारत की सेनाओं के ऊंचे हौसले और सच्ची वीरता की।
इतनी ऊंचाइयों पर विजय पाना मात्र गगनचुंबी चोटियों को फतेह करना नहीं है, ये देश की समूची शक्ति को दर्शाता है, हमारी सेनाओं के शौर्य का प्रतीक है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Key bills to be tabled, but opposition creates chaos instead. Non-stop ruckus to distract from real issues. 19 opposition MPs suspended. Who intends to disrupt the parliament? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for the debate.
The debate at 9, presented by Amity University, powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Century Ply and JK Tires.
Hello, good evening and welcome friends. The opposition has done it again. Ruckus and suspensions trigger another washout session. But the parliament must work. Why should taxpayers suffer? That's debate 1.
Arnab will be joining us back on the debate soon, in a few days from now. We come to you with 3 debates tonight, and here they are. 3 big debates tonight on what happened in Parliament. 23 parliamentarians have been suspended. 23 of them have been suspended. 4 yesterday, 19 today. That's debate number 1. At 10 p.m, the cash diaries to a black diary, to an envelope with the Government of Bengal insignia, to school links in West Midinipur. Republic breaking open the Bengal cash scam. And at 10:30 p.m, the opposition's vice presidential candidate falls victim to cyber fraud that the Delhi police had flagged off, but then claims it's actually snooping, which wasn't. We'll tell you all about that at 10:30. Here are the headlines.
This is too much. This is too much. Who has done it? This is too much. Who has done it?
Ruckus, chaos and pandemonium in monsoon session of the parliament. 23 MPs suspended for unruly behavior.
Please go back to your seat. Please go back to it. I'm waiting for a few minutes. If you go to your seats, I'm ready to give division.
That's how the opposition parliamentarians have once again resorted to disrupting the parliament session. 167 bills are pending, but chaos reigns supreme.
Sonia grilled for over 6 hours in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Summoned once again by Enforcement Directorate tomorrow.
Explosive cash scam diary recovered at Bengal Minister's aide's residence, Arpita's residence. Can the Trinamool Congress or its minister wash their hands off now?
Republic with the most explosive investigation in the Bengal cash scam. School raided by ED tracked down. More questions emerge on Partha's side. Roll.
Vice presidential candidate for the opposition Margaret Alva falls victim to a cyber fraud but goes on to blame the BJP, calls it snooping, backfires.
Welcome viewers. Of the last 7 days, Lok Sabha has run for just about 5 hours and Rajya Sabha for 9. They say they are raising people's issues, but they caused a storm in the parliament. That's a position. They raise slogans, they fly planes, and they distract from the parliamentary agenda. It is the ultimate insult to our temple of democracy. So it is shocking when 19 MPs are suspended for the chaos they caused? They play the victim card.
Now, nothing that some of the opposition parliamentarians and parties are doing is adding up. Now, taxpayer money that funds the parliament sessions is going down the drain. Crucial bills, nearly 160 of them that must be passed, are gathering dust. Key debates being avoided. Take a look at how it's going now and why Parliament must work immediately.
The monsoon session was dominated by ruckus. Papers thrown at the chair, placards and slogans at the well. The ruckus has ensured minimal productivity, and so 19 MPs were suspended. This comes after 4 MPs were suspended in the Lok Sabha. The opposition is now saying they were doing their duty.
पर ये दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया.
They are claiming that democracy has been suspended.
Modi and Shah have suspended democracy. What are you talking about MPs?
They have tried to raise the issues of price rise, the GST, unemployment. Those issues are the country's issues.
क्योंकि ये तो मनमानी हो रही है. अगर कोई शब्दों का चयन होता है तो उसको अनपार्लियामेंट्री कह देंगे. अगर हम आवाज उठाते हैं जनता की तो आप उसको सस्पेंड कर देंगे. ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. ये चाहते ही नहीं. एक प्रजातंत्र के उसूलों में विश्वास नहीं रखने वाले लोग हैं, ना संवैधानिक तौर तरीकों पे.
But if the concern was democracy, why were Congress MPs on the street causing a ruckus instead of raising issues in the House?
Well, with 4 MPs of the Congress party suspended yesterday from Lok Sabha, today 19 MPs were suspended for a time frame of 7 days, belonging to TRS, to TMC, DMK. But then as soon as the opposition MPs came out, they started blaming the BJP, forgetting that this is not for the first time. Ever since 1989, yes, when late Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister and Balram Jakhar was the Speaker, 63 MPs were suspended by the then Congress government.
The BJP is questioning the opposition's behavior.
The chair made many appeals that they may allow the smooth functioning of the House, particularly since the government has repeatedly stated, both in the House and outside the House, that we are ready for discussion on any issue, including price rise. And we have agreed for the demand that it should be done at the earliest.
Is there a deliberate attempt to put a speed breaker on our temple of democracy? It is time for our members of parliament to get to work. Let's debate.
Joining us on the debate this evening are Gaurav Bhatia, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Senior Advocate Supreme Court, Kovai Satyan, Spokesperson of the AIADMK, Pratik Som, National Spokesperson of the JJP, Saket Gokhale, Spokesman of the TMC, Ghanshyam Tiwari, National Spokesperson, Samajwadi Party, and Shanmugam. Mr. Shanmugam is a parliamentarian from the Rajya Sabha, from the DMK, has been suspended. Ravula Sridhar Reddy, leader of the TRS, and Dinesh Varshni of the CPI complete the panel. Let me start with Mr. Shanmugam. Mr. Shanmugam, is it true that you two have been suspended, sir? Why have you been suspended? Sir, good evening. Why have you been suspended, sir? Did you also behave in a bad manner, as what the chair claims?
Sir, as parliamentarian,
sir,
we are for here. We are for here to raise the issue of the public matters. When we raise the matters for discussion, some important issue of the public, that is the price rise and other GST matters, we are pressurizing the government and the chairman so many times, but they never bothered about, and they always, whenever our leaders are giving the 267 notice,
right,
they rejected the notice, which is undemocratic.
Sir,
so that only we have to agitate.
Sir, are you suggesting?
We have to agitate.
Sir, are you suggesting that the government is not agreeing to the debate, or is it the issue about timing? You want it immediately and the government says wait for the finance minister, because ultimately, remember, on the issue of price rise or the issue of GST that you mentioned, on both the debates, on both the subjects, the answer has to come from the finance minister, and you know that she is suffering from COVID. She can't be in the parliament.
Yes. We also know, but it is a duty of the chairman, call all the leaders and convince them. Finance minister is not able to come and give the reply, and they have to fix the time for the discussion, by which we can also postpone this agitation. That is not happened there.
Sir, that has been discussed in the Business Advisory Council meeting, Business Advisory Committee meeting. That has been discussed. The government said that they are absolutely ready for the debate. That's what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister also said, that they are absolutely willing and ready for the debate, just waiting for the Finance Minister to come.
No, they are saying they are ready. When they are ready, they have to fix the time. That is that.
Ghanshyam Tiwari, the time of the debate is incumbent upon the finance minister coming back and joining work after COVID. And you know how COVID pans out. I have had my share of COVID. You would have had yours in the last 3 years. Can't we give that breathing space to the government? Yes. In the larger interest, remember, I would like to tell you, sir, that today was the 7th day that Parliament did not function properly. Among one of the issues that was missed was a 0-hour question on inflation. It could not be picked up. The same issue of price rise or inflation could have been picked up in the 0-hour also, which got washed away.
Good evening, Abhishek and Niranjan, and good evening to all the co-panelists as well as the viewers. 3 or 4 things stand out. One, that intent of the government. If you look at the 16th Lok Sabha, the Parliament met for 331 days. How many Sundays are there in 5 years? Calculate that and then imagine the Parliament under BJP's full majority met for only 331 days. Intent of the government. Last 40 years, I asked the BJP panelists in another debate, I'll ask again, tell me the name of the Prime Minister who attended the Parliament least number of times in the last 40 years. Probably in the name of the BJP Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji would pop up. But probably BJP spokesperson will not answer the question. Third, what we did notice that this government spoke about unemployment in the Parliament. It says that the unemployment among women in India is around 3.5% and among men is around 4.5%. Just imagine, this government looks at unemployment like this, eyes closed, ears closed, where they are saying that 1 in 25 youth in this country are unemployed and 1 in 30 women in this country are unemployed. This is the government that wants to use Parliament for its propaganda, which opposition is not allowing. And the Prime Minister who does not believe in Parliament shows in his attendance. A government that does not believe in Parliament shows in the number of sittings that they convene, or the number of bills that are brought to standing committee, or the number of ordinances that is passed. Last monsoon session, 20 bills were passed without debate. The headlines thereafter, the next session, spoke about how 10 bills were passed. this government creates every session they create a new record of the number of bills that they want to be passed without the debate. Parliament is not a platform for BJP to say Modi ji Bhagwan hai. It's a platform where the people of India want to answer from this government. Why have they pushed the country into unemployment? Why have they pushed the country into this price rise?
Ghanshyam, if you said 1 in 30 women is unemployed, that's not a very big number, by the way. But I'll let Gaurav Bhatia take on you and answer all the questions, the litany of questions that we have raised. Gaurav Bhatia, would you like to respond to Ghanshyam?
Yes, absolutely. I will respond to whatever allegations he's making. But first of all, let us understand the meaning of the parliament. Parliament is a symbol of our democracy. It is the temple of democracy. And nobody would disagree that you might have differences. But you have to raise issues adhering to the decorum that is expected out of a member of parliament. MPs who've been suspended, I would like to remind Dola Sen, for example's sake. She was suspended earlier also last year. And do you know why? She was actually physically assaulting a female marshal. So no dignity for the female marshal, member of parliament from the Aam Aadmi Party, from the Congress, from the TMC, from Samajwadi Party, believe in unruly behavior like throwing the book at the chair. If they violate the law, the chair is well within its power to take appropriate action, and that is what they've done. Because people of the country want to see meaningful discussions, not unruly behavior. Now coming to the point that was raised about Prime Minister's attendance. Prime Minister enjoys the confidence of the people of the country. We have seen that. And he has other matters also urgent in nature to attend. But I would like to place the numbers of Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. The point that SP spokesperson made was that the parliament is only functioning for very few days. Imagine if it was functioning for more number of days, what would happen? Because Akhilesh Yadav in the 17th Lok Sabha, his parliamentary performance attendance is only 34%. The national average is 80% and the state average is 87%. Second, Akhilesh Yadav lost his election from Azamgarh. There was a by-poll and Samajwadi Party lost that election. So what does it reflect? You are not in tune with the sentiments of the people. And he raised 2 points. He spoke about the unemployment rate. I must tell him that even when other so-called developed economies are facing challenges, India is doing much better in the times of COVID pandemic as well as Russia and Ukraine war that is going on. And these are the numbers for you which will never be questioned by SP. In Rajasthan, the unemployment rate is 29.8%, Jharkhand 12.2%. And what about BJP ruled? When SP government was in power, the unemployment rate was 17%. But in Uttar Pradesh, it is 2.8%. Just a sec. Just let me complete my point, please. Thank you. Madhya Pradesh, it is 0.5%. Gujarat, it is 3%.
I know,
so this is one question that I've answered. There are two more data.
Later. Keep it for later.
Later during
keep it for later. Keep it for later, Gaurav Bhatia, because I want to bring in the Trinamool Congress. I know you're raising your hand there. Ghanshyam, you can respond to him later. Just hold on to your response, okay? But I want to ask, there's a visual that we had today, and I'd like to play that visual out, and then ask, I'll take that to the Trinamool Congress. Let's play the picture where the paper was thrown at the chair. Now, a Trinamool Congress parliamentarian was live on Republic earlier this evening. Shushmita Dev was live. Let's show the pictures, full frame of the papers being thrown at the chair. Papers were flung. Now, tell me, Saket, you see that footage on your screen right now where Bhubaneswar Kalita was presiding in the chair. He was making repeated pleas to the opposition MPs to return to their seats, maintain order, and yet papers were flung towards him. And when papers are flung, can discussions be held, and should MPs not face suspension? The Trinamool Congress responding on the debate, and the AIADMK can then come in.
Hi, so first of all,
there is visuals of papers landing. You can't pin it on the Trinamool Congress saying one of our MPs has thrown those papers. Number one. Number two, talking about suspensions, let me jog back everybody's memory a little bit. In the winter session, the last winter session, 12 MPs were suspended allegedly for something that they did in the monsoon session. In the last budget session, the one that happened before this, price rise has been an issue for over a year now. In the budget session, the government promised discussion on price rise. Discussion did not happen. This time they're using the excuse of the finance minister having COVID. But we have routinely seen with this government that today when opposition raises a certain question, let's say about petroleum ministry, the women and child minister will come and hold a press conference and respond to it. So in this government, there are a lot of ministers who come and hold press conferences about topics that don't pertain to their portfolio. Besides, who is the head of the government? It's the Prime Minister of India. Do you know how many questions the Prime Minister of India has answered in the last 8 years? Zero. I mean, yes, the BJP spokesperson might say that the Prime Minister, I mean, on one side they say Parliament is a temple of democracy, but then they say that the Prime Minister has more pressing issues than attending the temple of democracy. Just shows how much he values democracy in the first place. But the Prime Minister has not answered a single question. Fine, the Finance Minister has COVID. Why can the Prime Minister not come? At the end of the day, the buck stops at the office of the Prime Minister. Why can't the Prime Minister come into Parliament and answer these questions? And another point I wish to add here is that, look, let me remind you, when we talk about washout sessions, this and that, first of all, who gets benefited when the House is disrupted? It is the government. The government takes an average total of 9 minutes to pass a bill.
Saket,
during the farm laws, we saw that.
Are you suggesting the TMC MPs were helping the government by causing that disruption?
You can't interrupt me while I'm speaking. I mean,
I'm
that's
asking
really
a
just
question, Saket. As a moderator, I'm asking a question. You said that disruptions help the government. Are you suggesting that the 19 MPs were helping the government?
No, the government does not want to do a discussion on price rise. The government wants... Look,
then the best way to corner the government would be to let the House be in order and let the issues come up. Why disrupt and give the government an opportunity to suspend the MP and hence have the opposition out of the House?
Let me bring to you, sir, basics of civics, which is taught in 7th standard. Every person sitting in the parliament, be it from the BJP or any other party, is a representative of the people. There is nobody sitting in the Lok Sabha who has not been voted to by people, you know. So to assume that only the BJP enjoys popular support and the others have just landed up in parliament, that's not how it works. All of them are people representing a constituency of a few lakh people. At the end of the day, it is their job. If price rise is an issue that their people, that their constituents are telling them is an issue affecting them, it is their job to bring it up in parliament. The question is, why is the government so scared? In the last session, they're scared. In this session, they're scared. They want to take 9 minutes to pass a bill. Why are they suspending members? They're suspending members because they can ram through bills to parliament.
No, Saket, you digressed and deflected. I was asking, are you by disruptions helping the government? In fact, I was helping your cause. I was saying, if you let the House in order, the government perforce would have to bring in the legislative agenda and then you can corner the government. But the points you have raised, Rule
267, sorry, please watch the parliament proceedings. We proposed a motion under Rule 267, they denied it.
They have not. It's just that they have not fixed the date. Saket, please don't play around with words. We have the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. We have the leader of the government in the Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal. Before that, Prahlad Joshi. They have said there is no question of not having a debate. It's just a matter of time. I think, as Mr. Shanmugam said, an assurance has to come, and let Gaurav Bhatia respond. Gaurav Bhatia, why is your government not giving an assurance to the opposition with a particular date and time that this debate would be held?
During the budget session. Did the finance minister have COVID during the budget session? Why was price rise not discussed during the budget session?
Gaurav Bhatia, please respond.
Gaurav Bhatia, please respond. Should be patient to hear to the response. Yes. So first of all, it has been raised again and again, the Prime Minister not responding to the questions asked. The Prime Minister has full faith in the Minister concerned and the Minister concerned are answering the questions. But regarding responding to the charges made by the opposition, on the floor of the House, there have been umpteen number of incidents when the Prime Minister was responding and the opposition was shouting slogans. showing disrespect to the chair of the Prime Minister and not even listening to him. So what kind of behavior is that? Second, the productivity under the current government, I must give the numbers. Under the Congress winter session of 2010, the productivity was 0. In 2012 winter session, it was 0. But budget session of 2021, the productivity was 105%. And more than 100% productivity has been achieved even in subsequent sessions of the parliament. Third, the TMC talking about people, Partha Chatterjee, 21 crore of ill-gotten wealth recovered. A dog he has a separate flat. These people want to talk about issues, people's issue. You don't even understand. And there is rampant corruption in West Bengal.
20 crores of cash found. Did your Prime Minister not do demonetization to get rid of cash?
Can you be courteous enough not to interrupt? Learn some manners of debating, sir.
You stick to the topic then.
I heard you.
Stick to the
and
topic
you
at
must hear
hand.
the other side also. This is
Learn to
again
speak
what
on
you
the topic
people
at
do
hand.
in the parliament. This is exactly what you do in the parliament. Niranjan, please ask this gentleman to be quiet.
Stick to the topic at hand.
Okay,
the topic
can I request just come back on the subject. Come back on the subject. Come back on the subject because you know we have. I can assure you we're debating Bengal at 10 o'clock, not right now. 10 o'clock is the Bengal debate. We'll stick to the parliament right now.
Yes.
I'll give you 20 seconds, Gaurav, and then I'll bring in the rest. Many of our panelists haven't spoken. Yeah.
No, I just need 1 minute, Niranjan. I request you to
30
give me
seconds.
1 minute.
Go ahead.
See,
30.
Even on the television right now, we can debate. Yes, we'll debate the issues, and this is how the parliament can also function. They raised the issue of GST, and GST being implemented on food items. I want to tell you, I have in my hand a group of ministers, body that was constituted, and you know who's the member? Dr. Amit Mitra, Finance Minister of West Bengal, who was part of the committee who approved this tariff plan. Why didn't you oppose it there? You talk about price rise.
Here's the thing. That's
Please
why
do
you
not speak in
mislead
between.
people.
Please do not speak in between. This is not done.
We really need to broaden this debate. There are some very important points that need to be discussed.
We've crossed that road on the GST. 1 minute.
Please ask him to be quiet.
No, I'm saying that we've crossed that road. We've crossed that road on. We had a debate on the GST. Gaurav, we had a debate on GST last week.
The point that I'm trying to make is, all that I'm trying to say is that Parliament is sanctorum sanctorum. We have to respect the place. And the kind of unruly behavior, habitual offenders like Dola Sain trying to disrespect the chair is just not acceptable. And if they break the rules, they'll have to face the consequences.
Abhishek, you want to come?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Gaurav. You see, we have to broaden this debate. There are very important points that impinge upon how our democracy functions. Now, if Parliament abdicates its responsibility of legislation, and then if judiciary fills the vacuum, then why do we blame the judges? Dinesh Vashne, if I can take this question to you. If out of 7 days of the session, Lok Sabha functions for 5 hours, Rajya Sabha functions for 9 hours, and as our honorable member was saying, panelist was saying, that Parliament has in many cases passed bills with 1 day of debate. I'll come to that statistic, by the way, later. But who is to blame? The MPs, if they don't let the House in order, how would the legislative function happen? Dinesh Vashne.
Look, Abhishek and Niranjan, you should know one thing. I think people are forgetting the fact, especially the Gaurav Bhatia. 2012, 2013 and 14. 5 parliament sessions were not allowed by the BJP to function at all. They disrupted the overall session. 5 sessions were washed out. Ask Gaurav Bhatia. And that was not democracy. Democratic processes, the people are supposed to protest in the parliament on the people's issue. You mean to say we should not discuss the dahi, we should not discuss the doodh, we should not discuss the chawal, we should not discuss the paneer, cottage cheese, the price hike? People are suffering, people are losing their dietary balances. And this government is saying, rebdi baat rahe ho. You have distributed a rebdi of 4 lakh, 58 lakh crores to the monopolies, your friend monopolies, and you're talking that you should not speak in the parliament. Where should we speak? If the opposition is not will not speak on the people's issue in the parliament, then who will speak? You said your finance minister is ill because of COVID. She should take rest. But Prime Minister is the head of the cabinet. He should come to the parliament and let there is a debate on the price rise and GST on the food items.
Dinesh
Why are you
Varshney.
making fool?
Dinesh
Prime Minister
Varshney.
is not the head of the cabinet.
Dinesh Varshney.
Number three. If the people of the opposition MPs are duty bound to raise the people's issue, and
But
if they will
there
not
has to be
raise
some
it,
process.
they are
There has to be
not
some process.
following their duty.
Nobody is denying the right
There
of the
has to be a
opposition
process.
to
The
raise
process has
issues,
to be
Dinesh
ensured by the
Varshney.
government.
You are
The
saying that the
process has to be
BJP did
ensured
it
by the treasury benches.
in
It is
2012,
responsibility of
2013.
the treasury
Then
benches
someone would say
to
Rajiv
see to
Gandhi
it
did it. Then
that
someone
the
would say Indira
parliament
Gandhi
functions
suspended
properly
Raj
and
Narayan.
cooperation
Dinesh
and
Varshney, just hold
coordination
on.
must go on.
Dinesh Varshney, just hold on. You see, this can't be an unending argument that the opposition now is doing it because the BJP did it in 2012. The BJP did it because Rajiv Gandhi suspended 63 MPs in 1989, or for that matter, Indira Gandhi suspended Raj Narayan 4 times. I think at some stage you have to decide that legislative agenda of parliament is of utmost importance and integral to the governance issues which can control price rise.
No agenda is more important than the people of India. No agenda is more important
people's
than the
concerns
people
are
of
real.
India.
People listen to their honorable members have a constructive debate.
No agenda is more important
Not
than the
throw
other
papers
country.
and fly planes inside the parliament.
I agree.
That's what you do in class 7.
Mr. Varshney,
Don't give us the wrong
No,
data.
Mr. Varshney, we agree with you. Let me tell you, sir, last week, Mr. Varshney.
Of the Madhya Pradesh
No.
and the UP, and you will find thousands of the youth are unemployment.
Sir, I agree with you. Sir, citizens' concerns are real. Sir, concerns are real. Nobody's saying no. But the manner in which you're doing it, let me get in the JJP spokesperson, Pratik wanted to respond. Pratik coming in.
Tell me, Niranjan.
Sir, you saw the pictures. Sir, you saw the pictures. Sir, you saw the pictures. You know these placards being held up. You saw the pictures of the placards and papers being thrown.
Earlier session.
Okay, let Pratik is responding to you, sir. Sir, Pratik responding to you.
They will not discuss it. Why Prime Minister can't function as a finance minister?
All right.
But she's got COVID, sir. You want her to come on video conference.
5 lakh rupees per minute of taxpayers' money. 2.5 lakh rupees of taxpayers' money per minute is being spent for running a parliament. Have they forgotten how Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley used to do debates when they were in opposition? Even as a matter of fact, when Dushyant Chautala was a member of parliament and he was in opposition, do you remember he protested against the government for commercializing the tractor? He presented the facts. He gave a debate. He got into the members of the government into the debate and got that denotified. This is the way how a parliament should function. When you have a singular agenda to create a ruckus, to demean the chair, to throw papers on the speaker's chair, the consequence is suspension only. Opposition wants that judiciary should function, executive should function, bureaucracy should function. Then why should not a parliament should function?
Right.
There are times we all know, even a kid can see on YouTube how Sushma Swaraj and Arun Jaitley, when they were opposition leaders, used to debate on the floor of the house and got the opposition voice, and whole world used to see. Now they are. I remember in the last session, opposition member of parliaments were dancing on the table.
I don't know. I just want to check. I want to check with the TRS spokesperson. Sir, I want to check with you. Have you heard, there are at least 3 or 4 sound bites on record, because, you know, we spend our days in the newsroom. So when a sound bite comes in, we play it out. Then, you know, we take the news point out of it and put it on the screen for the viewers. At least 3 or 4 sound bites in the last 2 days where ministers have come on record. For example, I can tell you today, Piyush Goyal has said, as soon as the finance minister comes back to parliament, we will schedule the discussion for price rise. Now, if he has said it on record, if ministers have said it on record, including yesterday, when I think Prahlad Joshi also made it clear that the discussion will happen, can I ask you, Mr. Reddy, Why can't your MPs also understand that? Because they too have been suspended, if I'm not wrong. Am I right? Even your MPs have been suspended.
They got suspended.
Yeah. So why can't they just wait? Why can't they be patient for a day, perhaps a day or two?
Well, first, the government is showing its weaker side by suspending the opposition members. What are they asking for? What are they asking for? They're asking for an answer from the government on the price rise and the inflation and the brutal GST tax that you are imposed today on the essential food items. Are you not responsible enough to answer that? I'm surprised by seeing the Piyush Goyal's statement that you have to wait for Nirmala Sitharamanji. Were there instances in the past? Were not there? Where the senior ministers of other portfolios have come and answered in the parliament if the concerned minister is not present? Can't the junior minister of the finance ministry can come forward and answer on behalf of the government? Are they incapable? Or the prime minister of the country can come up and answer the parliament? A government which talks about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, what will be more important than the common man issues? What are we asking for?
Oh, Mr. Reddy.
Today you impose tax on
Mr. Reddy.
food items and you run away from the responsibility
Mr.
of answering
Reddy.
the parliament.
Mr.
And you are
Reddy.
talking about temple of democracy. Are you not insulting the temple of democracy?
Mr. Reddy, please
you are
tell
talking
me,
about
since you say that you wanted to discuss GST or the honorable members of the parliament from the opposition ranks want to discuss the issue of GST, please tell us, sir, your government is in power in Telangana. 47th GST Council meeting took place in Chandigarh last month. Your finance minister was present there, full GST Council meeting. All decisions taken with unanimity, with consensus. Was your finance minister not present there? Was he not part of that decision making? And this was the 47th GST Council meeting that took place?
No. I told you. I made it clear. I made it clear even in my last discussion. We have raised our concern. We have protested. I would like to ask you, the Prime Minister has promised the country in the past, we are not going to levy GST on any of the essential food items. First of all, first in the case, why have you brought the proposal first?
Yeah.
The discussion is the later part of it, right? So today you are, suspending the parliamentarians for asking the same on behalf of the country's common people. So the government is there enough to suspend. Now today you are bringing in statistics that Congress government in the past also has suspended Rajya Sabha members, Lok Sabha members. You are giving number. If BJP think that was a mistake by UPA government, Congress government, why are you committing the same mistake?
No, how
Today,
can it be a mistake? How can you even compare? Mr. Reddy, can you compare? How can you compare? No, let me tell you, sir. Sir, let me tell you. You're making a very wrong comparison, sir. Let me tell you.
Why?
Let me tell you. You're making a very wrong comparison. I'll let Kovai take this. You remember when... no, wait. No, wait, sir, wait. I'll let AIDMK take you on.
How it is wrong?
Let me tell you. I'll tell you. Because I don't think you can compare. Because I'll tell you what's happening is there are some parties.
You are supporting BJP.
Sir, I'm not supporting the BJP will speak for itself. No, I'm telling you about your argument. No. I'm talking to you about your TRS argument. I'm talking about you, TRS argument. 1 minute.
We have very clearly stated that we have raised our concern.
No, 1 minute. No, I am not even talking about
GST.
I'm not talking about GST. That GST debate happened last week. I'm not talking about GST. I'm asking you about the comparison. Yeah, Gaurav Bhatia, before you come in. No, Kovai hasn't spoken. Tell me, you remember 2014? I'll tell you what happened on the 2014. 13th of February. The Lok Sabha Speaker was Meera Kumar, suspended 16 MPs for 5 days. And in this protest, there was L. Rajagopal. I think you know him, Mr. Reddy. He was an expelled Congress lawmaker. He used pepper spray. Remember, they used pepper spray in the parliament?
Yes.
A TDP member, Venugopala Reddy, had smashed a mic. And the suspended members back then had belonged to Congress, TDP and YSRCP. Okay? Now, if you look at the last two sessions, you spoke about this session and last two sessions about the suspensions. Tell me, some parties said we didn't throw paper at the chair because we respect the chair, but yes, we did slogan here, yes, we did disrupt, yes, we held placards. Now, there are different levels of disruption now that we see in Parliament, but you can't justify throwing rockets, throwing paper at the chair because people actually watch Parliament live. Channels like ours cut to Parliament live to tell our people, to tell the viewers what happens. Kovai, Kovai, you come in. You heard what the TRS spokesperson said. You can respond to him.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening to my fellow panelists. The nation also saw that none of the UP or his ally want to spend few seconds paying their respect to the soldiers on this Kargil Vijay Diwas. So on behalf of my party and my leader, we pay our respects to those soldiers who laid their lives saving us on this Kargil Vijay Diwas day. The question here is the Lakshman Rekha. The tables turn. The opposition become the ruling become the opposition. But who is breaching the Lakshman Rekha? Today, the conduct of UPA, Congress and its allies, breached the Lakshman Rekha and they want to dictate the terms to the House, stating that you conduct it as per our whims and fancies, to make our priority as your priority. But I take this opportunity to showcase the discrepancies, since there are two people, one from DMK and CPI, who are an ally together in Tamil Nadu. DMK is the ruling, the ally is CPI. Congress, 2 MPs were suspended in Lok Sabha. CPI has one representative. They talk about people issues on inflation and price hike. DMK had hiked the prices of ghee, the prices of butter, the electricity prices hiked. The gas subsidy of 100 rupees is still not delivered on their poll promises. Fuel prices and the reduction is not in tune with the hike that is happening. There is no message, there is no noise from Congress or its ally CPA here in this state, wherein they go to the center and they go to the well and they shout in unison as if they are the saviors of the people of the country. Look at the discrepancy. Look at the discrepancy.
We will reduce
and
the
they don't make
everything
noise in the
state.
place where they are elevated. Sir, let me complete. Sir, 35 minutes I was quiet. I respected your time. Please respect my time. 35 minutes I was quiet. I respected your time.
Dinesh Varshney, just hold on. Dinesh Varshney, he has waited for half an hour. Please hold on, Dinesh Varshney. Dinesh Varshney, hold on. Kovai, just go ahead.
There were no noise about people apathy. And they go to Delhi, hold placards, go to the well, and whatever you could do to defame the decorum of the house, they do it. And they come out and play a victim card saying that they are not allowed to speak.
Why they have
democracy is murdered.
Dinesh Varshney, you know, the fact is, the point that our ADMK guest is making is something that applied to Maharashtra also. With the change of government, the prices of petrol and diesel came down in Maharashtra. But Ghanshyam, you know, you are making a point that the parliament is meeting less, that less number of questions are being asked. Now, I am giving you some statistics of 2021. Delhi Assembly sat for 8 days out of 365 days. Punjab Assembly sat for 11 days out of 365 days. Congress was ruling at that time. Maharashtra Assembly under the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government sat for 15 days out of 365. West Bengal, Trinamool, 19 days. The national average is 24 days. Now you are saying parliament is not sitting. Out of all the 28 state assemblies, whatever number of bills they passed, 44% were passed the same day that they were introduced without any debate. So I think it's a pan-assemblies phenomenon, Ghanshyam, where less and less debate is happening. And on top of it, if the opposition so chooses to disrupt every session like this, then where are we heading to so far as legislative agenda of the country is concerned? For God's sake, it's not BJP's agenda, it's the country's agenda.
3 or 4 things. 11th April 2018, the headlines ran that AIDMK helps BJP to create ruckus in the parliament. This is a sitting government using an unnamed ally. This was the headline in every newspaper. AIDMK did not object to this headline. This is the nature of this government. Second, I think for Gaurav Bhatia, it is time to announce achhe din finally. He says that in Madhya Pradesh, the unemployment rate is 0.05% or 0.5%. In Uttar Pradesh, the unemployment rate is 2%. This is the reality of BJP propaganda. They believe that nearly 100% of people in Madhya Pradesh are employed. Nearly 98% of youth in Uttar Pradesh is employed. Do you know how many people applied to that railway group D job from Uttar Pradesh that you never gave? 75 lakh people, for which those students protested. These people are living in a Modi dreamland where the common man does not matter. Here they say that GST. In the GST Council, do you know how many members are there? 33 members are there. How many of them come from BJP? It is a shame that a BJP spokesperson has to hide behind a letter and not represent the fact that they have substantive majority in the GST Council. My final point, This government does not want you to know that they are responsible for price rise. Mr. Modi promised 2 crore jobs. Mr. Modi promised black money will come. Mr. Modi promised no mehengai, no corruption. So why can't Mr. Modi answer? Why can't the Prime Minister stand like a Prime Minister in the Parliament and say that it's okay, it's all right that Nirmala Sitharaman ji is not there? I am here to answer for mehengai. I am here to answer for unemployment. Has the Prime Minister lost the confidence? He doesn't face the press. Probably lacks the confidence. But has he lost the confidence?
Ghanshyam, provided you let the government speak. You are not letting the government. If you don't let the House in order, how will the government respond? Also, remember, Ghanshyam, yesterday because of the ruckus. Let me square it up with you. Let me before Gaurav Bhatia responds, let me give you just 2 facts. Yesterday, 4 MPs, honorable MPs, suspended in the Lok Sabha. You know what was missed yesterday in the Parliament that was to be debated? A calling attention motion on rising cases of post-COVID complications across populations in the country. Is it not an important issue? Today, 7th day of Parliament, and in the melee that was there, because of which House could not be in order, 0-hour question on inflation could not be discussed. Is inflation not price rise? Are you going to be so picky and choosy about just one word that you have picked up?
Then why this government is not calling a meeting of all political parties to settle these issues? The government is duty bound to satisfy the opposition parties in the all-party meeting. Okay, we will discuss the price.
Somebody is acting in a civilized manner, you won't get time to respond. Please.
Yeah, Gaurav, go ahead. Yeah, what is it, Gaurav? Please respond. Who are you responding to, first of all?
Gaurav Bhatia, please don't teach the civility to the opposition. We know your civility. Your BJP MLA in Meghalaya was bloody running a brothel.
Okay, let's focus on the debate. We have last 5 to 6 minutes. This is not the Parliament. This is not the Parliament. We won't suspend you, but we will hear you out calmly. One after another, please. Mr. Vashne, we will hear you out. We will not suspend you, sir. Sir, we don't have the powers to suspend you, sir. 1 minute. Let's give each of the panelists enough time before we end the debate.
Allow the demagogy, Niranjan, at least. Demagogy cannot be permitted in front of the literate opposition.
Yes. So let Gaurav. Okay, so why don't you? Sir, give him 30 seconds. Sir, give him 30 seconds. Sir, give him 30 seconds and then you respond to it. I'll give you time to respond.
Cases have been removed.
Okay, sir. Let him respond 30 seconds and then you respond. Okay. Okay, Gaurav Bhatia is responding. Yeah, Gaurav.
BJP MLA in Meghalaya is running a brothel.
He has been arrested. Gaurav Bhatia, go ahead.
You know, is this the way we will discuss issues? Please. Thank you. So, first of all, I think it is the Samajwadi Party that indulges in propaganda. Being a responsible spokesperson of the responsible Bharatiya Janata Party, I have in my hand the data I gave with CMIE data. Samajwadi Party spokesperson does not believe in data. He comes here with no facts, but only whataboutery. And the numbers that I gave about unemployment are correct. Second, who has the confidence, of the people? Narendra Modi ji, Yogi Adityanath ji, they enjoy the blessings of the people. Just 3 months back, Samajwadi Party lost the elections. What does it show? They are living in a dreamland, not the Bharatiya Janata Party. And third, Samajwadi Party should also know about their leaders' performance in the parliament. This is for the viewers. You want important issues to be discussed, but this is the report card from the official website. Number of debates that Akhilesh Yadav participated in. As an MP, 4. The national average is 24.4. State average 30.2. This is his performance. Number of questions asked, 0 by Akhilesh Yadav. The national average is 77. And I've already given his attendance, which is around 34%. So first of all, tell Mr. Akhilesh Yadav to be present inside the parliament. And as for the Prime Minister, let me again say this. Prime Minister has always very constructively participated in the debate in the parliament. And it is the opposition which is seen shouting slogans even while the Prime Minister is addressing the House. This is your decorum. Really? Wow. But if you think this will be tolerated, it will not be tolerated.
Okay, Saket is responding to you. Okay, Saket, I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
let me point out how the BJP selectively tells things. They're talking about Mr. Akhilesh Yadav and other people's attendance, but what the BJP spokesperson will not tell you is that the ministers and the Prime Minister by rule are not required to mark their attendance. If they were required to mark their attendance, we would know what their attendance is. Point number
I said
two,
that in the first statement. I think you didn't hear that.
Do not interrupt.
My first point in the debate was that.
How you're lying to the people. He says, Mr.
So
Modi
I am
and Mr.
also
Yogi
telling you,
Adityanath enjoy
probably
the
you were
confidence
sleeping
of the
then.
people.
Or were you with Partha Chatterjee?
1 minute, Mr. Bhatia.
Okay,
Sunni ki mat ye. He says Mr. Modi and Mr. Yogi enjoy the confidence of the people. Let me point out, Mamata Banerjee also enjoys the confidence of the people. Your party got kicked in West Bengal, humiliated in West Bengal.
Partha Chatterjee खा तो रहे हैं.
Don't tell us the confidence or not.
Want to loot West Bengal?
Okay, Kowai wants to come in.
He's talking about
No, have you taken action against Partha Chatterjee?
1 minute, let me finish.
Is this the first time?
He has the Prime Minister. We're talking about the decency of the Prime Minister.
No, Dola Sen manhandles.
Okay, we've discussed Dola Sen already. 1 minute. We've discussed Dola Sen. I think we're going back. We're repeating. Sir. Let's look forward. 1 minute. We've discussed Dola Sen already. Let me go back. Let me bring in Mr. Shanmugam. Mr. Shanmugam is a suspended parliamentarian of the Rajya Sabha from the DMK. He's on the debate. I saw him raising his hand. Mr. Shanmugam. Yes. Who are you responding to, sir?
Yes, sir. The main point is the government afraid to discussion on price rise in the House. Number two, government is afraid that it would be exposed about its failure to yet control the prices. Government hiding behind the excuses of the finance minister is not well. It is a collective responsibility of the government and other concerned minister.
Are you saying
concerned
that
of like the petroleum minister, commerce minister, and sir, it is a collective responsibility that the petroleum minister is there and the commerce minister is there and the other minister and the consumer affairs minister is also there. Why don't they come and join with that?
Kowai, 30 seconds. Kowai is responding to you, sir. Your AIDMK is responding to you, sir.
No, he will not be able to answer the allegations I placed. They promise 100 rupees for the cylinders. When is it coming? Is the fuel prices being dropped in proportion with the price hike? When it is going to happen? The Chief Finance Minister was present in the GST Council. He paints a different picture here. What is the state proportion with respect to the taxes and the rebates? They will not have an answer. But the question here is, whenever they raise an issue, is it on par with the global standard? Is it the first time inflation going to hit the second digit mark? Not. It has already been done earlier. So whenever they raise an issue, it is not in unison. That's why I pointed out the discrepancy in the state. Their entire action is to save dynasty. The family members of the dynasty. DMK Congress wants to save the dynasty and the family members of the dynasty. It is not with the welfare of the people in mind.
SP is responding.
The welfare of the people
okay, I'm giving SP 30 seconds to respond. Ghanshyam.
Well, I will simply
this
say
is not the Tamil Nadu Assembly.
Sir,
I will simply say that even in this debate, if you see, even in this debate, if you see, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Mr. Shanmugam, is one of the calmest voice communicating, one of the calmest voice communicating throughout the debate. And if this government decides to suspend a member of Parliament of his stature and his calmness, then that tells that how scared this government is. That they cannot even handle somebody who's been patient throughout this debate to listen to everyone and then communicate. This is the nature of BJP. That they are scared of anybody who even with calmly is going to raise their voice and say you push the country towards unemployment, you push the country towards price rise.
I'm getting Pratik, 2.5 lakhs as confessed by I think it was Pawan Bansal, if I'm not wrong. Pawan Bansal had said it takes 2.5 lakh rupees.
That is there in the NDTV report as well.
Yeah, 2.5 lakhs. They said it takes to run the parliament one day. Nearly. Okay. Go make your point, Pratik.
Taxpayers' money.
The whole point is that crores of taxpayer money is being used to run a parliament for a single day, and the whole legislative intent should be to do a constructive business in that. when all the organs of like the government, the judiciary is working round the clock, then Parliament should function. And now the opposition should not create such kind of incidents.
I'll give TRS 30 seconds to respond, Pratik. I'll end the debate after that.
Let the government make it more productive by answering the opposition questions. Okay, they can come forward. They should not run away from their responsibility. Just by answering the opposition, they can make it more productive. Rather, you are worried about the productivity that can happen any which way, and any which way Nirmala Sitharaman is going to say this is act of God. So the Prime Minister can come, or any junior minister can come, because in last 8 years there were many important bills which were tabled in the Parliament by the junior ministers. Why are you scared now? I am demanding it should not be done. The government is showing its weakest side.
Okay.
Let them come forward. Let's all make it more productive. It is not. It will be more productive when you address the common man issue.
Right.
And this price rise of necessary good items is the common man's issue. Let's make it more productive.
Yeah. See, this fantastic debate, Abhishek. Nobody got suspended. All parties spoke equal time. Hopefully that's how the rest of the session is.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ravula Sridhar Reddy, Dinesh Varshne, Gaurav Bhatia, Kovai Satyam, Pratik Som, Saket Gokhale, and Ghanshyam Tiwari, of course, Honorable M. Shanmugam. Thank you so much for joining us. Ultimately, viewers, it's not about crores lost to pandemonium, not about one issue here and another there. To be honest, it's not even about bad optics, as we might have got used to it over the years in our legislative bodies. Viewers, it's about the collective engineering of India's future that happens in those hallowed walls of Parliament. It is hoped that the opposition and the treasury benches come together and salvage the rest of the session in the 75th year of India's independence. Thanks for watching.
Shravan is back on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, an explosive cash scam diary in the Bengal cash scam case recovered from alleged Partha Chatterjee aide Arpita Mukherjee. Story is getting very interesting, and Republic right on top. We've investigated a school link that is now emerging. More names being summoned. Story is getting bigger, and Republic is right on top, debating that at 10 p.m. with Shravan breaking the story.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Enforcement Directorate filed a supplementary charge sheet against former J&K Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah in the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association fund scam. The case relates to siphoning of Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association funds.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
हेल्दी और टेस्टी कुकिंग का मॉडर्न तरीका।
पेश है कैंट के स्मार्ट शेफ कुकिंग अप्लायंसेस।
खाना बनाए टेस्टी और हेल्दी भी।
Enroll in any of REVA's wide range of courses designed to take on an evolving education and an expanding future. REVA University,
where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
युद्ध सरकारें नहीं लड़ती, युद्ध पूरा देश लड़ता है। सरकारें आती जाती रहती हैं, लेकिन देश के लिए जो जीने और मरने की परवाह नहीं करते, वो अजर अमर होते हैं। सैनिक आज के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए अपना जीवन बलिदान करते हैं। हमारी आने वाली कल सुरक्षित रहे, उसलिए वो अपनी आज स्वाहा कर देता है। सैनिक जिंदगी और मौत में भेद नहीं करते, उनके लिए तो कर्तव्य ही सब कुछ होता है।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for The Debate.
The Debate at 10, presented by GeoMart, powered by REVA University and Greenply.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in the Bengal cash scam is just never ending. The more you dig, the more the dirt comes out. Tonight there is a mysterious black diary that may have been the scam ledger, and a school link that Republic TV probed by going to ground zero. Questions are now being raised that 21 crore rupees that was seized from a close associate of Partho Chatterjee. Not just that, a diary comes out, full details of that diary, and also this multi-crore school that was built in West Medinapur. We'll get you all the details. Here's a full report and then we debate.
First, there were mountains of cash, envelopes with government insignia, and now there is a black diary.
During the course of the investigation by the ED, now a black diary is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate, and the question arises, does this black diary hold all the answers as to the entire modus operandi of Partha Chatterjee along with Arpita Mukherjee as well? And other than that, what really had been going on with respect to the money laundering, the dubious financial transactions? Does the black diary also have the names of the agents who had been working with Partha Chatterjee in this entire matter and the kind of financial transactions that were done?
Now, in a mega investigation, Republic has accessed documents that mention BCM International School in Pingla, West Medinipur.
Behind me, there is a school called BCM International School. The abbreviation BCM stands for Babli Chatterjee Memorial International School. And who is Babli Chatterjee? Babli Chatterjee is or was Partha Chatterjee, West Bengal's ex-education minister's wife.
না একবার এসেছিলেন জানি হ্যাঁ পুলিশ ছিল যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে পাস করছিলাম হ্যাঁ এই ছিল রাস্তায় যেতে যেতে দেখলাম যে সব পুলিশ সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে হ্যাঁ এবারে উদ্বোধনের এই ছিল বা সম্বোধনা কি একটা ব্যাপার ছিল এরকম হঠাৎই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যাপার ছিল অতটা ঠিক মনে নেই তো মাস 3-4 এরকম একটা হবে আর কি
সব থেকে ব্যাপার বড় যে এত বড় একটা স্কুল করেছে স্কুল পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় করেছে তারই জানি না শুনেছি আর কি এত বড় একটা স্কুল হয়েছে ছেলেকে ভর্তি করেছি সারা বছরের ফিজও জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি তারপর যদি স্কুল বন্ধ হয়ে যায় খুব চিন্তার বিষয় আর কি ছেলে স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ কিছু বলছে না স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ বলছে স্কুল চলবে কোনো রকম কোনো সমস্যা নেই
First with the black diary and now another link that has led them to also summons Manik Bhattacharya, the TMC MLA, and also the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board, who is now under the scanner, who had also been interrogated once by the CBI already with the SSC scandal that had come to light, and now the Enforcement Directorate summoning him in the matter of the money laundering case that is under the purview of the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate right now.
The Bengal cash scam is being the biggest political money laundering probe. But who all is hand in glove? Let's debate.
On the debate, Aparajita Sarangi, national spokesperson of the BJP, Pratim Ranjan Bose, Bikram Banerjee, Kapil Madan, Professor Manojit Mandal of the TMC, Anirban Banerjee and Sanjay Sarkar. Let me begin by asking this question straight away to Professor Mandal. Professor Mandal, tonight, unlike what has happened in the past few days, we are once again making an attempt to ask you this question, that on the one hand, you say that we will not tolerate any sort of corruption. With every passing day, information is tumbling out about the role of your former education minister. Tonight I'm making this humble request to you, Professor Mandal. Let's stick to the facts. You saw the investigation that has been done by us. We are bringing to you this link that has come up. A school that was built in West Medinipur. It turns out that the proceeds of crime was actually being diverted to build such assets, Professor Mandal. You have a former education minister. And let's not forget, let's once again remind our viewers that this is not just about the Enforcement Directorate or the CBI, as Professor Mandal would like to believe, but the Calcutta High Court had also spoken about the illegality, Professor Mandal.
Our stand is the same. We continue to believe in zero tolerance for corruption, howsoever big the person is. And let me tell you this with full confidence in my command, the party is closely watching each and every facts which are stumbling out. Even we are deeply shocked and surprised to see like any others in this country. And party will certainly take a call in appropriate time of time. But what happens thereafter? I tell you one thing. Today only I came to know we instituted a case against Nitish Pramanik in 2013 and 2018 when he was in TMC. cases of murder, sexual harassment, trafficking and what not. 2019 he went to BJP and said that mera sab paap aaj dho gaya, and he became one of the closest aides of none other than the Home Minister of the country, becoming the deputy of the Home Minister. So you have to take this into account as well. We expelled this man in 2018. He became the asset of BJP. Shubhendu Adhikari, same thing applies to him.
Okay.
But these facts will certainly not deter us in taking action against any person, whosoever. This party was built with the toil and blood of none other than the legendary Mamata Banerjee.
Okay,
I do
Professor
not have
Mondal.
to introduce her as a politician. Now
Okay.
she is being ably assisted by the rising star of Indian politics, Abhishek Banerjee.
Okay, Professor-
we depend
Professor
on
Mondal,
these
we've
two.
got your
Nothing,
point.
none else matters in the
Okay,
party.
I've given you uninterrupted time so that you can make your opening remark. Let me straight away take this
Thank you for
question to
that.
Aparajita, and for once
Thank
and
you-
for
thank
all,
you for that.
let's settle this, because I know through the course of the debate, this point is going to be once again reiterated again and again and again and again. So hence, this is a direct question to Aparajita. Aparajita, for once and for all, why don't you tell Professor Mondal and others who are again and again raising this point, that what really happens to those against whom cases have been registered, and the moment they join the Bharatiya Janata Party, the cases seem to have gone into a cold storage. That's the basic allegation that is leveled against you. I want a clear-cut response so that I can move on with the debate, because there is a larger issue I want to raise tonight.
At the outset, let me tell you that by shouting, Trinamool Congress cannot absolve itself of its responsibility. A big scam has been unearthed. More than 20 crore rupees have been found from the house of the associate.
Aparajita, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Aparajita Sarangi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I will come to it. Aparajita Sarangi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I will come to that. That's the core issue. But what really happens is that in the course of the this entire debate, because we've been having this debate every time we are trying to bring across facts, there is this attempt to derail by saying that, look here, what has the BJP really done? So I'll come to the core issue, but I want you to address this. The first basic point that the opposition is again and again raising about the Bharatiya Janata Party, that when you have leaders who are facing some serious charges, they join the BJP, the case goes into cold storage. What do you have to say with that? That's your opening remark, and so that I can move ahead.
Now, let me ask a small thing. Just let me put a very simple question. Can TMC absolve itself of its responsibility? This is a basic question. Two wrongs do not make a right. Are they looking within the cupboard? There are so many skeletons tumbling out of the cupboard. I don't think this is the time for the TMC to look at others and ask questions. You know, they don't have the right at this juncture to ask any kind of question from BJP or the Congress or any other party. They have to answer all the questions that the entire nation is putting before them. So let's make it very clear. They are in the dock. And a person who stands in the dock does not have the right to ask questions. You know, they have to answer questions.
You are wrong.
And TMC has
You are
to
wrong.
answer questions. One thing I would definitely like to mention
hold on,
here.
I'll come to you.
In November 2021, please hold on. You are in the dock, you are in the firing line, you don't have the right to ask questions. In November 2021, the contentious state recruitment came under the legal scanner after Calcutta High Court ordered a preliminary inquiry by CBI into the alleged irregularities. I am saying November 2021. What was the legendary leader Mamata Banerjee doing? Since November 2021 till date, there was deafening silence.
Can I take this forward? Both the
Why
politicians.
So? This is the question today.
Both the politicians have made their opening remarks. Trinamool Congress has made their opening remark, as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me take this to Anirban and Pratim Ranjan Bose. Anirban, I want to come to some facts of the matter. Because tonight, for the last few days, I've seen there is an increased interest that the people of West Bengal have. And we've got a massive response with every investigative report that we have put out. And you can go ahead and take a look at on our YouTube links also, where you would see the number of people who are really watching. Take a look at this. 273 people have been discharged from the teaching service. 23 lakh candidates appeared in the 2014 recruitment and were unfairly excluded. The list goes on. The candidates who took the SSC examination in 2016 not only suffered extreme mental agony, Anirban, they were not provided with a merit list disclosing their position of rankings for nearly 5 years, when the Recruitment Commission was forced to disclose it back in 2021. I've put out 3 important issues. And once again, before you derail it by saying that, look here, what is happening in the BJP, I'm simply asking you, please answer this question for those who have suffered. We are doing this because for people who have suffered, not because the politicians want us to, get onto this cat fight. Let's not do that. Let's talk about the people who have suffered. It is the people's money.
Yeah. Well, first of all, even though the spokesperson of the fascist party thinks that even the accused person doesn't have a right to speak, she is wrong. As long as we are governed by the constitution, every person has a right to speak.
Anirban, can I just make one small request? Can I just make that small request? Why don't you leave that job for Professor Mondal? Professor Mondal is the spokesperson of the TMC. He has the legitimate right to question. Let the TMC and the BJP fight. Let the TMC and BJP fight.
Has a right.
No. Once again, I am asking you this question.
BJP is trying to curtail everyone's rights.
Once again,
these are.
No, let Professor Mondal respond to that. Professor Mondal has come across as the spokesperson of Trinamool Congress. He will raise the political questions. He has full right to do it. I am asking you a different question here, Anirban. My dear friend Anirban, I am asking you, please understand the sensitivity of it. You know what, Anirban, just listen, hear me out. On the very first day, when we broke this story, Anirban, we had one person who had filed that petition. She almost broke down, Anirban. Why? Because she was deprived. What was her legitimate right? Hence, I'm asking you, Anirban, answer that question, and Pratim Ranjan Bose, you can respond to Anirban. Go ahead.
The straight answer is every person in the state of West Bengal and the Union of India has a right to express their grievance. If they are not happy with the steps of any government or any organization, then they have every right to agitate. They have every right to approach the honorable courts. And the courts, the Honorable High Court, Calcutta High Court has ordered the investigation. The ruling dispensation in West Bengal has welcomed the investigation. They have always said, let the law proceed in its own way. But the moot point here that arises is, once the CBI, or in this case the ED, takes up an investigation, the investigation seems to never end. Say for example, Naroda scam or Sharoda scam, just 2 of the examples, they have been carrying on for 8 years and 10 years respectively. The prime accused of those scams are now tall leaders in the BJP. Himanta Biswa Sharma is the Chief Minister of Assam, and we are speaking about the agony of those who are alleging. If you really want to give them justice, the people who have approached the High Court, why not finish the entire investigation within a stipulated time frame? Just yesterday, the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal said that make it mandatory that within 3 months you will complete the investigation. I'd rather challenge the ED, complete it within 1 month.
Fair enough. You made that point. Time-bound investigation, right? That's your point. Time-bound. I want Pratim Ranjan Bose to also come in. You know, Pratim Ranjan Bose and Anirban, I want to ask this question. When the Chief Minister made this statement that a time-bound investigation should take place, I want to ask this question. Why was this not investigated back in May this year, when the BAG committee in its report submitted alleged that an illegal supervisory committee was set up by then State Education Minister Partho Chatterjee? Why were you waiting for the Enforcement Directorate? You could have easily started it. The Calcutta High Court made it very clear.
You see, The unfortunate truth is, West Bengal had lost its economic glory some 50 years ago. But it had some very, whatever you say, the politics of, to some extent, in a very realistic sense, there was some kind of values over here. Unfortunately, what I see now is a race to normalize things. And that is what I, as a common man who care for education, cannot accept. See, the case here, the education scam has been in the news, has been in the public domain for more than 5 years. If I am not wrong, it first came out in the media sometime in 2016 or 17. And a lot of things happened. We saw someone giving 17 appointments. I'm not sparing any party here. Someone gave 17 recruitments to his family members, and then we saw for last 1.5 years, when the election was on, I personally, when I was visiting places, and I came across at least twice, my car was stopped. These people were demonstrating on the road. And it has been happening. And then what happened in last couple of months? First, the High Court observed that jobs were stolen, this quote unquote. High Court observed. Second thing, a political nominee on the recruitment board has literally, he admitted literally and said that he had to deal with, he didn't spill entire beans, but he said he had to deal with recommendations, and as a political nominee, his hands were tied. And then we saw a minister losing jobs, a minister's daughter losing job, and the minister in today's paper or so, I saw the minister said he also recommended, but the recommendations were not accepted or whatever. And, I can give more examples, but here the question with regard to Partha Chatterjee's arrest is about, taking him to the court, proving things.
Okay,
but
Professor Mondal wants to...
the government should have reacted so many years ago.
Okay, Professor Mondal, why don't you respond? You wanted to respond. Now, Pratim Bose, a senior journalist, is saying that, look here, I'm not sparing any political party. He's travelled crisscross the state, witnessed such cases, people have complained. The point here is that why wait till the time the central agencies come in? You were aware of what was happening, Professor Mondal. You should have only begun your investigation.
State of education in Bengal, I'll tell you. There are 2 universities, including the one where I teach, is in the list of UGC as the topmost universities in the country. My university, number 1, Calcutta, number 8. What does it suggest? 2 Nobel laureates in the span of 20 years from Bengal. Now these, self-serving opportunists or individuals who call themselves journalists, if they want to self-shoot, I cannot help.
Professor Mondal, my request to you, Professor Mondal, you are a learned.
I think character assassination started.
No, one second, Professor Mondal.
The people of the world,
Professor Mondal,
in terms of education.
You claim
that the fact, the central government data.
No, but why would you?
Now come to
Professor
the ED.
Mondal, that's very unacceptable.
Again, data, come to the ED.
No, Professor
Mondal,
it's very unacceptable when you make such sweeping comments about a senior journalist.
What is unacceptable, sir?
Why would you make that kind of a comment about a senior journalist?
I have been
being opportunistic.
No, I'll tell you.
If Pratim Bose is travelling across Bengal, you are calling him opportunistic. I have been
debating with this person.
No, you like okay, Professor Mondal. Pratim Bose would know it. I'm right now in Mumbai. But once again, Professor. No, I will not let this happen because the problem here, Professor Mondal, please. I think so. What you are very used to it. You are very used to the pliant media. No, once again. Once again, you are very, Professor Mondal, you are used to the pliant media. Pratim Bose, correct me if I am not wrong. Pratim Bose. One of the, Professor Mondal, I am telling you the reason why you can actually get away by calling, a senior journalist an opportunistic man. One second, Professor Mondal, that's not fair. No, one second, Professor Mondal.
That is all right.
No one is insulted. No one is insulted. We are asking legitimate questions.
Yes, he has been. Please rewind all his comments for the last 1.5 years. I have been debating with this person. Let him
I
call
am
either
talking
a
about
BJP
Professor Mondal on my show.
Can I respond?
No, 1 second.
Why is he masquerading as a journalist?
No, 1 second. Professor Mondal, can I request you? Professor Mondal,
he has got every right to criticize.
Okay, Professor Mondal, can I just tell you one thing? Professor Mondal, I am talking about what's happening on my show. No, 1 second. Professor Mondal, I am talking about what's happening on my show. Can I? You are a learned person, Professor Mondal. Please, you're a learned person. You're a learned person. Come on, I'm requesting you, please do not make that kind of comments, because see what is happening, Professor Mondal, I'll tell you what is happening in Kolkata currently. I am told, Professor Mondal, you correct me, I'm wrong. You correct me if I'm wrong, Professor Mondal. I am in Mumbai, but I've studied in Kolkata. I know what's happening there. I am told that one of the largest publications there has carried a single column in one of the biggest scam that Bengal is facing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bikram Banerjee and Pratim Bose, one of the largest publications have put out a single column.
Let me reply.
I'm not taking any names. Neither am I interested in taking any names. I will not take any names. But all that I'm saying, Professor Mondal, when you come on my show, when you come on Republic TV, I will not let this happen. You can't insult people like this. You stick to facts, no problem. Bikram, please tell me. Bikram, please tell Professor Mondal. Don't I as a journalist, Professor Mondal, don't I as a journalist have the right to ask this question?
Can I respond to this? I think this is going on for an infinitum.
You were scared of 21st July.
Professor,
why do you go? You don't allow us to speak in the parliament.
If you call names, call another person, then the same other person can call names also. So don't do that, and don't question my intelligence, and don't question my integrity. I can question yours too, and that will be not good.
Bikram, hold on. Pratim is making his point.
You make your points, fantastic. But don't never ever dare to as a character assassination.
But you cannot malign my state day in and day out.
If I didn't say anything against you,
Professor Mondal, you are not the sole proprietor. No, 1 second.
Call me a BJP.
Can I tell you, we are equally. No, 1 second, Professor Mondal. This entire ownership. I have a problem here. 1 second. All of you, hold on. Bikram, hold on. This entire ownership entitlement that you seem to be having right now, Professor Mondal, West Bengal is just not yours. People like us who have also been there, I have studied there, we equally, like every other proud Indian, we are also proud of the heritage, we are proud of the culture of that state. So please don't get into it that it is a sole proprietorship of the Trinamool Congress. West Bengal is not equal to Trinamool Congress.
I have given you statistics from the central government.
I have studied in that same university that you are talking about, Professor Mondal. Professor Mondal, I have come from the same university.
Proud of that as well.
Professor Mondal, before you make that...
Now you say that you are proud of the education system in Bengal.
Bikram, I want Bikram to come in. This is the problem. You make it look like that no one can raise a question. What is happening in the state of West Bengal? No one can ask this question to you.
This has become an organized crime.
It is okay, Bikram, why don't you respond? Bikram, please tell me. Okay, 1 second. Bikram, please tell me. Bikram and Sanjay Sarkar.
This has become an organized crime.
Okay, 1 second. Bikram and Sanjay Sarkar.
22 crores have been recovered by Enforcement Directorate. 22 crores has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate. Can anyone say that this amount can be counted by one person? Several persons required to count this figure. Trucks were required to remove this amount. So this is an organized crime committed in the West Bengal. Several persons are involved. Chief Minister of the West Bengal says there is always some favoritism in a selection process. That means she categorically knows that there has been favoritism in lieu of money.
Okay, you made a point.
The selection process, the appointments in the state of West Bengal have become a purchasable commodity. Purchasable commodity.
Some breaking news right now.
Purchase is 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 25 lakhs.
Enforcement Directorate has sent out new summons. Now, gentlemen, Enforcement Kapil Madan, respond. Kapil Madan, you please tell me, Kapil Madan. I'm really hoping that I'll get a sensible response from you. That what happens to those who have lost out in this? We can continue with this political slugfest. Professor Mondal may just keep, saying that, ownership of the state, that maligning the state. No one is interested in maligning the state. We are proud Indians. We are people who have been from that state. We know the cultural heritage of a state like West Bengal. No one is going to dare, no one is going to malign the image of a state. But that does not take away the fact, Kapil Madan, that we have the right to ask a question that when 21 crore rupees is basically found from the close associate of Partho Chatterjee, and not just that, a recruitment list found from Partho Chatterjee's residence and admit cards of that recruitment found from Partho Chatterjee's residence, then I think so not just Bengalis, but the whole nation has the right to ask this question, Kapil Madan.
Now, Shravan, look at it. I look at it from this perspective. Now, there is a recovery of cash. The cash is huge. I mean, no one possibly on this earth can deny that there should not be any investigation. There should be an investigation and there should be a thorough investigation. But at the same time, we need to ensure that the criminal system does not degenerate into the weapon of harassment and is being used by the ruling government, more to gain their political mileage. How will you ensure that the public confidence is retained in the system, in the judicial system, is to ensure that you do the investigation in the shortest possible time, you file the criminal complaint charge sheet in the shortest possible time, make it as a watertight case, and take it to the logical conclusion after the conclusion of the trial. Now, the problem with this government is that they will create this hysteria in the media, and then they will, go and, keep this matter in a cold storage. They will require, when there is a political atmosphere that they want to create, and this would basically be a, political tool.
Okay,
rather
Aparajita.
Than,
okay.
Rather than as a mechanism to ensure that the justice is done.
Okay, this Aparajita, why don't you respond? Kapil Madan says that, this is a never-ending process. This is a never-ending process. Aparajita, and then I'll come to Sanjay Sarkar.
I am amazed. Yes, I am amazed that till date, no departmental inquiry had been instituted. And all of us have been showing our concern for all the students, all the applicants who went through tremendous mental agony. Now, who is answerable for that? Point is, I refer to November 2021, the Calcutta High Court's order. Since 2021 till date, why was no departmental inquiry instituted? Why won't the CBI or the ED come into play? Now, the CBI had come because the Calcutta High Court had asked it to. Now, ED has to come if the state government does not act on its own. I fail to understand, with all due regard for Mamata Banerjee ji, she is the omniscient Chief Minister of West Bengal, when so many heads were rolling and so many skeletons were there in the cupboard and there was so much of agony everywhere, how come the Chief Minister of the state did not get to know about it? And why didn't she take no action?
But
and
Aparajita,
even now,
Aparajita, you are still not answering one question.
Around here and there, but he's actually not being
My
removed.
one question. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'll come to you. Don't worry. We have enough time, Sanjay Sarkar. I want to ask this question to Aparajita. Aparajita, you're still not answering.
30 minutes program.
No, 1 second.
let me
Sanjay
finish.
Sarkar, I have also
Let me
other people.
finish.
Okay. Aparajita, can I just get one quick answer from you, because I will go back, it's the same thing. Aparajita, the thing is that you are not answering one straight question. The question essentially being is that everyone is saying that, look here, it comes to other BJP leaders, no action is taken. It's a never-ending process. What has happened to Sharoda? What has happened to Naroda? These are cases which no one seems to have an idea. I'm not saying that there is a clean chit that is given, Aparajita. I want you to set this record straight.
I tell you, the law will take its course. All the investigating agencies are working on everything. Whosoever is responsible will be booked. This is one thing. As far as Prime Minister Modi's government is concerned, there is zero tolerance to corruption, and that is why since 26th May 2014, the day he has assumed the charge of the Prime Ministership, hardly any scam has taken place in the country. Think of the time before 2014 May. What was the situation? A list of scams were there all through UPA 1 and UPA 2 government. But thereafter, is there any huge scam for which this government is responsible? There is absolutely
Aparajita,
zero tolerance
let
to corruption.
Sanjay respond.
We are allowing the enforcement agencies, the investigative agencies.
Anirban, I'll come to you. You have spoken. Let Sanjay also respond.
Wait and watch.
Okay, Aparajita, you made.
Wait and watch.
Anirban, hold on. Let Sanjay respond. Sanjay has been waiting here patiently. My sincere apologies to you, Mr. Sarkar, for coming to you so late.
No,
Aparajita has said.
I'm last bench student. There's no problem. I'm last bench student.
Last bench students
we trust the
last bench students can really throw a googly. So I'm expecting a googly. Come on.
Okay. We trust law, and anybody anybody is guilty, he should be punished and several. They might question the so many question is leakage in so many states. This period, this the fire and police, Bihar government to 2021 is month of January, and 2021 is the November is the leakage teacher recruitment in leakage question is the Uttar Pradesh, and police recruitment is Haryana, and 2000 December, and 2021 December is the teacher recruitment leakage question is the Gujarat. Is there so many states is the question leakage, but no investigation is there also. And no investigation is there also. And Adani is the taken loan 29,80,000 crore rupees. 29 lakh. He did not back 1 rupee. He did not back 1 rupee.
Aparajita and Sanjay. Let's have Aparajita and Sanjay. Aparajita and Sanjay.
He taken the loan. Adani's taken the loan. State Bank of a period of the 2020.
This scam has taken the nation by storm. And today, the entire TMC
please let me please. Then
is agitated, is shouting, because the entire nation is
Aparajita, I'll come to you. I'll come to you and Anirban next. But Sanjay, make your point.
This is not the corruption. Narendra Modi is when was the chief minister is the Gujarat. He's given the land on the 75 paisa square meters. Then 2003, he was the bank.
We are talking about
Sanjay.
The state of West Bengal. We are talking about the cash scam. The cash scam. Anirban. Let me bring in Anirban also wants to make a point. Anirban, and then Aparajita, you can respond to both Sanjay as well as Anirban. Anirban, you make a point.
In fact, yeah, I was honestly listening to what Madam
Are you backbencher or are you frontbencher?
No, no, I am in the middle. I'm right in the middle.
Professor Mondal would be in the front bench then.
Yeah, of course, he has been a brilliant academician.
Come on, let's.
Sorry. Yeah, so I was honestly listening to Madam Saragi. She said that post 2014, corruption has been not tolerated by the Modi government, and I completely agree with her. The likes of Himanta Biswa Sharma, the prime accused in Rose Valley scam, the BJP has not inducted him in the BJP. He has not been made the Chief Minister of Assam. Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari, whose video of receiving some money was exhibited by the BJP itself, not any other party. He has not been made the leader of opposition in West Bengal by the BJP. They have absolutely not tolerated any scam altogether. And regarding the Enforcement Directorate, the so very efficient organization, I'll tell you just one single data. Since 2014, the Enforcement Directorate has conducted more than roughly 1,000 raids, 1,000. And they have secured the number of convictions they have secured. Now hold your breath, it is a very big number. It is 9 out of 1,000. That is less than 0.5% conviction rate. So the brilliance with which the ED has been acting against under the Modi government, we are also happy. We are also very happy that whatever the ED does is absolutely
But Anirban, only one small mistake that you are making by posing this question to Aparajita. Aparajita is not the spokesperson of the Enforcement Directorate or for that matter the Central Bureau of Investigation. Conviction rate is the responsibility. This question should be directed perhaps to the higher officials of the directors of the Enforcement Directorate and CBI.
Exactly.
Having said that, let Aparajita, if you want to, Aparajita, if you still want to, you can go ahead and respond, Aparajita, on the Enforcement Directorate's conviction rate.
Yes, of course. TMC currently stands for too much corruption, right? Now full of sound and fury signifying nothing. Either they are speechless or they shout a lot. They are agitated because the entire nation is showing the mirror to them. They know where they stand.
On a lighter,
right?
on a lighter note, Aparajita, I've been doing this debate for the last 3 days. Finally, I'm seeing Professor Mondal is smiling.
They should have nailed Partho Chatterjee much earlier. They did not do that.
Can I come in?
And now they are in a spot.
The question.
Now this
Professor Mondal, I'm delighted.
The entire nation by a storm.
But Aparajita,
I'm talking of scam of this nature.
Aparajita, what is happening is Professor Mondal has finally smiled. Professor Mondal, today we have made some progression. First day, you got very agitated. You got angry at me because I was asking the question. Today you are smiling. Okay, but today you are smiling. Are you telling me? Are you giving me the breaking news that you are going to take some action against Partho? Is that the breaking news you are giving me?
No.
Yes.
You know, for my good friend, whom I tremendously respect, because of her, erudition. For her, law will take its own course. For us, law can't take own course. God to see great hope. After all, Caesar is an honorable man. We can't do anything. That's law for you. You scuttle us inside the parliament. You suspend us inside the parliament. At times, not today. I thank you, Sound, for that. You don't allow us to speak inside the studio. On the streets, you threaten to arrest us. That's what democracy is all about in this country. I tell you one thing. None will be spared. Even there is a
parliamentary, naturally you'll not be allowed.
I don't know what to say, Professor Mondal. I don't have any.
There is terrible stains within Denmark. Look within. You have a government with a family of convicts. Look within. There's terrible stains.
Professor Mondal, on that note, Aparajita,
be in West Bengal and correct yourself.
Okay. I'm running short of time, but Professor Mondal, I'll end this by saying that you are being very unfair to me. You're being very unfair. For the last 3 days when I'm doing this debate, I've given you enough opportunity. I give you opening remarks.
And in broad daylight, you murdered police officer.
No, 1 second. But you're not answering my question, Professor Mondal. I gave you enough time today. But you are still saying that I'm not allowing you to speak on the show. But Professor Mondal, I'm really hoping that you will come on my show and then give me the breaking news that Partho Chatterjee has been removed.
I did not say this today.
I'm hoping we'll have one more debate where you come on my debate and say that Partho Chatterjee has been removed because the nation really wants some sort of action.
I said it in the beginning. The party is zero tolerance to corruption. That's it.
Okay. On that note,
wait for the news if you want to get it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mondal. Aparajita, Pratim Ranjan Bose, Bikram Banerjee, Kapil, Anirban, and Sanjay Sarkar. Thank you very much for that big debate. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, there are mystics and there is denial. And sometimes it's a case of downright stubbornness. The opposition's presidential candidate made big claims about being targeted by the BJP. It emerged that she misfired, but she only amplified her charge. What's going on? Here is the story and then we debate.
At 9:06 p.m. last night, opposition's vice president candidate put out this tweet saying, "Dear BSNL, MTNL, after speaking to some friends in the BJP today, all calls to my mobile are being diverted and I'm unable to make or receive calls." Soon after it emerged, she had fallen prey to cyber fraud. But instead of correcting herself, Margaret Alva spun a Big Brother is snooping charge with this tweet.
Opposition's vice presidential candidate Margaret Alva tweeted late last night that after making some phone calls to BJP leaders, her phone was misbehaving, that it was not in her control. On July 19th, in fact, Delhi police had come out with a statement saying that some fraudsters were phishing with phone numbers using MTNL logo and their services, and that people should be on the watch out. It seems that Margaret Alva, the opposition candidate, was either duped by those scamsters or more likely, perhaps, she was seeking some attention.
The opposition is trying to amplify the hogwash claim.
It is a very serious issue. It is an encroachment of the person's right. So it should be investigated and culprit should be put.
And BJP is calling it childish.
I can say childish allegations, and she is a very senior person. At least she should not make such allegation. This is what I can expect and request her.
But is it all an attempt to create a bogey to eventually blame polling failures on? Let's debate.
On the debate, Aparajita Sarangi of the BJP, Pathikrit Pen, political analyst, George Kurian, political strategist, joining us from Pune, Kapil Madan and Anirban Banerjee. Let me straight away begin by asking this question to Aparajita. Aparajita and George can come in right now. Question here is that Margaret Alva makes this claim of the big brother, once again getting into that snooping debate which has failed miserably. Now this comes at a time when it appears that she's understood that she's not making it. Jagdeep Dhankar was almost slated to get a minimum of 455 votes, which could actually shoot up to 533 if the YSR, Congress, BJD, BSP, JDS and Akali Dal supports him. Now what's surprising is that a senior veteran leader like Margaret Alva makes a comment about snooping when the Delhi police on the 19th of July already warned, saying that there is a sharp spike in fraudulent incidents where MTNL's officials' name and logo are being used to commit cyber fraud. George Kurian, you open up, and then Aparajita, I want you to respond.
A very good evening to all your viewers. I would like to begin by saying that the allegation that Margaret Alva has made, she could have avoided making such an allegation. As we all know, we are living in a new India where surveillance is a new normal. We have all seen in the past about Pegasus. So for a healthy democracy, it is important to ensure transparency, and at the same time, for the opposition, I would say that it is not right to question the government time and again every time. Keep the exercise fair and not try to gain any attention.
Aparajita, what do you have to make out of it? Because this entire big brother claim that has been made, that too coming from a very senior, seasoned politician who's essentially tried to make it look like that, you know, that perhaps there would be some within the BJP who's going to do the indulgent cross-voting. But let's not forget what has really happened in the presidential polls, that there's been massive cross-voting. Assam's opposition leader has made it very clear that yes, we have cross-voted.
It's very unfortunate that a person of the stature of Margaret Alva, who has been fielded as a vice presidential candidate by the opposition, would make such baseless allegations. I will use three words: puerile, childish and immature. And I fail to understand why should she be doing this. I think the only reason that is coming to my mind is that she knows that the defeat is round the corner. She is going to get defeated, so she wants some attention. And a couple of days back, she was leveling charges against the TMC because TMC decided not to back her. She is coming out into the open every other day and making some kind of allegation against a particular situation or a particular political party. I think this does not suit her stature. I have all regards for her. With a lot of regards, I would say this, that this does not suit her stature. Till 6th of August, I think she should maintain her composure.
But the thing is that...
See, it happens when one knows that one is
when
losing.
You're losing.
Let me tell you, Delhi police and MTNL, yes, they're losing. Delhi police and MTNL have already said that these are all cyber frauds and these are not to be kind of taken seriously.
Okay.
MTNL has confirmed
cyber
it.
frauds-
MTNL replied by making it sufficiently clear
Okay.
that they never asked for this.
Okay,
KYC
Kapil wants to
on
respond.
WhatsApp or
Kapil.
SMS or calls.
So, yes,
Kapil.
yes, Shravan. So, I would like to say here, Shravan, I would like to say here.
Aparajita, you've made the point, but Kapil, I'll come to...
She has spoken everything on the periphery. However, she has miserably failed to, make an unequivocal answer whether the government adopts to snooping or not. Whether the government has used Pegasus or not. I'm asking a straight question.
Okay, snooping.
Yes
You want?
or no?
Okay, you don't even need Margaret Alba to answer that question.
The question was not for you. Question was not for you. Question was for Aparajita ji. Let her respond either in yes or in a no whether the government has used Pegasus or not.
So is this issue about Pegasus
say
now?
Yes or no?
There is a lie.
Is this an issue of Pegasus? No, Aparajita.
Yes, let me respond. What is cyber fraud? Pegasus is not a cyber fraud. Then
one second.
I don't know what should I say here?
Okay,
If somebody is
Patikrit,
snooping you
respond.
illegally-
Patikrit. Now we have brought the debate to snooping. I'm going to also talk about snooping because Kapil, you want to talk about snooping? I'll do that. But Patikrit, first you respond, and then I'll come back again. I'll come back to the snooping issue that this entire hogwash that we suddenly see on the vice presidential election. You want to talk about?
She is the official spokesperson. Let her make her stand very clear. Whether the government
I'm talking about
Pegasus
Kapil,
or not.
please don't tell me how to conduct it. Please don't tell me how to conduct. And I'm asking a simple question as far as snooping is concerned. You want to bring it back to snooping? Fair enough. But Patikrit, you respond and then I'll come back.
What is cyber fraud? I am just asking you whether a cyber fraud would qualify, whether a snooping would qualify as a cyber fraud or not. That's my
Patikrit
question.
is responding to you. Patikrit, go ahead.
First of all, today's topic is about Margaret Alva, so I will just avoid and ignore some of these deviations that some are trying to bring. Number one, if you look at the allegations, they are so juvenile because that letter that Margaret Alva tweeted is the same format which was tweeted by Delhi police on 19th of July and she tweeted on 25th of July. Look at the format. This is not a way MTNL actually sends a letter. The name of the person is so fraudulent, Dev Anand. The customer business, there's no rank called customer business in MTNL. MTNL doesn't ask for eKYC like this. So this is, as somebody of her stature and age, she should have sought advice. Number one. Number two, if somebody knows the electoral college and the way election of a vice president happens, even if she talks to some people from BJP, that's her discretion. No, somebody in the power is not going to stop her from calling somebody because even if her phone is, stopped, she can call from mobile phones. She should have talked to MTNL before making these allegations. Number three, I'm just wondering, has she lost faith in this Maha Gadbandhan of the opposition that she has to call up BJP leaders? So that's a very interesting, I found it very curious. Talking about the snooping issue, look, Pegasus, so far as I know, is basically sub judice. So let the judiciary court decide on that. Number two, for example, let me tell this with a lot of responsibility, Shravan. For example, if a Pakistani terrorist comes to India, uses a Pakistani SIM, activates his WhatsApp and does communication as was done during Balakot, and if there are agencies of government of India like NTRO, hypothetically I'm saying, if they actually track that and preempt a terror attack, would you call it corporate, would you call it a cyber
I think so,
fraud?
Anirban. No, I just let me remind because Kapil likes to come back to snooping. Okay, Kapil, respond. Of course you respond, but I want Anirban. Kapil, hold on. Kapil, you get agitated. No, one thing. You get agitated because whenever you are not.
Reply.
At least, Kapil. Have some mercy. Have some mercy. One second, Patikrit. Have some mercy. Anirban is waiting there. Anirban is also waiting for his chance. Kapil, you made your point. You talk about snooping. Let me also remind you. What is it that Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had to say about snooping? You really want to know? And let me just quote. This is what Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had to say back in December 2010 when he defended his government's decision to tap phones of corporate leaders, saying it was for protecting national security and preventing tax evasion and money laundering. This is to just qualify what Patikrit was saying. Anirban, I'll bring back the debate. I want to bring back the debate as far as Margaret Alva is concerned. Anirban, you respond to this. You've heard Aparajita saying what's this issue all about. On 19th of July, you have the Delhi police already warning that such kind of a thing is happening. There is a cyber fraud complaint, if I'm not wrong, even a complaint of cyber fraud was registered, but there's no single tweet. Even now, I'm just checking, even now there's no single tweet clarifying her false narrative.
No, first of all, what Madam Margaret Alba felt that she is being unfairly surveilled upon. Therefore, she has every right to express her concern.
Anirban, we seem to have, there seems to be some problem with your video. Anirban, there seems to be some problem with your video. Let's try and fix that for you. But Kapil, you wanted to respond. You go ahead. Till the time we are fixing Anirban's video.
So yes, now my friend Pratik here made a remark that, if there is some Pakistani terrorists here, then it is important for them to, do some sort of a surveillance. Well, that is absolutely right. But the problem is the government was snooping the Supreme Court judges. The government was snooping bureaucrats. The government was snooping the leaders of opposition. That's where the problem is. That's where you cross the line. And that's the case where you want to use your power and resources not for any legitimate purpose, but to gain political and to inflict political injuries.
Okay, George Kurian, if you have... Okay, I'm running out of time. Quick points now from all my guests. George Kurian, I just want a quick response from you. Then I'll take the last responses from Aparajita and Pathikrit. George Kurian.
Yeah, Shravan, I would like to say that the office of the Vice President is the second highest constitutional office after the President, and it holds very importance. And the Vice President is also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. And so I wish her very good luck, Margaret Alva, although the numbers are not in her favor.
Okay,
and,
Aparajita. Aparajita, one last word from you. We're running short of time now.
I can only say that we know we are winning, we have better things to do, so why should we get into such small things, such petty things? And somebody said, I want to hear yes or no. Now let me tell you, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. If I say yes, you will understand no, and if I say no, you will say yes. So it's better that I leave it, I commit it to your understanding.
Well, thank you very much, Aparajita, Pathikrit, George Kurian and Kapil Madan and Anirban Banerjee for joining us on debate number 3. We'll be tracking all the stories very closely. The Bengal cash scam, a story that's been developing, and also this entire issue that Margaret Alva has picked up. Thank you for watching the debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Filed a supplementary charge sheet against former J&K Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah in the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association fund scam. The case relates to siphoning of Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association funds. A total of 31 people have died and 65 have been admitted to hospital following the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botad district. The state government has formed a SIT to investigate the reason behind the incident. Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel will also chair a meeting on the same to take stock of condition of patients and also with the Home Ministry for investigation.
IIT has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 9 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for the debate.
Hello, good evening and welcome, friends. The opposition has done it again. Ruckus and suspensions trigger another washout session. But the parliament must work. Why should taxpayers suffer? That's debate one.
Arnav will be joining us back on the debate soon, in a few days from now. We come to you with 3 debates tonight, and here they are. 3 big debates tonight on what happened in Parliament. 23 parliamentarians have been suspended. 23 of them have been suspended. 4 yesterday, 19 today. That's debate number 1. At 10 p.m., the cash diaries to a black diary, to an envelope with the Government of Bengal insignia, to school links in West Midinipur. Republic breaking open the Bengal cash scam. And at 10:30 p.m., the opposition's vice presidential candidate falls victim to cyber fraud that the Delhi police had flagged off, but then claims it's actually snooping, which wasn't. We'll tell you all about that at 10:30. Here are the headlines.
This is too much. This is too much. Who has done it? This is too much. Who has done it?
Ruckus, chaos and pandemonium in monsoon session of the parliament. 23 MPs suspended for unruly behavior.
Please go back to your seat. Please go back to it. I'm waiting for few minutes. If you go to your seats, I'm ready to give division.
That's how the opposition parliamentarians have once again resorted to disrupting the parliament session. 167 bills are pending, but chaos reigns supreme.
Sonia grilled for over 6 hours in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Summoned once again by Enforcement Directorate tomorrow.
Explosive cash scam diary recovered at Bengal Minister's aide's residence, Arpita's residence. Can the Trinamool Congress or its minister wash their hands off now?
Republic with the most explosive investigation in the Bengal cash scam. School raided by ED tracked down. More questions emerge on Partha's side. Roll.
Vice presidential candidate for the opposition Margaret Alva falls victim to a cyber fraud but goes on to blame the BJP, calls it snooping, backfires.
Of the last 7 days, Lok Sabha has run for just about 5 hours and Rajya Sabha for 9. They say they are raising people's issues, but they caused a storm in the parliament. That's opposition. They raise slogans, they fly planes, and they distract from the parliamentary agenda. It is the ultimate insult to our temple of democracy. So it is shocking when 19 MPs are suspended for the chaos they caused? They play the victim card.
Now, nothing that some of the opposition parliamentarians and parties are doing is adding up. Now, taxpayer money that funds the parliament sessions is going down the drain. Crucial bills, nearly 160 of them that must be passed, are gathering dust. Key debates being avoided. Take a look at how it's going now and why Parliament must work immediately.
The monsoon session was dominated by ruckus. Papers thrown at the chair, placards and slogans at the well. The ruckus has ensured minimal productivity, and so 19 MPs were suspended. This comes after 4 MPs were suspended in the Lok Sabha. The opposition is now saying they were doing their duty.
पर ये दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया.
They are claiming that democracy has been suspended.
Modi and Shah have suspended democracy. What are you talking about MPs?
They have tried to raise the issues of price rise, the GST, unemployment. Those issues are the country's issues.
क्योंकि ये तो मनमानी हो रही है. अगर कोई शब्दों का चयन होता है तो उसको अनपार्लियामेंट्री कह देंगे. अगर हम आवाज उठाते हैं जनता की तो आप उसको सस्पेंड कर देंगे. ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. ये चाहते ही नहीं. एक प्रजातंत्र के उसूलों में विश्वास नहीं रखने वाले लोग हैं, ना संवैधानिक तौर तरीकों पे.
But if the concern was democracy, why were Congress MPs on the street causing a ruckus instead of raising issues in the House?
Well, with 4 MPs of the Congress party suspended yesterday from Lok Sabha, today 19 MPs were suspended for a time frame of 7 days, belonging to TRS, to TMC, DMK. But then as soon as the opposition MPs came out, they started blaming the BJP, forgetting that this is not for the first time. Ever since 1989, yes, when late Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister and Balram Jakhar was the Speaker, 63 MPs were suspended by the then Congress government.
The BJP is questioning the opposition's behavior.
The chair made many appeals that they may allow the smooth functioning of the House, particularly since the government has repeatedly stated, both in the House and outside the House, that we are ready for discussion on any issue, including price rise. And we have agreed for the demand that it should be done at the earliest.
Is there a deliberate attempt to put a speed breaker on our temple of democracy? It is time for our members of parliament to get to work. Let's debate.
Joining us on the debate this evening are Gaurav Bhatia, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Senior Advocate Supreme Court, Kovai Satyan,
spokesperson of the AIADMK, Pratik Som, national spokesperson of the JJP, Saket Gokhale, spokesman of the TMC, Ghanshyam Tiwari, national spokesperson, Samajwadi Party, and Shanmugam. Mr. Shanmugam is a parliamentarian from the Rajya Sabha, from the DMK, has been suspended. Ravula Sridhar Reddy, leader of the TRS, and Dinesh Varshni of the CPI complete the panel. Let me start with Mr. Shanmugam. Mr. Shanmugam, is it true that you two have been suspended, sir? Why have you been suspended? Sir, good evening. Why have you been suspended, sir? Did you also behave in a bad manner, as what the chair claims?
Sir, as parliamentarian,
sir,
we are for here. We are for here to raise the issue of the public matters. When we raise the matters for discussion, some important issue of the public, that is the price rise and other GST matters, we are pressurizing the government and the chairman so many times, but they never bothered about, and they always, whenever our leaders are giving the 267 notice,
right,
they rejected the notice, which is undemocratic.
Sir,
so that only we have to agitate.
Sir, are you suggesting,
we have to agitate.
Sir, are you suggesting that the government is not agreeing to the debate, or is it the issue about timing? You want it immediately and the government says wait for the finance minister, because ultimately, remember, on the issue of price rise or the issue of GST that you mentioned, on both the debates, on both the subjects, the answer has to come from the finance minister, and you know that she is suffering from COVID. She can't be in the parliament.
Yes. We also know, but it is a duty of the chairman call all the leaders and convince them. Finance minister is not able to come and give the reply, and they have to fix the time for the discussion, by which we can also postpone this agitation. That is not happened there.
Sir, that has been discussed in the Business Advisory Council meeting, Business Advisory Committee meeting. That has been discussed. The government said that they are absolutely ready for the debate. That's what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister also said, that they are absolutely willing and ready for the debate, just waiting for the Finance Minister to come.
No, they are saying they are ready. When they are ready, they have to fix the time. That is that.
Ghanshyam Tiwari, the time of the debate is incumbent upon the finance minister coming back and joining work after COVID. And you know how COVID pans out. I have had my share of COVID. You would have had yours in the last 3 years. Can't we give that breathing space to the government? Yes. In the larger interest, remember, I would like to tell you, sir, that today was the 7th day that Parliament did not function properly. Among one of the issues that was missed was a 0-hour question on inflation. It could not be picked up. The same issue of price rise or inflation could have been picked up in the 0-hour also, which got washed away.
Good evening, Abhishek and Niranjan, and good evening to all the co-panelists as well as the viewers. 3 or 4 things stand out. One, that intent of the government. If you look at the 16th Lok Sabha, the Parliament met for 331 days. How many Sundays are there in 5 years? Calculate that and then imagine the Parliament under BJP's full majority met for only 331 days. Intent of the government. Last 40 years, I asked the BJP panelists in another debate, I'll ask again, tell me the name of the Prime Minister who attended the Parliament least number of times in the last 40 years. Probably in the name of the BJP Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji would pop up. But probably BJP spokesperson will not answer the question. Third, what we did notice that this government spoke about unemployment in the Parliament. It says that the unemployment among women in India is around 3.5% and among men is around 4.5%. Just imagine, this government looks at unemployment like this, eyes closed, ears closed. where they are saying that 1 in 25 youth in this country are unemployed and 1 in 30 women in this country are unemployed. This is the government that wants to use parliament for its propaganda, which opposition is not allowing. And the Prime Minister who does not believe in parliament shows in his attendance. A government that does not believe in parliament shows in the number of sittings that they convene, or the number of bills that are brought to standing committee, or the number of ordinances that is passed. Last monsoon session, 20 bills were passed without debate. The headlines thereafter, the next session, spoke about how 10 bills were passed. This government creates every session, they create a new record of the number of bills that they want to be passed without the debate. Parliament is not a platform for BJP to say Modi ji Bhagwan hai. It's a platform where the people of India want to answer from this government. Why have they pushed the country into unemployment? Why have they pushed the country into this price rise?
Ghanshyam, if you said 1 in 30 women is unemployed, that's not a very big number, by the way. But I'll let Gaurav Bhatia take on you and answer all the questions, the litany of questions that we have raised. Gaurav Bhatia, would you like to respond to Ghanshyam?
Yes, absolutely. I will respond to whatever allegations he's making. But first of all, let us understand the meaning of the parliament. Parliament is a symbol of our democracy. It is the temple of democracy. And nobody would disagree that you might have differences. But you have to raise issues adhering to the decorum that is expected out of a member of parliament. MPs who've been suspended, I would like to remind Dola Sen, for example's sake. She was suspended earlier also last year. And do you know why? She was actually physically assaulting a female marshal. So no dignity for the female marshal, member of parliament from the Aam Aadmi Party, from the Congress, from the TMC, from Samajwadi Party, believe in unruly behavior like throwing the book at the chair. If they violate the law, the chair is well within its power to take appropriate action, and that is what they've done. Because people of the country want to see meaningful discussions, not unruly behavior. Now coming to the point that was raised about Prime Minister's attendance. Prime Minister enjoys the confidence of the people of the country. We have seen that. And he has other matters also urgent in nature to attend. But I would like to place the numbers of Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. The point that SP spokesperson made was that the parliament is only functioning for very few days. Imagine if it was functioning for more number of days, what would happen? Because Akhilesh Yadav in the 17th Lok Sabha, his parliamentary performance attendance is only 34%. The national average is 80% and the state average is 87%. Second, Akhilesh Yadav lost his election from Azamgarh. There was a by-poll and Samajwadi Party lost that election. So what does it reflect? You are not in tune with the sentiments of the people. And he raised 2 points. He spoke about the unemployment rate. I must tell him that even when other so-called developed economies are facing challenges, India is doing much better in the times of COVID pandemic as well as Russia and Ukraine war that is going on. And these are the numbers for you which will never be questioned by SP. In Rajasthan, the unemployment rate is 29.8%, Jharkhand 12.2%. And what about BJP ruled? When SP government was in power, the unemployment rate was 17%. But in Uttar Pradesh, it is 2.8%. Just a sec. Let me complete my point, please. Thank you. Madhya Pradesh, it is 0.5%. Gujarat, it is 3%.
I know.
So this is one question that I've answered. There are 2 more data.
Later. Keep it for later.
During
keep it for later. Keep it for later, Gaurav Bhatia, because I want to bring in the Trinamool Congress. I know you're raising your hand there. Ghanshyam, you can respond to him later. Just hold on to your response, okay? But I want to ask, there's a visual that we had today, and I'd like to play that visual out, and then ask. I'll take that to the Trinamool Congress. Let's play the picture where the paper was thrown in the chair. Now, a Trinamool Congress parliamentarian was live on Republic earlier this evening. Shushmita Dev was live. Let's show the pictures, full frame of the papers being thrown at the chair. Papers were flung. Now, tell me, Saket, you see that footage on your screen right now, where Bhuvaneswar Kalita was presiding in the chair. He was making repeated pleas to the opposition MPs to return to their seats, maintain order, and yet papers were flung towards him. And when papers are flung, can discussions be held, and should MPs not face suspension? The Trinamool Congress responding on the debate, and the AIADMK can then come in.
Hi, so first of all, there is visuals of papers landing. You can't pin it on the Trinamool Congress saying one of our MPs has thrown those papers. Number one. Number two, talking about suspensions, let me jog back everybody's memory a little bit. In the winter session, the last winter session, 12 MPs were suspended allegedly for something that they did in the monsoon session. In the last budget session, the one that happened before this, price rise has been an issue for over a year now. In the budget session, the government promised discussion on price rise. Discussion did not happen. This time they're using the excuse of the finance minister having COVID. But we have routinely seen with this government that today when opposition raises a certain question, let's say about petroleum ministry, the women and child minister will come and hold a press conference and respond to it. So in this government, there are a lot of ministers who come and hold press conferences about topics that don't pertain to their portfolio. Besides, who is the head of the government? It's the Prime Minister of India. Do you know how many questions the Prime Minister of India has answered in the last 8 years? Zero. I mean, yes, the BJP spokesperson might say that the Prime Minister, I mean, on one side they say Parliament is a temple of democracy, but then they say that the Prime Minister has more pressing issues than attending the temple of democracy. Just shows how much he values democracy in the first place. But the Prime Minister has not answered a single question. Fine, the Finance Minister has COVID. Why can the Prime Minister not come? At the end of the day, the buck stops at the office of the Prime Minister. Why can't the Prime Minister come into Parliament and answer these questions? And another point I wish to add here is that, look, let me remind you, when we talk about washout sessions, this and that, first of all, who gets benefited when the House is disrupted? It is the government. The government takes an average total of 9 minutes to pass a bill.
Saket,
during the farm laws, we saw that.
Are you suggesting the TMC MPs were helping the government by causing that disruption?
You can't interrupt me while I'm speaking. I mean,
I'm
that's
asking
really
a
just
question, Saket. As a moderator, I'm asking a question. You said that disruptions help the government. Are you suggesting that the 19 MPs were helping the government?
No, the government does not want to do a discussion on price rise. The government wants... Look,
then the best way to corner the government would be to let the House be in order and let the issues come up. Why disrupt and give the government an opportunity to suspend the MP and hence have the opposition out of the House?
Let me bring to you, sir, basics of civics, which is taught in 7th standard. Every person sitting in the parliament, be it from the BJP or any other party, is a representative of the people. There is nobody sitting in the Lok Sabha who has not been voted to by people, you know. So to assume that only the BJP enjoys popular support and the others have just landed up in parliament, that's not how it works. All of them are people representing a constituency of a few lakh people. At the end of the day, it is their job. If price rise is an issue that their people, that their constituents are telling them is an issue affecting them, it is their job to bring it up in parliament. The question is, why is the government so scared? In the last session, they're scared. In this session, they're scared. They want to take 9 minutes to pass a bill. Why are they suspending members? They're suspending members because they can ram through bills to parliament.
No, Saket, you digressed. You digressed and deflected. I was asking, are you by disruptions helping the government? In fact, I was helping your cause. I was saying, if you left the House in order, the government perforce would have to bring in the legislative agenda and then you can corner the government. But the points you have raised,
Rule 267, sorry, please watch the parliament proceedings. We proposed a motion under Rule 267, they denied it.
They have not. It's just that they have not fixed the date. Saket, please don't play around with words. We have the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. We have the leader of the government in the Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal. Before that, Prahlad Joshi. They have said there is no question of not having a debate. It's just a matter of time. I think, as Mr. Shanmugam said, an assurance has to come, and let Gaurav Bhatia respond. Gaurav Bhatia, why is your government not giving an assurance to the opposition with a particular date and time that this debate would be held?
During the budget session. Did the finance minister have COVID during the budget session? Why was price rise not discussed during the budget session?
Gaurav Bhatia, please respond.
I respond now.
Gaurav Bhatia, please
My
respond.
friend should be patient to hear to the response. Yes. So first of all, it has been raised again and again, the Prime Minister not responding to the questions asked. The Prime Minister has full faith in the Minister concerned, and the Minister concerned are answering the questions. But regarding responding to the charges made by the opposition, on the floor of the House, there have been umpteen number of incidents when the Prime Minister was responding and the opposition was shouting slogans, showing disrespect to the chair of the Prime Minister and not even listening to him. So what kind of behavior is that? Second, the productivity under the current government, I must give the numbers. Under the Congress winter session of 2010, the productivity was 0. In 2012 winter session, it was 0. But budget session of 2021, the productivity was 105%. And more than 100% productivity has been achieved even in subsequent sessions of the parliament. Third, the TMC, talking about people, Partha Chatterjee, 21 crore of ill-gotten wealth recovered. A dog he has a separate flat. These people want to talk about issues, people's issue. You don't even understand. And there is rampant corruption in West Bengal.
20 crores of cash found. Did
Can
your
I
Prime
complete
Minister
myself?
not do
Can I complete myself?
to get
Can
rid
you
of
be
cash?
courteous
Then how
enough?
did the cash
Can you be courteous enough not to interrupt? Learn some manners of debating, sir.
You stick to
I
the
heard
topic
you.
then.
I heard
You stick to the
and
topic
you
at
must hear
hand.
the other side also. This is
Learn to
again
speak
what
on
you
the topic
people
at
do
hand.
in the parliament. This is exactly what you do in the parliament. Niranjan, please ask this gentleman to be quiet.
Stick to the topic
I don't
at
think
hand.
we have to
Okay,
get
can I request just come back on the subject, come back on the subject, because we have, I can assure you we're debating Bengal at 10 o'clock, not right now. 10 o'clock is the Bengal debate. We'll stick to the parliament right now.
Yes.
I'll give you 20 seconds, Gaurav, and then I'll bring in the rest. Many of our panelists haven't spoken, yeah.
No, I just need 1 minute, Niranjan. I request you to
30 seconds, go ahead.
See,
30.
Even on the television right now, we can debate. Yes, we'll debate the issues, and this is how the parliament can also function. They raised the issue of GST, and GST being implemented on food items. I want to tell you, I have in my hand a group of ministers, body that was constituted, and you know who's the member? Dr. Amit Mitra, Finance Minister of West Bengal, who was part of the committee who approved this tariff plan. Why didn't you oppose it there? You talk about price rise.
Here's the thing. That's
Please
why
do
you
not speak in
mislead
between.
people.
Please do not speak in between. Please do not speak in between.
Gaurav Bhatia, just hold
This is not done.
We really need to broaden this debate. There are some very important points that need to be discussed. We've crossed that road on the GST. 1 minute. Let
ask him to be quiet.
Go ahead. No, I'm saying that we've crossed that road. We've crossed that road on GST. We had a debate on the GST. Gaurav, we had a debate on GST last week.
The point that I'm trying to make is, all that I'm trying to say is that Parliament is sanctorum sanctorum. We have to respect the place. And the kind of unruly behavior, habitual offenders like Dola Sain trying to disrespect the chair is just not acceptable.
Okay.
And if they break the rules, they'll have to face the consequences.
Abhishek, you want to come?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gaurav. You see, we have to broaden this debate. There are very important points that impinge upon how our democracy functions. Now, if Parliament abdicates its responsibility of legislation, and then if judiciary fills the vacuum, then why do we blame the judges? Dinesh Vashne, if I can take this question to you. If out of 7 days of the session, Lok Sabha functions for 5 hours, Rajya Sabha functions for 9 hours, and as our honorable member was saying, panelist was saying, that Parliament has in many cases passed bills with 1 day of debate. I'll come to that statistic, by the way, later. But who is to blame? The MPs, if they don't let the House in order, how would the legislative function happen? Dinesh Vashne.
Look, Abhishek and Niranjan, you should know one thing. I think people are forgetting the fact, especially the Gaurav Bhatia. 2012, 2013 and 14. 5 parliament sessions were not allowed by the BJP to function at all. They disrupted the overall sessions. 5 sessions were washed out. Ask Gaurav Bhatia. And that was not democracy.
Part of it to
Democratic processes, the people are supposed to protest in the parliament on the people's issue. You mean to say we should not discuss the dahi, we should not discuss the doodh, we should not discuss the chawal, we should not discuss the paneer, cottage cheese, the price hike? People are suffering, people are losing their dietary balances. And this government is saying, rebdi baat rahe ho. You have distributed a rebdi of 4 lakh, 58 lakh crores to the monopolies, your friend monopolies, and you are talking that you should not speak in the parliament. Where should we speak? If the opposition is not will not speak on the people's issue in the parliament, then who will speak? You said your finance minister is ill because of COVID. She should take rest. But Prime Minister is the head of the cabinet. He should come to the parliament and let there is a debate on the price rise and GST on the food items.
Dinesh
Money making fool. Prime Minister is not the head of the cabinet.
Dinesh Vashne.
Number three. If the people of the opposition MPs are duty bound to raise the people's issue, and
but
if they will not raise it, they are
there has to be some process. And nobody is denying the right of the opposition to raise issues, Dinesh Vashne. You are saying that the BJP did it in 2012, 2013. Then someone would say Rajiv Gandhi did it. Then someone would say Indira Gandhi suspended Rajya Sabha. Dinesh Vashne, just hold on. Dinesh Vashne, just hold on. You see, this can't be an unending argument that the opposition now is doing it because the BJP did it in 2012. The BJP did it because Rajiv Gandhi suspended 63 MPs in 1989, or for that matter, Indira Gandhi suspended Rajanarayan 4 times. I think at some stage, you have to decide that legislative agenda of parliament is of utmost importance and integral to the governance issues which can control price rise.
No agenda is more important than the people of India. No agenda is more important than
concerns. Then let people listen to their honorable members, have a constructive debate. No agenda is more important. Not throw papers and fly planes inside the parliament.
I agree.
That's what you do in class 7.
Mr. Vashne.
Don't give us the wrong.
No, Mr. Vashne, we agree with you. Let me tell you, sir, last week, Mr. Vashne.
No. And the UP, and you will find thousands of the youth are unemployment.
Sir, I agree with you. Sir, citizens' concerns are real. Sir, concerns are real. Nobody's saying no. But the manner in which you're doing it, let me get in the JJP spokesperson, Pratik wanted to respond.
Then
Pratik coming in.
Tell me, Niranjan.
Sir, you saw the pictures. Sir, you saw the pictures. Sir, you saw the pictures. You know, these placards being held up. You saw the pictures of the placards and papers being thrown.
Earlier session.
Okay, let Pratik is responding to you, sir. Sir, Pratik responding to you.
They will not discuss it. Why Prime Minister can't function as a finance minister?
But she's got COVID, sir. You want her to come on video conference.